Here's POV. Why is she here again? Look at the dress she's wearing, she made it herself out of curtain fabric, right? Ha ha. What a bitch. I've heard these words countless times in the past 3 years. They always belittle me from every aspect and never give up. But it doesn't matter anymore, today is my day. Today was the succession ceremony of my beloved man, Alejandro. It was also my 18th birthday. He deliberately chose today for his succession ceremony, because he said he wanted to own me completely on the day I came of age. That was my honor, the greatest gift I could receive on this special day. I wore a red sleeveless dress that revealed my right thigh with its long slit. My 2 mountain peaks were pressed together, which made it look bigger as it revealed a deep ravine in between. My curvaceous body could be clearly seen, giving me an uncomfortable feeling. It left me uneasy and restless. But for my beloved man, I tried my best to look presentable and gorgeous in his eyes. But my ignoring allowed them to humiliate me even more. I never thought that Alejandro would put his standard on the same level as this kind of trash. It's like heaven and earth. No matter how I look at it, they just aren't fit at all. A lady in her black dress spoke. I think this bitch only used a cunning trick to get Alejandro. Maybe she is just a gold digger using her face to sip wealth. Her beauty is deceiving, right? Our alpha deserves a better alpha, doesn't it? Another one spoke. It was funny to see her lips curled upward in disgust when it only made her look even uglier. I could see from their eyes how they thought of me as someone lower than them who didn't worth of Alejandro's attention. That alone made me want to pull their eyes and tongue out. Suddenly, the noises echoing in the surroundings vanished. Unsurprisingly, I looked behind me, and Alejandro entering the entrance gate. From the distance, he looked at me like I was the only person out there. I stared at his eyes as I saw him finally walking directly toward me. His smile calmed me down as it removed all the negative thoughts I had in me. Indeed, he is the mate given to me by the moon goddess, a near-perfect man. Honey. Happy birthday. His low manly voice echoed in my earlobe as he stood just a foot away from my body. I felt high volts of current flowing down my body as he touched my soft fair skin. Thanks, I replied, trembling in my voice. He smiled and took my hand. He guided me toward the front seat. Let's go. I can't wait to tell everyone that you are my mate. Alejandro whispered in my ear with his sweet voice. That made my face blush a bit. Me too. I replied with a shy smile. I fell completely into his tenderness. Really? I can't wait for your performance tonight. His words made my face instantly flush, and I was looking forward to mating with him too. Not long after, the ceremony started. My mate was on the stage with all eyes on him taking the oath, and I was sincerely proud of him. I, Alejandro Lionheart, swearing to our goddess that I will affirm and contribute myself for the sake of my pack, Alejandro shouted with all his heart and soul. Everyone listened to the oath of my beloved man. I was happy seeing him inheriting the pack. Suddenly, he looked at me with an affectionate smile. I felt my cheeks burning when his eyes met mine. His little action made the guests around me, or even further away, murmur about our bond. Someone even questioned our love while staring at me like I was garbage inside the bin. But that didn't matter now. All I could see and hear right now was my one and only man, the lover of my life. Just like that, I ignored the people around me as I heard Alejandro speak again, and today, I want to introduce to all of you, my beloved woman, my mate. I was shaking in excitement. I knew my name would now be called in front of all the people out there. But as if every story needed conflict in order to rise, something I never imagined happened right before my eyes. Just like that, my happiness ended in the blink of an eye. The words of Alejandro were cut off, a moaning sound dominated the music. I threw my gaze at the screen in front of where the source of that sound was coming from. Harder. Harder. Fuck me. Alejandro. Only to have my eyes widen in disbelief and shock, seeing a video flashed on the screen. My mate was having sex with another woman. Here's POV. Harder. Harder. Fuck me. Alejandro. My mate, Alejandro, who was fully naked on the bed. Underneath him was a familiar face. No, in fact, she was so familiar that I knew her full well. After all, she was my best friend, Claire. Or at least, that was what I thought about her. Alejandro. It's great. I'm coming. Ah. Ah. Claire moaned loudly as she wrapped her arms around Alejandro's body, seemingly weakened by her deed. Ah. You're mine. Alejandro snarled. Mine, it's a word only used between meat. But he said it to another woman in bed. I felt my heart being hammered into pieces. Even my wolf growled in pain. Ooh, ooh, ooh. My wolf appeared on her own for the first time without a summons, and she kept whimpering. My wolf appeared on her own for the first time without a summons, and she kept whimpering. But there was nothing I could do. I felt myself lost in the void. My hands then began to sweat, shaking uncontrollably with the passing seconds. I clenched my hands tightly to stop them from shaking. My tears suddenly streamed down. How poor. Some sent me pitiful gazes. But most of them gave me gazes of contempt, covering their mouths as they laughed secretly. Poor what? It's all her own stupidity. Ha ha. Different voices entered my ears. The previous murmurs became louder and louder until I could not bear to hear them anymore. How dare they? I'll kill them. Harsha, my wolf, wanted to roar inside me and destroy everything in her path. But I put her at bay and chose to calm down despite watching the betrayal of the two people I trusted the most. Harsha. Calm down. Trust me, I can handle it. I don't want to perform out-of-control crazy women in public. Meanwhile, Alejandro hurried his way to cut the video off. He hurried through the crowd toward me, just as he had just rushed to save me. But now, that was all irony, and I, just became a joker. Here, let me explain. His voice buzzed inside my mind. He kept his eyes on me but I couldn't stand it anymore. I could not speak. Yeah. I shouldn't have sentenced him to death without a trial, I should have listened to his explanation. Okay, go ahead and explain. I'll listen, everyone will listen. It's not what you see, here. Everything is. He simply could not find an excuse, just stammered and kept stammering. Hey, how ridiculous, the man I love is such a cowardly person. He is not worthy of my love. Sense. Just as I was about to interrupt him, a female voice shouted out even louder than I did, and the entire venue could hear it. Harry, you need to stop pushing him. If you want to vent, come at me. I love him. I love him more than you do. Claire stood up and defiantly yelled at me as if I was the one who wasn't supposed to be here. Ha, what deep love. as if they were the mate appointed by the goddess and it was my presence that disrupted it all and I was the one who was superfluous. Yeah, don't force Alpha Alejandro, isn't it good to let the ceremony continue first? The crowd also began to accuse me. What a wild girl who doesn't know how to be polite. How much more humiliating have I heard in the past 3 years? Now I can't help but think, why do I have to suffer all this? Why do I have to hide my identity and put up with these people's unjustified accusations? Shut up! A male voice shouted out at the same time as I did, Alejandro. What is he doing? Protecting me? Showing how much he loves me here at this time? But he brought all this shame on me, didn't he? This time I was no longer moved by this cheap defense. I stared at him as coldly as I could, feeling that my heart was about to explode at any given time. Sigh. Harsha, I've decided that I'm going to reject him here, I informed my wolf calmly, and for the first time, I didn't intend to discuss it with her and took the decision without permission. Of course. I've disconnected from Agaru. We reject them now. Apparently, she made the same decision as I did. Instead of talking anything, I stood and walked toward the stage. Harder. Harder. Alejandro. I went to play the sex video again, surprising the entire crowd the next instant. Is she out of her mind? I think she is. She actually turned on the sex video of her partner with another woman again. With the sound of sex on, I saw Alejandro's and Claire's miserable pale faces. Yes, this is what I want. You see, I don't even need to say anything. They will be ashamed of it themselves, and they know it's wrong, and it's them who should be ashamed, never me. Her. I don't know what else he was going to say, but that doesn't even matter. Ah. You're mine. With Alejandro's possessive growl in the video, I finally mustered up the courage to make the vow of rejection. I, Hermon Real, future alpha of Tyranny Pack, reject you, Alejandro Lionheart, as my mate. No. Hiri, how dare you? Alejandro ran at me in a rage, and he tried to strangle me. But soon, someone appeared to stop him. It was Tyranny's beta. Get away from her. Everyone in the room was shocked by his appearance, and of course by who I was. Is that the beta of Tyranny Pack? How did he come here? One man said. That's not the point. Didn't you hear what that woman said that? The other man heard the point. She said that she is the future heir to the Tyranny Pack. And her last name. While everyone was wondering why Beta James was here, he came to me after dropping Alejandro. He bowed 90 degrees to me. Miss, Alpha asked me to come and take you home. The private jet is ready. Me. Miss. The crowd became boisterous again, and of course, I didn't miss Alejandro's face, which was equally surprised by my status. For a good while, they couldn't find a word to say and only remained silent because until now, none of them knew about my real identity. They really didn't expect me suddenly having a great background. I just called her poor and nasty. I hope she didn't hear me. Keep your voice down. Their surprise and concern were within my expectation. I, here Montreal, was the only daughter of the former Alpha and Luna of Tyranny Pack, the real heir and the future Alpha of the Pack. Unfortunately, my parents died a long time ago after the battle against Rouges. I was supposed to manage our pack, but since I was too young at that time, it was my uncle Lucio, brother of my father, who managed our pack in my stead. If it's true, why is she here? I heard a whisper of confusion. I think I was out of my mind. When I met Alejandro from afar at the evening meal that my pack held, I fell hopelessly in love with him. In order to follow him and even fall out with my family, I have not contacted them for the past 3 years. But now, I'm going to end this mistake myself. I didn't want to waste my time any longer in that humiliating place. Alpha Alejandro, please, accept my rejection. I kept my last courtesy, now I was representing Tyranny Pack. Eerie, you. Alejandro reacted and tried to pull me back, but James didn't wait for me to make a move and tossed him aside like garbage. Accept my rejection. I aggravated my tone because if he doesn't accept, the rejection will be meaningless, and that's the most unfair part of the werewolf world. No one can unilaterally reject an alpha. No. Never. Here's POV. In the car. I didn't let Alejandro take my rejection until the end. Damn it. Harsha was angry too. Forget it, at least we got out safely. I comforted Harsha, but I was also worried. If Alejandro kept not accepting my rejection like this, it would mean that we would only be tied together forever, and I would lose my freedom forever. There must be another way. Here, Harsha said, sensing my concern. Yes, there must be a way. Miss, we're here. The driver's voice brought me back to reality. But I was amazed the fact that this airplane looked like it wasn't just a simple one but a private one. A smile subconsciously formed on my lips as I saw the luxurious plane with my naked eyes. My uncle actually got such a luxurious private jet in order to make me look respectable. But what I didn't expect was for Uncle Lucio to come and pick me up himself. I was surprised when I saw who was together with him. How did you come to? They were my cousins, Nix, Matt, and Sandra. A warm smile appeared on my lips, happy seeing them again after a long years. I really didn't expect that they, too, would come to pick me up. Have you forgotten how to hug after not seeing each other for too long? Hi guys. I was very happy as they greeted me with their embrace as I replied them with a hello. I almost couldn't hold back my tears as I felt how they put too much care on me even though I chose another man instead of them. Okay, you guys. Let her go, she's about to lose her breath. A man's stern voice reached my ears. Dad, come and hug her too. Aren't you wishing for her to come home every day? Sandra said as she turned toward the man. That man was my uncle whom I hadn't seen for a long time. He was my father to me, but countless times he contradicted him and hurt him. Uncle. Sorry. I turned around and apologized with my head bowed as I couldn't meet him in the eye. I let the call of my heart win, that's why I've become reckless. I'm really But before I could finish my sentence, Nix tapped my shoulder and smiled at me. You don't have to say sorry. You've just tried to love. He uttered, which made the other 3 nod their head. I swallowed my saliva as I felt my throat getting dry. Uncle tapped my hand and spoke again with a gentle voice, we will always be here for you. No matter how stubborn you are. I felt my cold heart was now melting with their warmth as they gave me a group hug. Thank you. I muttered as I closed my eyes and opened my heart to feel their love. I'm really going to start my new life, the life that was meant to be mine. A little while later, the plane arrived at its destination. But not the Tyranny Pack. Is here? I couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Two airplanes were landing on both sides of the massive land area surrounded by grass plains. Not far away on the tarmac there were all kinds of planes parked, but only the common airline planes were absent. Apparently, it was all private. This guy has a loot of money. I didn't hold back from speaking out. These. I turned my head ready to ask Nix where this was, but none of them were looking at me, either reading or using the computer, as if they were the busiest people in the world. I had to talk to my wolf, trying to use my werewolf's keen senses. Harsha. Did you sense something here? Is there a strange smell? Actually, I cannot sense anything that can bother me. It's all about the smell of money here, which is really quite strange. She is so humorous. Fine. I was just curious how Uncle Lucio can afford this kind of luxurious plane. And why are we here, by the way? Maybe your uncle have a business meeting or a little trip in here. Maybe. Stop thinking, just enjoy it all. She's still so open-minded. I shrugged my shoulder and didn't agree with my wolf. I stood and followed them off the plane. In fact, I know my pack better than my wolf. Yes, I knew that the tyranny pack was powerful, but we do not promote luxury, and I was raised to be frugal, and such a scene today is a rarity. My curiosity overwhelmed me all the more. I went beside Sandra and whispered in her ears, "Sandra, how did Uncle Lucio change his spending habits? When did he get so rich?" "Kiki. This," she replied, which made me feel curious even more. Sandra. Just as she was about to tell me something, Nix called out to her, as if to stop her from telling me something. But that made me even more curious. I looked at Nix with a puzzled face, hoping he would give me an answer. But he said, "You guys go ahead and get changed, you'll know everything when you come out later," and walked off in the other way. Here, I sense a luxurious things inside. Harsha spoke within me. I looked around as I walked toward a black oak door and observed the things around me as I followed Sandra's direction. We went to the dressing room, which had a massive walked-in closet with lots of evening dresses were hung all over the place. There was also quite a few dresses with high-class design made by some popular dress designers. "Is this all ours?" Harsha spoke again as she saw how stunning was the dresses. "Ladies, please choose your evening dresses. Sir has instructed that you don't need to rush. Everyone will wait for you. No one will rush the ladies to become pretty." A woman in a professional suit with meticulously organized hair said to us respectfully with a smile. "Sir? Who's the sir? My uncle? Or cousin? When did they get rich enough to buy such high-end services?" It was all bothering me. I wanted to ask Sandra, but when I saw her changing and fixing herself, and I also had to go aside and start choosing my dress. After fixing ourselves, Sandra and I went out of the dress room. We saw Uncle Lucio and his two sons, Nix and Matt, wearing their formal tuxedos. From the hair to the leather shoes, they all looked neat and new. They looked like a person of a high status in their appearance. My gut tells me it's all very expensive. "Here, are you sure we are not wealthy? Why do Uncle and our cousins wearing this kind of clothes?" Harsha muttered. "Yeah, I had to ask. Uncle. You know. Our pack is not rich and we need more assets to earn money. You need to be thrifty sometimes. We are not a billionaire." I spoke with a little bit of frown I purposely revealed on my face. "You will be soon. However, Instead of uncle, a voice of a man coming from the door suddenly sounded. I stopped talking and looked behind me. Uncle Lucio did not move and let the man show himself. Here's POV. When I turned around, I saw an old man wearing white suit. He had a gray-white hair but did not have any old man's fatigue, but was very hale and hearty. Behind him was a man in late 30s wearing a black suit. I looked at them carefully, recalling if I had ever seen one of them in the past. But even in the edge of my reminiscence, I never recalled any of them. Harsha, we haven't seen them, have we? I tried to get my wolf to help me remember. No, I promise. But the smell of this old gentleman is so familiar. Indeed, the smell of this old gentleman gave me an overwhelming sense of comfort. There was a strange familiarity to it, where I had smelled this smell before. While thinking about the identity of the two, I heard Nix, Matt and Sandra, even Uncle Lucio greeted the old man with respect. Good evening. I felt surprised, but it's not the end of that. I also saw the servants around us bowed their head and greeted, "Good evening, sir." I felt my cheeks burning in shame because I was the only one who did not greeted the old man. That said, I forced out a smile and hesitantly stood firmly and said, "Yes, sir, good evening." But instead of a response, the old man moved forward and held my arms gently. I felt his hand shaking as he looked at my eyes. His hands were cold and I knew he was so excited seeing me. But why? I should have picked you up at the airport, damn Ansel. Ansel? Isn't that the current Alpha King? How could he say that about Alpha King in public? I couldn't help but remind him that. "Sir, you shouldn't talk about Alpha King like that. You'll get yourself into trouble." But the old man didn't seem to care about that, he just laughed. "Ha ha ha. That's funny of you, little girl." The old man couldn't restrain himself from laughter as he heard my whisper, even though it was too faint. It looked like he ignored what I just said a moment ago, which was also my relief. Since he didn't look mad toward my attitude, I thickened my face to ask him something. Sir? Do I know you before?" Alcaran, the old man, smiled briefly toward my question. "Why?" But before he could reply, the man behind him suddenly talked to him with a whisper. "Sir, the time is up. Actually, it is. It's been over 30 minutes. He seemed like reminding the old man that there was a guest waiting for him for several minutes now. Alcaran suddenly smiled at me before he turned around and took a step forward. But he halted after a single step as he spoke again. "Well, here, you come with me. He knows my name." Harsha, but by this time my wolf was completely immersed in the comforting smell of this old gentleman. I was surprised when he suddenly called out my name. But I felt more surprised when he suddenly invited me to come with him. Subconsciously, I looked behind to see and hear the opinions of my family, only to see them smiling at me. Uncle Lucio waved his hand telling that he would follow along us. Aside Uncle Lucio, the servants led my 3 cousins toward the same direction where I was heading. When I saw them behind me, I put away my reluctance and followed the old man to where he wanted to bring us. We entered a massive dim room with plenty of colorful lights flickering the area. The crowd were talking with each other, taking their drinks and wine. I felt the same atmosphere when I was in the succession of Alejandro this morning. I couldn't resist the feeling of nervousness as I headed toward the stage. I was brought in the center of the stage where the spotlight made me the apple of the eyes for everyone in the area. I couldn't help but think of the humiliating scene this morning and kept trying to find my family. My nervousness got the better part of me as my hands kept shaking. But the old man beside me seemed to read my mind and took my hand in his, and miraculously my heart immediately settled and I didn't feel nervous at all. And then the old man who led me suddenly spoke beside me. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to this impromptu party and for being so respectful of me as an old man." Just a casual remark like that made the guests on stage laugh. He went on to say that aside, I will cut the chase and introduce the heroes of tonight's bar mitzvah to all of you. The old man smiled gently at the crowd to see their reactions before he shifted his gaze to me. No other than my only granddaughter, Hermone Rayao. As the old man pronounced my name, I was really taken aback. No, I felt beyond that. Surprise and confusion blended together and took over my heart. He was calling me his granddaughter? I looked around and everyone on the stage was just as shocked as I was. I could tell that none of them expected this sudden news. "So, this is Miss Vermont's daughter, how pretty. Time really flies. Miss Vermont's daughter is now an adult." She looked like Miss Vermont. The guests couldn't stop talking about me, and I couldn't understand a word they were saying. But I knew about Vermont. It was the last name of the richest family in the world. The family's business was so extensive that it covered every lucrative industry in the world: energy, finance, even media and fashion. But does that have anything to do with me? I was in the midst of this thought, but before I could go on further with my thoughts, the old man who introduced himself as my grandpa spoke again, which was much unrealistic than before. "Now, I officially announce that Hermone Rayao will be the sole heir to all the property in my name. Here's POV." As everyone cheered, I kept sorting out the information I had just heard. It finally dawned on me. This old man was actually the father of my mother, my grandfather. I never expected that my mother's last name was Vermont, a family known for being famous and one of the richest families in the world. It's no wonder we find this smell familiar. It turns out to be the smell of Mom. Harsha said sentimentally. "Well, my mother has been passed away for a long time, and I had always thought that she had completely disappeared. But now, I seem to smell my mom's scent again from this old man." Mr. Alcaron Vermont's mate died early of illness and he only had one child, my mom, who broke off her relationship with him for the sake of her love. After the departure of his daughter, many believed that Mr. Alcaron Vermont would marry again and birth a new heir. There were also women who longed for that person to be themselves. After all, it was the Vermont family. But since then, Mr. Alcaron has been living alone, without even a scandal, devoting all his time to his work. And gradually from a billionaire to the world's richest man. And just now, I, Hermone Rayao, became the sole heir to this huge fortune. Harsha, shouldn't we reject this fortune? It's not. I was planning how to refuse this fortune that shouldn't be mine, but Grandpa wasn't even giving me the time. "Honey, say something," he said, looking at me with such spoil and encouragement in his eyes that I couldn't resist them. "I think my mother is really like her father, and I am like my mother. Grandpa may be missing his only child through me, and I want to find the scent of my mother in him too." I looked at my uncle and cousin who were smiling at me from the stage, and Sandra who was excited from the sidelines. They nodded to me as if to tell me that it was real and not a prank or a dream. "Here, accept it." We shouldn't disappoint and break the hearts of our families who love us. Harsha said. Right, we are a family, blood relatives, and I have no right to deny the love from my family. It was almost the purest love in the world. I took the microphone from my grandfather and held it to my lips. My hands were still shaking as I held it. I looked around wearing a smile as I spoke on the crowd. Thank you everyone for this night that I have every one of you for my bar mitzvah, and thank you for remembering my mother. I will study hard and be a good successor. Clap. Clap. There was a burst of applause from the stage, and some others were red-eyed. My grandfather, who was on the sidelines, put his hand on my shoulder and looked at me with relief. Good luck, Miss Monreal. We are always here to support you, Miss Here. We are happy to meeting you, Ms. Monreal. I couldn't believe that tonight, I was here gathering the love and support of this people, cheering me with their bounty applause and not a humiliation. The party went into free time and everyone came around and was curious about me. Grandpa tried to fend it off for me, but I refused. I enjoyed interacting with everyone and it was my place to do so. Miss Monreal, why did you show yourself just now? I had been in my father's pack before and rarely came back. Miss Monreal, have you met your mate already? This question stung me. I don't know how to answer it. Mom. This is privacy. How can you ask? It was just as well that the lady's daughter defended me. It's okay, I said, looking thankfully at the young girl. But it reminded me that Alejandro hadn't accepted my refusal. Damn it. How dare they come? Suddenly, Harsha shouted in my head. When I saw Alejandro show up with his family, I understood Harsha's anger. But I was still curious as to why they were here. It is not hard to understand, the Vermont family has not held a party for a long time, and to get into such a party is undoubtedly what everyone is most eager for. It would be a chance to find the best mates for their children, even if it was just to meet some wealthy businessman. It would be a chance to change their fortunes. I didn't really want to see that family right now, nor did I want to argue with someone at the bar mitzvah my grandfather had prepared for me. But Alejandro's sister saw me. I told you, brother, Hiri is a gold digger, that's why she was so eager to reject you at the ceremony. Yuri Lionheart looked at me mockingly. I was furious at their shamelessness. She seemed to have forgotten that it was her brother who had betrayed me. Alejandro saw me too, and his eyes once again turned to shock, and soon, to pain, as he pulled me aside. Why are you here? Here? Did you know that I was looking for you? He grabbed me and asked, staring at me directly. I could hear the surprise he felt from the tone of his voice. Mr. Alejandro, what do you want from me? I asked coldly. And then he replied, daring to even hold my hand, here, Claire and I don't have any relationship. It was an accident. That bitch set me up. Please believe in me. Hey, that's the excuse he's been thinking about all day. But I don't care anymore. If you want me to believe that, then accept my rejection. Now. Everyone looked at us as I spoke, noticeably surprised about the matter. They understood something from our conversation and supported me in droves. You jerk. Keep away from Miss Monreal. It's true. She rejected you, so you must stay away from her. Are you out of your mind? Get out of here. Some even wanted to rush up and expel him. They scolded Alejandro and he felt the same feeling of unpleasantness that I felt before. But instead of walking out, he held my arms and spoke. No. I will never accept that because I'm telling the truth, we don't have any relationship. I didn't betray you. I am the best choice for you, he insisted, but with his words, I knew he was unreasonable for not accepting my rejection. How dare he? Harsha growls and wants to rush out and rip him apart, and so do I, but not now. I can't ruin this beautiful party because of this asshole. And seeing as he wasn't about to take our rejection, I wasn't going to waste any more time. I wanted to walk out to get away from him. But he tried to hold me tightly and tried to mess me up. No. Here. Please, he continued, which made me feel more annoyed. Let me go, Alejandro. We are done with each other. I retorted coldly as I tried my best to give him the fiercest of my glare. I wanted to get out from the crowd so no one would see this embarrassing scene in my mitzvah. But every time I tried to make a steps away, Alejandro held me tighter. No. You will never get away from me. Alejandro. I'm warning you, stop this. But instead, he grabbed my arms with his strength that caused some red marks on my skin. It hurts. I growled, almost tearing up. I know here. But I don't want to lose you. Alejandro growled back, his tone stubborn. His hand clenched around my arm and it was getting stronger. As much as I wanted to free myself from him, I was helpless to say anything. Between us, he was much stronger than I was, so I did not have the strength to retaliate. Let me go. I said, no. Here, no. Because of that, I wanted to scream and intended to use my wolf to free myself. But before could I open my mouth again, a low manly voice suddenly sounded from gate. She said, let her go, are you deaf? Here's POV. Everyone looked at the door where the source of that new voice came from. I took advantage of Alejandro's daze to shake off his grip and immediately, I put a distance away from him. Wait here. I smelled something good. When I wondered who this voice was, Harsha, my wolf, suddenly roared from the inside. I couldn't help but frown and growled back in response, enough that Harsha, Alejandro is no longer our mate. It's not Alejandro, I'm pretty sure it's not. It's different from the smell of meatloaf when we met Alejandro, it's clearly a more aromatic red wine mint. Harsha insisted, making me to think about the matter more carefully. What? My second chance? When I tried to confirm, there was a commotion at the door again. A man in black suit came walking in, his aura unfathomable. With just a glance, I could tell that he was a man of high status, probably alpha males. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on the young man. I could tell that he also had a muscular body. His tan skin made him look sexy. His hair was neatly cut as it was raven black like his eyebrows. His jaw was perfectly graven with his pointed nose and his rosy lips attracted everyone to stare on them. Harsha, does he smell familiar to you? I couldn't help but ask my wolf inwardly out of curiosity. No. But he smells so intoxicating. I feels like I'm floating in the cloud as I smell him. Do you know him? Harsha replied, her tone flirty. And I couldn't help but roll my eyes to the side, thinking how flirtatious she was. I tried my best to ignore her behavior as I replied, actually, no. But the way he dressed looks expensive. Look at his shoes. And that watch. Damn, he must be big shot somewhere. Maybe he is one of the special guests of Grandpa? I looked at them carefully while guessing his possible identity. Suddenly, everyone greeted him with their heads bent down. Long live to Alpha Prince Severus. Long live. I was stunned when I suddenly heard his identity. Without hesitation, I stood straight and bowed my head to greet him with respect. "Would you like my help, miss?" he said in a cold voice, polite but with a tone that sounded cold. Oh my God. He is so cool. I want to get out to make love with him. He is perfect to be my bedmate. What do you think? Here? Look. He is so sexy. So hot. Hey. Enough that, Harsha. Don't think about that to the prince. I tried to stop Harsha from fantasizing about unrealistic things. I was about to speak my apology, but before I could open my mouth, Alejandro from the side spoke first. "Sorry for the interruption, but she is my mate. We just had some misunderstanding earlier this day." Severus stared at him nonchalantly, but after a moment, he averted his gaze away from him and threw it back to me. It was as if he only believed in me. Let him help us. He cares so much about us. Harsha simply couldn't stop making a fancy face at the prince. But was that really okay? I was just about to speak when another voice interrupted me. Damn it. Is this family even trying to steal my right to speak? Wait. Yuri suddenly came rushing with her steps as she approached us. It was obvious with her wide movements that she squeezed out a smile that she thought was sweet and looked at the prince. "Your Royal Highness. My brother and this girl are mates. They just have a little misunderstanding. This is my brother and sister-in-law. If there is anything you want to know, you can ask me," Yuri added right away as she stared at Severus with hypocritical smile. Severus just ignored Yuri, without turning his eyes away, said in an undeniable tone. "I think I made it very clear that I was asking this lady." I saw Yuri's face immediately turn pale. Oh my God, here. He keeps looking on us. I can't wait to speak with his wolf. My wolf was ecstatic seeing the tantalizing eyes of the prince, but differently, it made me feel embarrassed and blush on it. I'm all right, thank you for relieving me. I responded awkwardly, sorry to show the prince my bad self. I couldn't ruin the bar mitzvah that my grandfather had prepared especially for me. But Yuri didn't want to let go of the opportunity to discredit me. She thought I was stealing her thunder and she tried to rush up and scratch my face. But my grandfather's beta quickly appeared to put a stop to it. "Leave. We have done a survey of all the guests and we found out that you Lionheart family did not receive any invitation, so please go out and don't disturb our party." As Beta spoke, I noticed that the Lionheart family's faces immediately turned faint. "Sorry for offending the Crown Prince. We just don't want to miss blessing Mr. Vermont." Alpha Gregor suddenly spoke as he tried to explain. But the beta did not mind it and just ignore him. He didn't even bat an eyelid and spare him a glance. "Sorry, but Mr. Vermont's order is to send you out." Beta, without looking at Alpha Gregor, replied as he lifted his arms to show the widely opened door in gesture of sending off. "But here is my son's mate and they needed to talk something," Alpha Gregor added, but before he could continue with his words. "No, I have nothing to talk to him about, we are done with it." I denied his excuse without hesitation. "I don't even want to see this family anymore. Move them away." Severus called his soldiers to carry the Lionheart family out of the party. Alejandro's family couldn't defy what the prince's command as such, as reluctant as they were, they could only grind their teeth and leave with darkened expressions. Alejandro followed his family out from the event, but before he left, he couldn't help but give me one last glance. I turned to look away as I ignored him and wished him to not bother me anymore. Here, we need to get him to accept rejection quickly so we can have a chance to be with the prince. Harsha's words were immodest, but they made sense. I couldn't be stuck as Alejandro's mate for the rest of my life, and both Harsha and I needed a new start. They were just kicked out shortly after. Mr. Alcaran and Uncle Lucio walked from the door with an older man in his late 50s. He was tall and muscular, revealing his jawline and a shaved beard as he walked. His eyes was hazel brown, matching perfectly with his shaggy dark eyebrows. Looking at his dress, he should be Alpha King. Long live to the Alpha King Ansel. Sure enough, the crowd confirmed what I thought. Grandpa and Alpha King were standing together, but like friends, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. I was still in shock that all the guests today were so distinguished when Grandpa led them towards us. "Here, come here." My thought was interrupted as I heard my grandfather calling me. "Are you okay? Did they hurt you?" Grandpa concerned me first. Until I shook my head, he was relieved to introduce me to King Ansel. "Please allow me to introduce my granddaughter, here, the star of today's party." Alpha King looked at me and laughed. "She is beautiful, like her mother," he added suddenly. I bowed my head sheepishly. He looked at Severus on the side and snickered. "Severus, I was wondering, you are always calm, why would you suddenly leave us alone to enter?" "So it was to rescue the beauty." These words made my face immediately red. I felt a strong line of sight that came from Alpha Prince Severus, and I did my best to ignore him, pretending as if nothing was going on. "My honor to meet you, Alpha King," I replied, wearing a sweet smile. "Anyway, he is Severus Abram, my only son." The king called Severus, who moved closer to me. "Nice to meet you, here." He outstretched his hand to me as he spoke. I was hesitant to hold it but still did it out of respect. But I could not deny the fact that he was more handsome and sexy now that he was right there in front of me. It almost made my wolf lose herself because of the romantic emotion she felt towards Severus at that moment. "And nice to meet you too, Prince Severus," I responded. My hands were cold as we, too, did a handshake. But my cold hands had become warm shortly after his hand touched mine. That created a big spark seemingly running in my veins like thousands of volts. Severus POV. When I saw here, I totally understand the men who are crazy for women. I could not deny how my eyes had been attracted by her beauty. Her skin was white as snow and it was in contrast to my tan color. Her breast was healthy, same as her long-legged body. Her perfect body shape could easily catch every eye who would look at it. And it was difficult to believe that she was just only 18 years old. Everything she had, I longed for it. As such, when my hand touched hers, I felt like everything was just like a dream. Her soft and candle-like fingers made me feel a spark within me, quickly scattering throughout my body. On top of that, her smell was so intoxicating, like a new bloom of rose flowers, that I found myself having difficulty of refraining from excitement. Her touch, her scent, her beauty. I didn't want to admit it, but I think I fell from her. Though I just hid that feeling from her. Meanwhile, my wolf Demos cooing inside as he sensed the wolf of here. "Arg. What do you mean, Demos? Is she my mate?" I asked my wolf. I hoped to get an affirmative answer from him. Arg, but even after I asked him, he just did the same and didn't answer me. I sighed as I ignored my wolf, keeping my gaze on Here's undying beauty. But I needed to act like a real prince in her sight. I needed to stay calm and composed. "Severus, let her hand go." It wasn't until my father called out to me through MindLink I realized I hadn't let go of her hand the whole time I was holding her hand. Her face flushed slightly and she smiled politely at me. "So, I'm sorry." To distract myself from falling too deep on her lovely face, I averted my gaze away from her and faced the two men beside her instead. "I'm Severus Abram of the Crimson Blood Pack, the son of King Ansel Abram. Nice to meet you." I greeted her Gamma Marcus and Beta Adamus. We shook hands and they were happy to see me. "Nice to meet you too." I smiled at them and everyone in the event, but my smile gradually faded when I saw her shaking hands with everyone as well. I turned around to hide the anger that suddenly wrapped me. Every time I saw another man holding Here's hand, I could not deny that they were getting on my nerve. Damn. Why the hell is it like this? Could she be my mate? Demos. She's my mate, huh? Answer me. This time I won't allow my wolf to be silent anymore. No, I can't be sure. I think I hear her wolf calling, but I can't reach her. Deimos answered me equally loudly, and it was clear that we were both remorseful about the result. It's almost certainly makes her not my mate. It's impossible to have wolves that can't contact each other between mate. She really doesn't belong with us. So if she is not our mate, stop trying to contact her wolf, it's rude. I muttered, slightly hurt by my own thoughts. No. How can they touch her hand? Stop. Suddenly, my wolf got cranky and kept shouting in my head. Demos. That's enough. I had to stop his impulse to try to rush out. We were in absolutely no position to keep anyone else from shaking hands with her. I want her wolf. She wants me too. Demos proclaimed. It's a betrayal of the goddess to claim mate at will. And it's quite rude. I growled at him so he could stop what he felt from here. Demos, you need to think about it first. I will give you some time. I locked him for a while so he would never growl again and continue to insist himself on something he wasn't sure of. After all, if this continues, I am also afraid that I will do something to betray the moon goddess. Here's POV. It was already midnight and everything was back to normal. The guests went home when the party was over. At that moment, King Ansel, Severus, my uncle, as well as Mr. Vermont, my grandfather, were all inside the conference room. But why could I feel strange every time Severus looked at me? I could see gentleness and affection in his eyes, telling vaguely that I was someone important to him. Alejandro and I were broken though. I thought that it was not the right time to find someone who could love us the same way we did. Suddenly, my thought was interrupted by the announcement of Mr. Vermont, which echoed in the room. Since we are all here, Hillary, I want you to go to school with the king and the prince in their pack. Will you do it? Mr. Vermont gently asked me. I was taken aback by the sudden words I heard from my grandfather. I really didn't have any idea why he suddenly intended me to send to the king. Say yes, Harsha shouted impatiently before I could respond. I know what you're thinking. She just wants to use this opportunity to get closer to Prince Severus. No way. But before I could ask anything in response, King Ansel stood to propose his reason. Anyway, I'm here because I plan to collaborate with Mr. Vermont for building a great werewolf academy. It can teach and train multiracial wolves who are willing to learn and empower themselves." As he said those words, he walked around us and stopped behind me. "Especially, for you, here. You can learn how to become alpha of a pack, how to manage your assets as the richest person. There is no one better to take these courses than you." Yeah, I almost forgot. I'm now the richest man and a heiress of a powerful pack, and I have more responsibilities on my shoulders. But no, honey. As a grandfather, I want you to learn how to protect yourself first. As for that knowledge, you're smart and I'm sure you can grasp it. Is that so? Mr. Vermont suddenly spoke. It turns out that being trusted unconditionally is such a happy feeling. I could not help but imagine the feeling of entering the academy packed with high-rank students coming from different backgrounds. Hillary, this is a rare opportunity. That can be the school that all people dream of. My uncle also began to persuade me. "Let's go," Harsha suddenly said in my head. And of course I knew what she wanted to do, but it was to use it to get closer to Severus. Thinking about it, I couldn't resist looking up at him, and he was looking at me too. My face instantly flushed. "Here, I'm looking forward to meeting you there. I hope you will be there to learn," Severus whispered beside me. I felt goosebumps as his warm breath touched my skin. "Now, kiss him," Harsha says again. "That's enough." "I'm not kissing him," I yelled. Everyone in the room looked at me in surprise. "Kiss him. Him." The echoes that reverberated through the venue reminded me that I shouted out my mind. Everyone heard it. Damn it. I mean. I was incoherent and tried to explain, but everyone looked at me with a smile. "It's okay, I know." Severus reassured me gently. "He knows what? He knows nothing." Author's POV. Thud. The falling objects could be heard inside Yuri's room. After they went back to their pack, Yuri could not stop doing tantrums as she got mad after being expelled from the event. "That bitch. Arg!" she screamed as she threw everything she could grab. She kept on throwing her things because she missed the event of the Vermont family. Her family also ignored what she was doing, giving her freedom of what she wanted to do. Somewhere outside Yuri's room, there Alejandro and his parents were seated. Everyone was silent until Alejandro's father, Alpha Gregor, called Alejandro. "Alejandro, let's talk." Alpha Gregor stared at Alejandro deep in the eye. With a blank expression, Alejandro silently walked toward his father who were waiting for him in the dining area. In his mind was not what his father was about to talk about with him, but here who insisted of rejecting him. Even when he sat in front of his parents, he thought nothing but here. "Alejandro, you need to fix everything between you and here. You know how much important having a Luna is." His father spoke, which catch Alejandro's attention. "I know it, father," he replied, lowering his voice. As he added, he took a deep breath and spoke, "Don't worry, I will make sure that we will be okay soon." At that moment, Yuri suddenly came rushing out of her room after hearing the words of her brother. She approached them madly as she spoke. "No. From now on, you will never be with that bitch. Can't you see? She is just a whore who goes around seducing men to gain wealth. How can she afford those kinds of expensive dresses? Huh? Didn't you see the slutty way she looked at the prince?" After hearing those humiliating words from his sister, Alejandro could not control his anger. He stood and clenched his hands into fists. His eyes turned red as he furiously slammed the table. Enough, Yuri. I don't want to hear that ill words coming from your mouth if it's all about here. Shut up your itchy mouth or else. Alejandro bellowed furiously as pointed his sharp canine teeth at her. He suddenly became terrifying as he shouted and hit the table again. And it struck everyone shocked. Alejandro did not want to shout at his sister, but for here, he could. But before he could add more words of anger, Yuri ran away back to her room with heavy footsteps, terrified as well as afraid of hearing more. Excuse me. Let me talk to her. Lunalera sighed as she stood and went to follow Yuri to her room and comfort her daughter. For a good while, there was yet again silence. Alejandro used the time to calm himself down. Alejandro, tell me directly about your relationship with Claire. Alpha Gregor broke the silence as he suddenly spoke again. Alejandro was silent again as he found it hard to reply. In the end, he sighed before he replied, Claire and I don't have any special relationship, father. So, what's the video all about? Alejandro, be honest. Alpha Gregor suddenly directs the video. Father, it's Claire who takes advantage of my weakness. I'm drunk that night. She is the one who takes the initiative. Alejandro replied. He couldn't help but clench his teeth in anger as he recalled the video. I don't care. You've already made us all the butt of everyone's mouth. You have to settle this. Alpha Gregor shook his head in disappointment and anger. He couldn't believe that his son, the future alpha of his pack, would fall to such a trick. It's just sex. Not a relationship. Alejandro retorted, insisting that he wasn't on the wrong. Sex or relationship. They are both a grave mistake for here, especially since Claire is her best friend. You know, Alejandro, that it's an adultery to have sex with someone other than your mate. You can have a million women, but you can't be found out. Don't be so stupid. Alpha Gregor argued with a slight frown, which made Alejandro think that his father was right. In the end, Alejandro could only admit it. He lowered his head as he replied, Sorry, father. I'm wrong. I gained a mistake and lost my mate. Don't just say sorry, do it. Make here come back and regain the reputation you lost. Alpha Gregor replied with a deep voice containing high authority of the Alpha. But she cut our connection. Alejandro hopelessly replied. You can go to her pack to see her. The Alpha suggested, which was agreed by Alejandro. After hearing his father's suggestions, he took his phone and tracked the location of Here's pack. He stood and fixed himself. He looked at the clock and noticed that it's already midnight. Father, I will go for now. Alejandro spoke after finding the location of his mate. He didn't wait for his father's reply as he left unhurriedly from their house. He drove his car without hesitation even though it was already late at night. While he was driving, he could not deny how much he thought about here. Alejandro, you are the reason why we lost our mate. Do everything you can do to bring her back. I miss Harsha. I miss here. I want to touch my mate. Agaru growled. He was mad at Alejandro after losing their connection with their mate. Alejandro knew how painful it was to lose someone they loved, and he thought of the things that could calm Agaru. I want her back more than you do. I will. I will bring her back. Alejandro replied, and Agaru, who barely calmed down, didn't reply anymore. Here's POV. 3 days later. The atmosphere was clear when I reached the base of Crimson Blood Pack. I felt a little bit nervous and at the same time, excitement. "Please follow me, miss here." A woman appeared in her neat clothes and greeted me with a smile. I naturally greeted back before I followed her toward a massive building. We entered the elevator and the woman set it on the highest floor. "Come on in, ma'am," the woman leading me uttered as she led me toward a certain door. "King's office," that was what was written on the exquisite wooden plaque placed on the door. That aside, 2 guards in black suits stood on each side of the door. I narrowed my eyes slightly, scanning the things around me. I took a deep breath before entering the massive room to calm my nervousness down, only to have my throat suddenly got dry as I saw Severus sitting inside. "Oh, the prince has come to welcome us, too." Harsha gets so excited just to see him. "Harsha, I'm warning you, no contacting his wolf. And no talking nonsense. At least not now. I still have a nominal mate. And I don't want to be rude again." "Got it. Damn Alejandro. Harsha wasn't wrong with that one." "Welcome to the Crimson Blood Pack here," King Ansel greeted me on my arrival. "Thank you, Your Majesty," I said politely. After I said that I also did not forget to turn my head towards Severus, and salute him. "Your Royal Highness," I nodded. "Welcome." He gave me a slight nod in return, only a short reply. Damn, his voice is so sexy. "Haha, he's been waiting for you here early in the morning." It's the first time I've seen him so nonchalant. The king chuckled, and I couldn't stop blushing at his words. "Father," the prince's cold voice stopped the king's laughter, and I wonder if it's true? Was he looking forward to my arrival? Young people are shy. "Sit down, let's sit and talk." The king offered me a seat with a gesture of his hand. "Thank you," I replied briefly and gave him a smile to hide the feeling of nervousness I currently felt. "Anyway, we already prepared everything you needed while staying here. Is there anything else you need?" King Ansel added with a warm smile. "No, I have it all," I replied. "Oh, right. You are the richest person in the world now and you should have everything. I'm the one who forgot, haha." King Ansel felt relieved by what he heard. I could tell from his eyes the care he put for my well-being. That, of course, was something I was happy with. It feels good to be cared for. "But, King Ansel, if I may, I have a favor to ask." I spoke without beating around the bush, directly in the eye. King Ansel naturally smiled at me as he replied with a warm tone, "Go ahead. Tell me what you want." "Alpha King, please allow me to take the entrance exam." I tried to explain what I wanted to say as I continued. "I want to enter the academy without special treatment." King Ansel was silent for a moment as if trying to read my thoughts before he finally replied. "You know that your grandfather is the biggest patron of this school and no one will feel that you are getting special treatment by enrolling. Without your grandfather, there wouldn't be this school. And you didn't take anyone's spot. I know, but I also know that this institute is the biggest dream of many people. I think will be unfair if I go there without any hardships." I seriously spoke and waited for the words of the king. "Ha ha ha ha, Severus, it seems you really know this little girl," the king suddenly said to Severus with a big smile. I looked at Severus, who was sitting across from me, and he looked at me with a smile in his eyes. Perhaps it was because of the puzzlement in my eyes that the king explained to me, "Before you came, Severus told me for sure that you would definitely ask to participate in the exam with everyone. He, probably knows you better than your wolf. How interesting. He actually understands me so well. In this moment, all I could see in my eyes was Severus. He still kept his gentlemanly smile, but I could see the unmistakable intimate fire in his eyes. Here. Harsha tried to speak again. Shut up. Whatever she was going to say, no. It was rude enough last time. The king stood and he took the form inside the wooden cabinet. Here is the form. You can fill it up. Anyway, the entrance exam will start 2 weeks from now. Alpha King gave me the paper as he added, the way you looked just now was so much like your parents. It's so nice that you inherited their integrity and bravery. Thank you, sweetheart. The king's eyes were red as he spoke, and looking into his eyes, I couldn't help but start to miss my parents and get red-eyed. Dad, I don't really want to be here to watch you guys hug and cry. Get down to serious matters. Severus kept his usual calm and dispelled our grief. The king blinked to gather his emotions. The exams are all on the registration form, including the written and fighting tests. And then the Alpha King added as he glanced at Severus. You can ask Severus as your trainer, especially since he is the best coach for that. I know the king's advice is my best option, but right now I need to stay away from the prince because Harsha could not help herself to fall for Severus. I don't want the situation to become awkward. What if the prince has his own mate in the future? I could not speak or even look at the king nor Severus. But in my peripheral vision, I could tell that Severus was looking at me. That made me feel a bit uneasy. I raised my head and looked at him to refuse the offer, but before I could finish my sentence. Ding! My phone suddenly rang, catching the attention of everyone there. Excuse me. I took my phone to see the one who suddenly called me, only to see Alejandro's phone number on my screen. Even though I have deleted his phone number, I can still recite it. I knitted my eyebrows the moment I saw it and, without any hesitation, I pressed the reject button. How persistent. This bastard really didn't know how to give up. Here, is there something wrong? Seeing what I had just done, Severus asked me with the concern he revealed from his eyes. Nothing. A harassing call. I'm not wrong, am I? That man? He is still bugging you? Severus responded. A deep frown appeared on his face. He looked very angry. I replied, lowering my voice. The guy who got kicked out of the party the other day? What was that all about? The king also asked me with concern. It seemed that I had to make this clear. Sorry for worrying the both of you, but he is my ex. His name is Alejandro Lionheart of Moonchaser Pack. I rejected him after knowing that he and my best friend cheated on me. But he never accepted. I replied as I explained. Oh, really sorry to hear that, honey. Is he still chasing you? The king asked. Yes, he keeps looking for me as he did not want to accept my rejection. So he's always bothering me in all ways possible from time to time. I replied. That jerk. I'll kill him. Severus slammed his hand on the table, having a hard time controlling his anger. Calm down, Severus. The king spoke up to dissuade Severus. Severus had to sit down, but it didn't take him long to look at me seriously and say, live with me and I will tutor you. Severus suddenly spoke, which made my heart beat uncontrollably wild. Live with him? How can that be? We. From the other side, the king suddenly spoke again. Yes. Here, I think Severus's plan is right. You need to live in his house to protect you from that bastard. I didn't think the king would approve of this proposal, but it's too dangerous, isn't it? I mean, for Severus, I don't know what terrible things will happen if I don't control Harsha one day. This time you must listen to me. For the first time, Severus was so sure, so determined. Well, okay then. Thank you. I finally responded after balancing the pros and cons. I knew it was hard to decide, but I needed to do everything to make Alejandro accept my rejection. Here's POV. 3 days after. At the training grounds. Hi-ah, I yelled out as I threw my last punch at the man's chest. He slid backward from the impact, his eyes widened in shock. The dust from the ground arises as he forced to maintain his balance. F to the power of CK. Taste this. Enraged, the man roared his way toward me. I strengthened my senses and my fist for his another attack. I smirked as I reacted quickly against his attack. I moved faster than he could as I ran to clash with him head-on. I dodged his furious punch by hairbreadth as I immediately did a counterattack. Before he could react on time, I already caught him off guard as I threw my knee against his chest with all the strength I put in. Thud. His poor body was centralling on the ground, ready to pass out at any time the moment he stopped rolling. I could see on his face the sufferings he had experienced from our duel. Sorry, but I won. I spoke to console him as I wiped the sweat that flowed from my temple and forehead with the back of my hands. Damn. Next time your luck will never be with you. The man snorted coldly. I knew he was upset at me during our sparring and he could not accept his loss. He was probably pissed by the fact that a woman beat him. I stood firmly as I replied to him, I'll wait for our rematch. Arg. The man annoyed to the point that he didn't want to bother himself from talking to me. He turned around and took his things before he walked away. That man aside, quite a lot of people watching our spar in the training area was looking at me with distasteful looks. None of them probably liked the result of our spar. After all, they all wanted me to be defeated so that the prince, who was training me personally all this while, wouldn't pay me any heed anymore. That was probably the reason why I received a lot of challenge for the past 3 days. Well, it wasn't like it was a bad thing. In fact, it was a good way to have fun while training myself. But how ridiculous it was that aside from girls who got mad at me since I was always with Severus, men were also jealous cause the prince taught me personally. Amazing here. For the past 3 days, you keep on increasing your strength. Gamma Elias suddenly came to greet me with him clapping his hands. I turned to look at him and there he was, smiling at me. Did you know that the one you fought against was one of the best fighter in this training class? I really think that you don't have to join the entrance exam. You are way better than the others. I appreciate your compliment, Gamma Elias. I smiled at him in response before I shook my head slowly and added, I just did my best for the match since my uncle and cousins were hands-on in teaching me. It has been a long year since I stopped doing that when I live in Savage Pack. I drank from the bottle of cold water before I continued. That aside, I still prefer to participate in the entrance exam. I started packing my things as I added, I need to change my clothes first. Please, excuse me. He smiled at me in response as I headed to my locker to get my clothes and get changed. I wore my skinny black jeans and a loose white shirt. I also tied the lace of my white rubber shoes before I took all my belongings to the locker. I smiled as I took my new phone. Severus gave it to me last day so that I wouldn't be harassed again by Alejandro. Here, I still cannot imagine that the alpha prince that I'm dreaming of is now caring deeply for us. See, he replaced her phone. As I walked my way, Harsha suddenly spoke. I sighed, hearing her talking again about such matter. Harsha, it's just a phone and maybe he is just thinking ab. I replied, but before I could finish my words. Cring. My phone suddenly rang, interrupting me for good. I immediately took the phone inside my backpack wondering who suddenly called me at that moment. Who's that? Is it Severus who's calling? Harsha suddenly asked with anticipation. I don't know. When I saw on my screen the unknown number, I did not hesitate to answer the phone call, thinking that it was Severus. Hello? Who's this? I asked the moment I answered the phone call. I didn't know why, but my heart suddenly beat wildly in excitement. Perhaps it was because of Harsha thinking so much that it was Severus who was calling. Here. But a familiar infuriating voice greeted me. A deep frown suddenly took over my face as I knew full well that it wasn't Severus who called me this time. It's Alejandro, your mate and your lover for the rest of your life. Please don't ignore me and let me talk with you. My blood suddenly boiled hot, my hands shook in sheer anger, and my dark expression overwhelmed my face. How shameful. This bastard really dared to call himself my mate and my lover? And for the rest of my life at that? Fuck. I couldn't help but utter a cursed word inwardly this time. Here. I know this is your new number, so please don't pretend that you don't know me. He kept running his mouth from the other line. But what could I do? I couldn't utter a word in response to him since my heart was being occupied with seething rage. If this went on, I might crash my new phone without me realizing it. I took a deep breath to calm my heart down as I finally replied, "Don't be trying to contact me. Unless you're ready to accept my rejection." My tone was utterly cold. I made it so that he would realize that he wasn't needed by me anymore. Are you a lich? You're disgusting me. Arg. That jerk, what's in his mind and he still keeps bothering us? Harsha growled in response to him. But I didn't wait for his reply anymore as I quickly hung up the phone call. Instead of thinking of him, I focused my attention on my way to avoid tripping. How did he get your new number? I was surprised when a voice suddenly coming. I turned to look at the source of that voice and there I saw Severus approaching me. Even me has no idea, I said. Go change the number again. Severus spoke calmly as he thought about that matter. Pardon, but please let me deal with him. You've already helped me a lot. I don't want to bother you any more than this. I replied, looking at him dead in the eye. I don't want to change my life because of him anymore. I can't keep changing my number because of him, eh? You're right. Severus replied seriously as he added, don't worry, I'll deal with him. Here's POV. No. No need to. I can handle it myself. I refused the offer of Severus. Well, it was only because I was worried for his future. He hates menacingly as if he would kill Alejandro if he did do so on impulse. This will definitely affect his candidacy for the next Alpha King. TSK. It's not a problem at all, here. He clicked his tongue as he replied, seemingly not bothered with the stuff that I was worried about. I bit my lower lip as I heard his response. Was he trying to act tough and cool now? Tap. 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 I was about to reply again in refusal when some footsteps were suddenly heard coming toward us. We immediately looked in the direction where the footsteps were coming from, only to see Beta Leo and Gamma Elias approaching us from the distance. "Oh? You both are here," Beta Leo greeted us with somewhat surprised reaction. I smiled in response and waited for them to get closer. "We almost waited for the both of you for an hour. We didn't expect that we will find you here like a lovely couple," he added, which made Severus to smile bitterly and scratch the back of his head. "You're good at joking, Beta Leo," Severus immediately added. "Thankfully, he said what I wanted to say." "Ha ha," Beta Leo only laughed dryly in response. "Here, we will go to the Human Club this night. Do you want to join us?" Gamma Elias happily said as he asked me. His words had immediately piqued my interest. I could not deny that felt a bit excited joining them to go to such a place. "Human Club? We will go there." Harsha suddenly spoke to me. I could feel her excitement just as what I was. However, I was going to go to the library. I need to look for some stuff that could unbind the mate or more than that. I was just about to reject the good offer, when suddenly, Harsha whined in my mind. It seemed like she really wanted to see what was in the club. "Please. Here. Let's go there," Harsha begged me. "Okay, fine. I'll let you in just this once," I replied as a long sigh escaped my lips. Since even Harsha begged me, and I also wanted to go there out of curiosity, I decided to accept the offer and joined in the fun too. "I'll join," I replied, sighing as I smiled. However, perhaps it was because of my excitement, but my heart beat unusually fast as I thought about entering the Human Club. "Me too," Prince Severus suddenly cut in, which made Gamma Elias and Beta Leo wear shock expressions. I could tell from their faces that they didn't expect Severus to suddenly want to come as well. I, too, was surprised by his sudden words. "Prince, are you serious?" Gamma Elias asked with doubtful expression. "But, as far as I know, you don't want to go there for fun. So why do you suddenly want to?" Beta Leo added with the same expression. "Do I still need your approval to go anywhere?" Severus glared at Beta Leo to get his agreement. "No, no, no, of course not." Beta Leo smiled bitterly as he replied and tapped Gamma Elias' shoulder. After a few minutes, I finished fixing myself. I went downstairs and I saw Gamma Elias and Beta Leo talking to themselves. There was also Severus with them. It seemed like they were waiting for me for a little while now. I carefully walked toward them. The scent of my perfume caught their attention. "Wow!" Beta Leo complimented me, but I felt a bit embarrassed about how he did it. He was wearing a simple tan shirt and jeans. He was much handsome at first sight, and I thought many women would look at him in the way how I described his appearance. "You are so gorgeous tonight, here." Gamma Elias stared at me, complimenting my new looks. He was much more handsome than Beta Leo in his looks though. He was wearing an army green shirt and jeans. Aside from being handsome, he was polite and gentle. "Thanks. Same as you both, you two looked more handsome tonight," I complimented them back. But aside from the two men, I couldn't deny that Severus attracted my eyes the most. He was wearing a white round neck shirt and black jeans. Even though I naturally saw him in that outfit, his appearance was still different every single day. Even when I put makeup on my face, the blushing of my cheeks still could be seen. I tried to pretend that I did not care about the prince. However, my face suddenly flashed redder as soon as I heard Severus' voice complimenting me. "Here, you are so beautiful, tonight." I could not look at him directly in the eye to thank him. I just nodded my head and let the time flies. "Let's go." Fortunately, Gamma Elias spoke, which saved my night. After hearing that, we went into the car and headed to the club. Many minutes later, we finally reached our destination. Outside the E-Tran store, the muscular guard secured the area. There were lots of sports cars of different brands scattered around the parking lot, a sign that the club was very popular for rich people. As we entered, the beat of music could be heard accompanied by the laughter of men and women inside. Various color of lights flickering with the rhythm of music engulfed all over the place. It revealed a lot of people dancing with the beat of music. Gamma Elias led us and seemed like he knew the place very well. We followed behind as I curiously scanned the place. "Oh, Elias, you're here again." Suddenly, a hot and sexy blonde woman appeared to block our way as she flirtatiously embraced Gamma Elias. And because Severus and I were in the back, the woman had immediately noticed us. Although she kept on staring at Severus with tempting gazes and only ignored me like I was the wind. But I could tell from her gaze that she knew Severus. "Hi, Prince. I'm Ciara." The woman walked toward Severus and outstretched her hand toward him. She kept her gaze locked on Severus, blinking her long eyelashes like a shitty whore. "Hi, nice to meet you, Ciara." Prince Severus greeted the woman politely and with a faint smile. The woman bit her lips as she shook hands with Severus. And all that scene made my blood boil for no reason. He is so gentle to everyone. We continued walking into the massive room. Many people were inside. Men and women approached us as they recognized the prince. "Nice to meet you, Prince." "Hi." "Hello." Many of them greeted the prince, especially women, and they were all greeted back politely by Severus. However, it didn't change the fact that I was really pissed for who knew what was the reason. Even with how many times I argued to myself that everything was just greetings, and everything was alright, Harsha and I felt like we're exploding from the inside. "Who are they to touch him?" Harsha kept shouting. But I knew that we were in no position to question anyone at all. I was nobody to him. "I'll go to the bar and see what drinks are available, while you guys find seats." Thinking that I would really explode from thinking too much, I excused myself and walked away from them to get some drinks. Getting my wine and turning around, I found them already seated, surrounded by people and even men trying to talk to Severus, who kept his usual polite and gentle smile. "Harsha, you see, we're not special. He treats everyone that way." I was going to use this to wake Harsha up, to make her stop dreaming of love now, and to wake myself up too. Stop fantasizing. But Harsha is an expert at avoidance, and she refused to communicate with me. I just headed to drink alone on the balcony so I would never see women flirting with the prince. I felt the cold breeze embracing my body. And every stroke of the red wine in my throat made me feel better. But someone, stupidly, always comes to interrupt my good time. "Hey beauty, First time here? Do you want a one-night stand? Get out. I answered without hesitation. Ouch, are you shy? I really like innocent virgins. He moved closer to me. I turned to look at him, but seeing disgusting smile, I was about to twist his constant arm. Two sturdy men in suits with sunglasses appeared and subdued the man without saying a word. Ah! Let me go. Who are you? The man shouted with a red face as if he was in pain from being crushed. Everyone in the club looked over, including, of course, the friends with me. I saw Severus quickly running this way, as if he was worried about me. I don't know these two men in suits either. Is the security here so timely? I was just about to take this opportunity to turn around and left, but suddenly, I heard someone else say, "Miss, I'm sorry for being late. Do I need to prepare a VIP room?" This voice. It's him. Here's POV. I immediately turned around the moment I heard the familiar voice coming behind me. But I really was taken by surprise as I saw the man who had just spoken and was now standing in front of me. "Omi. You're here." With my eyes widened seeing that man, I remarked with a pleasant tone. "Why is he here? Is my cousin here too?" I couldn't stop looking around. "What are you looking for?" Missy replied, wearing a wide smile as he stared at me. "No. Nothing. Why are you here?" I shook my head as I asked with a disbelieving smile. However, before I could get an answer, Severus suddenly came rushing toward me and blocked the man who had just arrived. He gently grabbed my hands and looked me in the eyes. His eyes carried worries deep within as he said, "Here, are you okay?" But I just ignored his worries as I sighed and replied to him, "I'm okay." Even after I told him I was fine, he still wouldn't let go of me. This goes beyond the concern of a simple friend. I pushed Severus' hands off of me as I shifted my gaze to the person who had just come before Severus. Severus, on the other hand, was noticeably displeased as I could see his eyebrows knitted in an ugly way. "Ken, long time no see." Again, I asked the man who had just arrived. A warm smile reappeared on my lips as I spoke. "Yes, you've become a beauty after 3 years of absence." Ken chuckled playfully as he spoke with a smile filled with suspicions. Ken was my cousin's friend and we grew up together. We became playmates and we were close with each other in every way. We could say that nothing could be hidden between us. If I hadn't left the pack and started to live in the Moonchaser pack, then I was certain that our relationship would only go deeper. To think that it had been 3 years since then. And now, he was growing taller and more handsome, far from his teenage appearance. "Wasn't I a beauty before?" "Huh?" I replied. And although I was smiling, one of my eyebrows was raised, making it look like I was pissed. "That's enough," Severus shouted in a deep voice, probably thinking that this conversation was too boring. "He's jealous," Harsha muttered in a low voice. "How could that be? Ha ha, yeah. Let's deal with this asshole first." Ken couldn't help but laugh dryly as he suddenly began to sweat in response to me. "You two, take him out." After he said those words, he summoned muscular bouncers with a gesture of his hand. 2 bouncers then came. You can't do this. You don't have that right." "I didn't do anything." The asshole was still shouting, unwilling to leave. "Get out." Severus, who had been silent, yelled, really pissed off. "To protect me. You, don't come back here. Also, Never show your ugly face to me, he added coldly. Without further ado, the bouncers moved right away as they grabbed the obnoxious man. After the man was taken out, Ken looked into the room and said, "Keep drinking, and get a free glass of whiskey each." The bar, which had been quiet, got noisy again. Seeing that the problem had been taken care of, Ken uttered as he tapped my shoulder, "Let's talk inside." "Sure," I said excitedly. I was just about to follow him inside, but then, "Here!" Severus suddenly called out with a severe look on his face. After a moment, he shifted his gaze away from me to give Ken a deadly stare. He didn't say anything more, but I knew that he was questioning Ken's identity. Almost instantly after he said those words, I halted my steps and turned to look at Severus. "Pardon, Mr. Prince, but I think we have some kind of misunderstanding here," I spoke to catch the attention of Severus, but it appeared like he wouldn't listen as he was still glaring at Ken. "Oh, Mr. Suarez. Good evening." Elias suddenly spoke as he smiled at Ken. Thankfully, Beta Leo and Elias came to approach us. I could tell that they wanted to appease the anger of their prince to Ken and prevent the tension go any further. That was a huge relief to me. "Hello, Mr. Suarez." Beta Leo also greeted Ken as they smiled at each other again as though they knew each other long ago and they had just met now. "Elias, did you know each other?" I asked in the tone of confusion. I wanted to confirm whether they really knew each other or not. Elias turned to look at me with somewhat jubilant expression as he spoke. "Kiki. If you don't ask, Mr. Ken Suarez is the director of this club." "Yeah, these two gentlemen are regulars here," Ken replied. "Oh, is that so?" I replied with a sweating smile. But since they were men, I could understand why was he always in this kind of place, just as he said. I shifted my gaze at Severus, but then, I could still see the anger flashing in his eyes. And seemed to increase now that the person before him wasn't just an ordinary person. "Anyway, Mr. Suarez, he is Prince Severus, the future Alpha King." Gamma Elias added as he pointed Severus with his hand. That made Ken surprised as he greeted Severus right away. He outstretched his arms towards Severus, gesturing him to do a handshake. However, the prince seemed like possessed by the devil as he did not give his hand to Ken and only stared at him coldly in the eyes. It was the very example that if looks could kill, then Ken would have been killed by now. Beta Leo tapped the shoulder of the prince and he muttered, "Prince, please calm yourself. He is the director of this club and he is a good guy. Also, here knows him well." Still, Severus was looking at Ken with deadly stares. Although right now, he agreed to touch Ken's hand. "Nice to meet you, Prince." Ken politely greeted the prince. The smile on his lips was a kind of somewhat forceful and a bitter one. Not only that, what he received in response was just brief smile that didn't even last a second. The prince immediately retracted his hand as he didn't even get a reply. "Not even if she knows you, where are you taking her?" "She has to be with me," Severus said seriously. Ken could only smile bitterly as he scratched the back of his head. Knowing Ken, I could easily tell that he felt a bit embarrassed about that. So, not trying to change the subject to ease his embarrassment, he added, "Sure, I prepared a VIP room for all of you guys. That way, no one will disturb your good night anymore." "Oh, VIP room?" Gamma Elias happily responded. Other than Severus, all the of us felt the same way as he did. "Okay, Please follow me, Ken added, and he led us where the massive and luxurious room was located. We entered the place and I was amazed by the fact that the room was really a high-end luxury. The luminous lights surrounded the entire room, revealing a golden ceiling and jewels embedded on the wall. I could also see astonishing hyper-realistic portraits painted by famous artists. Turning around, I caught sight of high-class drinks that fabled to have cured any kind of illness displayed in the massive glass door fridge. There was also this kind of drinks that said to have the ability to make anyone who drink it be filled with vigor and turned back to their prime days. Of course, I was only told about it just now by Ken, who tours us around the place. Isn't his room never open to the public? Rumor has it that this is the exclusive lounge of the owner of this bar. Looks like it's because the prince is here, haha. Gamma Elias could not help but gasped out his disbelief. Is that so? So would it be rude for us to go in? I was about to say when Ken gave us a big smile. He said, yeah, this room is reserved for. He took a moment of pause to look at me as he finally continued, for the owner of this bar, Madame Hermone Rayao. Here's POV. What did you say? I'm the owner of this club? I was shocked upon hearing those words from Ken. Yes, here. You are not mistaken, Ken replied, and I suddenly thought about the establishments that my grandfather bought in the human world. He did that so I could use them as my training facilities for performing my operational skill. And I knew that there were a lot of properties listed in my name cause I have a list of them in my computer files. However, because there were so many of them, I did not have any time to read them all. Wow, what a coincidence, I muttered as I gave Ken a look of pleasant surprise. I wish I'm in your position. Gamma Elias spoke with a joking tone as he smiled at me. But although it was just a joke, in my thought, I believe that almost everyone would wish to be a Vermonter. After all, being a billionaire was something of everyone's dreams. I just happened to achieve it without doing anything great. Cuckoo, me too. But I know we can't be like you even if the world goes upside down. Beta Leo chuckled. I simply smiled at his joke in response. Anyway, can I have a sideline job at one of your properties? Beta Leo added, which made everyone laugh except Severus, who was still glaring at Ken. Harsha, what's wrong with him? I wanted to let my wolf try to feel it. He wants to kill someone. Harsha always surprises me. Ken felt awkward at the sight of Severus. To remove the tension between them, he managed to call the bartender to have some drinks. Cleo, make us 4 fine men drinks. But please make 1 glass of less alcohol and put in lots of ice. And please add a scoop of honeydew for my baby. That is for Miss Hillary. I was a little bit surprised when I heard Ken. I could not imagine that for almost long years that we were not together, he still remembered what I wanted for drinks. Even our call sign was still in his mind. I can't believe you remembered. This familiarity made me feel so safe that I wanted to be closer to him. I had so much to tell him. But suddenly, Harsha reminded me, I suggest you don't get any closer. I understood what she meant, and I turned my head to see a dark-faced Severus, whose eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Severus POV. Hillary, who gave him permission to call her that? How did he know about her eating habits? The woman actually wanted to get closer to him. Should she simply sit on his lap? Who was this person? Deimos kept ranting in my head. Hell, I wanted to know more. Elias, I'll give you 10 seconds to figure out who this fucking man is. I ordered Elias via Mind Link. Mr. Suarez, can I ask something? Elias asked quickly. What's that? That man asked, wondering. What is your relationship with Miss Monreal? It seems to me that you two are quite close. Elias replied with an uncertain tone and looked carefully at me. It made Ken smile, but suddenly, he answered first. Ken and I were good friends and we grew up together. That's all. After she finished, Elias looked at me as if asking me if his life was saved. How funny. Friends? What kind of friend would be so close? How come I don't have friends like that? No. I don't believe it. Sure enough, Demos was thinking the same thing as me. Ask him why he's here. I played with my fingers as I continued to command Elias through MindLink. I had to get all the information I could about this man. Speaking of which, Ken, why are you here? Elias asked. I applied to my uncle and he approved me to help Hillary run the properties that Mr. Vermont gave to you. And aside from this club, I can help Hillary run some of her properties in the city. The answer he gave made her very excited. So we can be together again? She asked, wide-eyed and surprised. She wants to be with him that much? She was so reluctant when she was asked to live with me. That's right. We can be together in everything, that man responded as he took a glass of drink and gave it to her. Together? I knew it. He is not pure in his purpose. Demos thought the same as I did. That's good. Thank you. Here was about to take that drink and saw that their fingers were about to touch. No way. Clang. I stood up immediately and touched her hand that was ready to receive the wine. The wine spilled all over her clothes. Nice, she can't drink the wine prepared by that man. At the same time, that fucking man, who was indignant about the occurrence, stood furiously as he turned to face me. Hey, man. Are you out of your mind? He growled at me, his eyes shifting to that of a wolf. Hey, comparing whose wolf is stronger? I've never lost yet. Demos. Here's POV. 3 days later. 6 in the morning and the cold breeze touched my fair skin. Beta Leo and I went to the library downtown where thousands of books could be read freely. Ever since the fight, I've been avoiding Severus every day, and when I see him, I pretend I don't see him. Of course, he has been ignoring me too. We entered the massive room and I felt dizzy at the number of books that were organized neatly around the library. How can I find a book with magic in this kind of library? I thought as I walked in the middle of the massive bookshelves. I looked at every book and I saw some of them didn't have titles or labels. Sigh. Maybe one of these books provides what I need. I added and immediately took one of them. However, the content of the book was all about how to use black magic and not how to unbound a mate. However, another time was wasted. It is not surprising that the unilateral release of mate bond is unreasonable, and the older generation saw this as a betrayal of the moon goddess. Arg. I slammed my voice as I slapped my forehead with my palm. Don't worry. Maybe there's more on the other site. We can find it next time. Beta Leo tapped my back as he spoke. Hope it is so. I lowered my voice and hoped that he was right. I stood and took all my things and he followed me out. We went to the training ground. I went to the dressing room to change clothes. I put my bag on the bench to prepare my clothes to wear. When I opened it, I saw my phone had a lot of messages. Let's talk, here. Give me a chance, here. I love you. It's true. I felt annoyed when Alejandro's messages appeared on my home screen. When on earth will Alejandro stop making those shitty pleads? He is getting on my nerves right now. Harsha spoke within me as she felt my anger trying to invade my day. Sigh. I muttered as I ignored his message. Suddenly, other messages popped out. I knitted my eyebrows as I saw a group of girls messaging me. Do you know anything about the medical checkup today? You are with Prince every day. Do you know the purpose of the medical checkup? They also included a list of medical checkups in the text message, and a conspicuous blood test at the bottom of the form caught my attention. This is. Harsha also sensed the oddity. It's to detect black magic, I replied. A while later, I immediately arrived at the meeting place. We were on the training ground waiting for the medical examination. Everyone were discussing with each other about the test that would happen later. Miss here, please follow me. A security guard of the training ground approached and spoke to me. Why do I need a separate test? I had no idea why he suddenly called me, but since I didn't feel any ill intent, and I was a bit curious as well, I decided to follow behind him. We headed to a certain room. Please come in. He assisted me toward that certain room, but I was a little bit surprised when I saw Severus, who was there inside, standing beside the huge medical equipment. This machine makes me more sure that this is the machine to detect black magic. As I entered, the guard locked the door. I stood there in the middle of the room as I felt a little bit nervous. Furthermore, the cold expression of Severus made the atmosphere more tense and heavy. I kept my silence and stared back at him, trying my best to act calm and serious. But he just looked at me coldly, with suspicion in his eyes. Is he accusing me for using black magic? That's why I'm here in this secret room? I thought angrily as I rolled my eyes. Just because I quarreled with him? He is going to use his status as a prince to threaten me? Sit down. His cold voice suddenly rung out, interrupting me from my deep thought. I obeyed what he asked me to do as I sat at the couch nearby. Without speaking any more word, he immediately grabbed my right arm and took blood from my veins using a syringe. Ouch! I wanted to clench my hand to resist myself from pain, but Severus glared at me and exclaimed, "Don't move or else, things will get worse." His cold voice made me feel helpless. I felt like tearing up as I thought about my current situation. Why was this guy acting this coldly now? It was as if he didn't know me in the first place, as he was treating me like a stranger. No, I even felt like he was treating me like a criminal, the person who really used black magic. Arg. After a moment, he was done collecting my blood. I growled in pain as he pulled out syringe off of me. And accompanied by this was pain. My tears then started falling. It wasn't because of pain, but because of the way how Severus treated me. I just couldn't resist. I clenched my teeth again as I growled at him, "You're doubting me?" But Severus didn't speak a single word as he completely ignored me and walked toward the machine to transfer my blood. He looked at my blood flowing toward the machine. I let my tears flow and I waited for the result of this stupidity. I'm just verifying my suspicions. Look at this. Severus faced me and he displayed the result of the blood test. I was shocked as I saw lots of data comes out the screen. What is that? I asked, wondering as I kept on analyzing the data, even it was hard to understand. Severus sat on the chair and he explained it to me, everything in the screen. Can't understand it? He asked me with a mocking tone. I really couldn't understand it and didn't know how to answer. He suddenly interrupted me. This data showed that your blood has black magic. He replied seriously. What? How? How is this possible? Here's POV. What? This is not true. I don't even used black magic ever since. I retorted, defending myself from him. My wolf was also angry as she heard that we're accusing for something that prohibited. The data and this machine did not tell a lie, here. Severus coldly spoke and his eyes were kept on staring at me. I felt I'm going in trouble cause of that. I knew even I put much effort defending myself, this machine tell accuracy than my words for Severus. Then I said helplessly and I sobbed in his front. I'm the only one who can help you, he said seriously. What do you mean? He believed in me, didn't he? That's why he said he would help me find the truth. Be my mate, as soon as possible. He responded, which made me to knit my eyebrows toward his words. What? Are you threatening me to sleep with you in exchange of hiding the result? Are you this desperate? I slammed my voice and ran quickly toward the door. I did not want to hear his words anymore. Is this how he humiliated me when he said he would help me? He still treats me like a whore. Wait. Severus immediately followed me and grabbed my body from behind as I reached the door. I could not move cause his arms crossed in my body. Calm down, he added, and I felt his warm breath in my earlobe. Let me go, I shouted, but he just tightened his arms and he suddenly spoke again. This is the only way to undo the spell someone has put on you. I halted my movement as I felt frightened toward his words. I faced him and listened to him. My breath was gasping, but I needed to calm myself to understand what he wanted to say. We need to cast the black magic that Alejandro put into you, he added, which made me to feel shock. Alejandro? He did a spell? I asked. Yes. And it caused a false bond between you, he responded, and it caused me a sudden disturbance. False? My mate bond with Alejandro was a fake? How is this possible? Harsha clearly confirmed all this. Harsha, what is going on? I called out loudly to my wolf, this can never be. How could I accept such a fact? All the love I had with Alejandro for the past 3 years was from this false magic? Wouldn't my 3 years have been meaningless, being played like a fool? Here, I don't know who's setting us up. But what he said is true. He is our real mate. Harsha answered me as if she couldn't believe this either, stammering. But I wanted to continue to ask Severus to confirm that the first time I saw Alejandro, I couldn't help falling in love with him. Was it also because of this damn magic? Is it possible that Alejandro doesn't know about it either? Then Alejandro's mate. Could it be? However, instead of talking back, Severus stared at me and slowly touched my cheek. What are you doing? I asked innocently as he kept on moving closer to me. But he kept his eyes at me and I felt he was my real mate. Cause Harsha felt something different from his wolf. Never mind that, you can also feel that we are the mate. Severus muttered and he suddenly pulled me closer to him. I could not move as he started kissing me, his tongue trying to sip mine. His fingers were also moving toward my back and he pulled the zipper down. Let me help you, okay? I'm here to help you undo this damn spell," he said as he reached into my shirt and gently stroked me. He moaned as he doing it so. I closed my eyes and I felt his wolf. And I was really seduced by his movement. His body heat burned my heart. He was good on what he doing at me. However, when I let his wolf meet my harsha, I suddenly felt their aggressiveness and his wolf wanted to give me a mark. Here, his wolf is so big, he's trying to mark us. I stretched my arms and pushed him away. "No," I shouted out, Severus POV. When he pushed me, I felt her incomparable strength. And I could not deny that her action hurt me. But the things that hurt me the most was the thought that he was still doubting toward me even I did this test to help her. "Why? Do you still love him?" I asked. She raised her head and stared at me slowly. I saw in her eyes the uncertainties that she still have in her mind. And no. Not even a little. She replied quickly. I knew in her voice, she have something that she wanted to say. "So let me mark you," I said directly, but she just shook her head. "Not now," she briefly responded, which made me to wonder why. "I don't want to have mate for now and I don't want to have a commitment to other," she added. "But you are my mate," I uttered, hoping that she would accept my mark. But the truth about black magic isn't clear yet, is it? Her eyes were still full of distrust. Sure enough, she didn't believe that bastard Alejandro would do such a thing. She'd rather believe the man who betrayed her. "Mark her now," Demos shouted in my head. My wolf and I lost our minds at the same time, and I stepped forward to hold her arms, shouting uncontrollably. "You still believe him? You believe that bastard?" I can't imagine why she keeps running away from my proximity. She doesn't want me. She couldn't answer me at all. "Be my Luna and we can go find the truth together, okay?" I couldn't control my desire to be possessive. No alpha could accept another man in their mate's mind. I had to establish our relationship as soon as possible. "Pardon. But if I accept your mark and become your Luna, I will lost my freedom to everything around me. Please understand it. Just give me a little more time," she answered. "Here you go again. What time do you want? I've proven to you. I'm the one who is entitled to have you mate." I haven't rested for days for this answer, but all I got was her rejection, which I don't understand. But there's no proof of all this yet, is there? Maybe. Sure enough. She's still defending that bastard at all. Maybe what? Maybe you're still planning to get together with that bastard. I finally lost control. "Ah, that hurts. You let me go," she cried out softly in pain, and only then did I notice how hard my hands were gripping her. But I couldn't let her go. I had a feeling that if I let her go this time, I would lose her forever. "There's no way I'm letting you go, you're mine." With that, I pinned her to the wall and kissed her. My tongue attacked her mouth, our teeth met, and she kept struggling as I kept attacking. "You're mine. Mine." I held her lips and kept murmuring, as if she belonged to me as long as that was the case. Hissed defenselessly, she bit my tongue before I had to let her go. She quickly ran to the door. But the door had long been locked, and she definitely couldn't get out. Open the door. I could see that she was very angry, but this time I wasn't going to let her have her way. "Forget about it, today you must belong to me," I said as I moved closer to her. All the self-control and gentlemanly manners that I was once proud of were gone. I was now a wolf. Phew. She suddenly crouched down and passed under me and walked over to the apparatus, and I suddenly realized what she was going to do. Damn it. Don't come any closer. Or I'll die right here. She picked up the pointer on the table and aimed it at her artery. Damn it. Who taught her biology? She actually gave up her life to resist me. Alejandro POV. Arg. This time, I felt a different pain inside me. I felt my heart breaking into pieces. I could not imagine the pain that now invading my entire body. What happening on us? My wolf cow growled as he felt pain too. I don't know. Am my body getting weak? I exclaimed. My hands were shaking and my knees getting weaker. Harsha. Harsha have a new wolf. Gao growled as he felt our mate have another. How can we get her back? There's so many people inside Severus' pack. I can't talk to her. I asked, worrying while I grabbed my chest cause of this disturbing pain. What will we do? I felt my connection between Harsha getting weaker. Gao growled and I felt his pain, same as what I felt right now. I was worried, but I needed to bear this pain till I meet again my mate. Here's POV. What did you say? My uncle's shocked voice came over the phone, and his reaction was within my preconceptions. The first thing I did after Severus told me to leave was to call and tell my uncle about that thing. Maybe they can help me, or confirm my opinion. Uncle. As I spoke, there was a thing that still bothered me. Is that true? How dare that damned motherfucker Alejandro put black magic on you? My uncle growled as he got mad about my news. I haven't told him that Severus is going to force mark me yet. Calm down, uncle, I said as I thought about the past I had together with Alejandro. How can I calm down if you are in this situation? He angrily spoke and I thought my eardrum would tear apart caused of his loud voice. Don't worry, Prince Severus will protect you. I'll handle Alejandro, he added. I didn't dare tell him about my conflict with Severus or that I hadn't gone back to his house today. But that doesn't matter now. Uncle. I don't think he did it, even though we're separated now, but I'm pretty sure about my feeling toward him as I saw him first. I loved him the most and give everything to make him happy. And I give up myself to become his Luna in the future. I explained, and I really felt something painful as I recalled my memories with Alejandro. These can't be fake, right? So what do you mean? My uncle asked, lowering his voice as he calmed down. Uncle, believe me. My gut tells me that he didn't do it. I will talk to him, I said with certainty. Good. You are an opinionated girl, I will help you investigate, you must be careful yourself. My uncle suggested before he hung up the phone. I know, Grandpa's bodyguards are protecting me, aren't they? I was cheerful that my family trusted me so much. As Uncle Lucio cut our line, I lay in my bed thinking about the things I said to my uncle recently. I could not help myself but think about Alejandro. Harsha. Do you think our feelings toward Alejandro are real? I asked my wolf because she has a strong sense than me in terms of a mate. Like you here, I feel the same way. I feel from his wolf and I really felt he is our mate. And I definitely feel pain as he betrayed us. But for me, it is not a matter if he is our real mate or not, it is just a feeling, right? I need to talk to him seriously about us, I suggested as I heard Harsha's point. I took my phone to the table beside my bed and I dialed the number of Alejandro. My heart beat so fast because I needed to meet the man who hurt my feeling. And I did not expect that he would answer me quickly. "Alejandro, can we meet up tomorrow?" I spoke coldly, hiding my feelings toward him. "Here. Thanks, goddess, you call me at last. Yes. I want to meet you." I heard Alejandro's voice and I felt the joy from the tone of his voice as I called him. But there's something in his voice that felt different than before. "This is not the right time to be joyful. See you tomorrow in the Human Cafe. I will text you the address. Bye." I hung up the phone without even listening to his reply. I hoped that he would come to meet me. I held my phone tightly as thought about him. I hope this has nothing to do with him. In the next day. It was 7 in the afternoon when I went to the Human coffee shop. As I entered, I saw Alejandro sitting on the last row of the coffee table. He wearing a black polo shirt and black jeans. He was still handsome, but I needed to ignore what I saw from him. Harsha, I just see him and remember those days when I was in love with him, and I really can't accept that it was all fake. I tried to get soothing from my wolf. Apparently, she's like me, but she can run away and I can't. I quickly went closer to him to talk. His perfume invaded his location of him. He stood and guided me to sit on the chair. He was still gentlemanly until now, but I did not care. "Here, thank you for this night. I'm really excited to meet you again," he said as he gave me his sweet smile. I remained silent as I sat in his front. "Here. I miss you. Please come back to me. I'm really sorry for what I did. Sorry for hurting you," he added. "I'm not here to talk that thing." I took a deep breath as I ignored him. However, he suddenly kneeled in my front and showed me his gold ring. You. His sudden proposal of marriage was something I didn't expect. "I want to be with you here, so please take this." I felt shocked by what he did. Fortunately, we were on the very corner of the cafe so no one could see us. "Alejandro. Stop that. I'm here to clear something, not to waste our time on this." Even though I was shocked at what he doing, I needed to stick to what I needed to do. Yes, I dreamed before that this time would come. The day that he would kneel in my front and wish for my hands. But everything I dreamt of before was gone after he betrayed me. I saw sadness in his eyes as he hid again the ring. I could not look at him directly, but I needed to be brave even in the pain. My heart swallowed me into the department of sadness. He held my hand and I felt his cold palm as he sat again. He stared at me directly and I ignored my feeling to keep my goal direct. "We're all adults now, let's be decisive. Tell us about you." And that woman. I have to admit that this incident hurt me tremendously, and talking about it now is simply hurting myself again. Here, she. I don't know why. She attracted me since then. Maybe she drugged me, I swear, I really. Alejandro explained, but I'm not satisfied with that. I needed to know everything so things would become clear between us. "Do you feel the same way how you love me toward Claire?" I said directly. Alejandro swallowed his saliva before he replied. "It's hard to believe, but," he answered, but he could not speak continuously. "But what?" I asked again, staring into his eyes. "But every time I was Claire, I felt something different. Yes, I did not mean to hurt you, but the way she treated me made me feel better," he added. "Alejandro, do you think why?" I asked him again, leaving a question mark on his thought. He shook his head and tilted down. TCH. Alejandro, what if Claire was your real mate? The words are on my lips but I can't say them. In fact, I already know the truth, don't I? Alejandro suddenly raised his head as he heard me. His eyes were filled with a question mark but I needed to stay still. I wanted to tell him about black magic but I'm afraid that he is also the victim. I needed to have more detail before telling this. Here. You can say anything you want to me, huh? Alejandro touched my hand as he pronounced my name, but before he totally held my hand, we heard a loud sound coming toward us. Get your fucking hands off. Here's POV. Get your fucking hands off. I turned around as I heard someone growl in anger. As widened my eyes as I saw Severus approaching our location. His eyes were furiously glaring at us. You're forcing your life so you can meet with him? He questioned me with red eyes. Fortunately, we were in the human cafe or I guarantee he would have turned into a wolf and ripped Alejandro apart. Alejandro was also enraged. I stood quickly to balance the atmosphere between Alejandro and Severus. But Severus pulled me away without anything to say. Severus. Leave me alone. I muttered so no one would hear us. But Severus was still walking out. He grabbed my arms and I felt his strength. I could not deny that he was really strong so I could move from his grip. Severus, slow down. Listen to me. I want to say something for Alejandro but Severus clenched me with his hand. Here. Wait. Severus walked faster out of the cafe and I saw Alejandro following us. Severus POV. I brought here to the dark forest. I was a little disappointed with her as I saw her with Alejandro. I did not know how she lied to me to hide their secret date. Severus. Please let me go. Why did you suddenly become this Here growled as she kept on trying to move away from me. You're the one who made me this way. She was the one who kept rejecting me and kept touching other men. How could this not make me angry? I was trying to come and apologize to her, hoping she would move back into my house. But instead, I saw her with this jerk. What are you talking about? I didn't expect her to suddenly yell at me, her face filled with anger. Just a moment ago, she was all smiles at that bastard. At the thought of that, I completely lost my mind. I should be the one asking you. Why you cheated on me? I growled back. Here looked at me directly and replied. It's not cheating, Severus. Then what is that? I asked her furiously, searching for the term that might fit what she had done. I just wanted to work things out. She replied, defending herself. I shook my head as I heard her explanation. Only you and him, without me? I really can't accept her being alone with that jerk. The mate bond between them hasn't been dissolved yet, God knows what will happen. She wanted to say something. Stop shouting with here. Alejandro suddenly shouted as he went closer to us. How dare you to follow us? You bastard. I asked. I followed you? You know what, here and I are the mate. You're the one who shouldn't be here. He answered me and it hit my pride. Really? Are you joking? Did you know who I am? I asked him because I wanted to show him that he hit the wrong stone. I know you're the prince. But so what? It is not a matter to make this kind of fuss with my mate. He angrily replied as he added, he stepped closer to here and shouted, remember that I was also the participant for the next Alpha King. So don't use your position for now to take my mate. Please stop this. Severus here went between Alejandro and me. She was worried about the things happening around her. How can she defend this bastard? Kill him. Demos was constantly ranting. Here, why are you still defending that bastard? I asked furiously. Stop this. Here briefly responded. I was in in-depth pain as I thought that Here was still keeping her mate relationship with Alejandro. How could I possibly endure such humiliation? I am her mate, I shouted, which made Alejandro knit his eyebrows. Can you please stop making that nonsense? Our wolves claimed each other long ago. Alejandro furiously yelled too. Severus. Alejandro. Stop this. Here almost cried out as she forced us to stop. But I needed to tell Alejandro that the woman he wasted was a human I treasure because she was my mate. You're the fake. I'm the real one. As I added, I held Here's hand and yelled again. Wake up bro. She's mine. I'm her real mate. Here's POV. The silence embraced the entire forest after Severus told Alejandro that my mate with him was fake. The silence was as if the calm before the storm. I could see Alejandro's furious face. His eyes were filled with the intent to kill. But at the same time, he also exuded this sense of sadness from those eyes of him. As if the heaven and earth had befallen him. He remained unmoving as he slowly stared at me. It was as if he believed what Severus had told him. That he was fake. What? He pleaded with me. My acquiescence affirmed the matter. I felt pity for him. I felt my heart tearing apart as I saw how he felt towards our bond. I wanted to talk to him but Severus glared at me. I felt a little annoyed towards Severus as he restricted me from getting closer to Alejandro. But I could not do anything as he held me incapable of shaking him off. Let me go. You. I wanted to scold him but he had begun to shout at Alejandro. I felt he was just saying those words again so he could provoke Alejandro. Now that you know the truth. Let Here go and don't bother her. You are not her mate anymore. Severus growled in his loudest. His words were sharp and they pierced even the heart of this pitied Alejandro. I bit my lower lip as I heard those words from Severus. I wanted to stop him but suddenly, Alejandro had begun to scream in his wildest, clutching his hair tightly. Arg! Forcing himself to vent his anger towards himself, he just kept on growling as he could. I could not bear the pain that I felt towards him. I was worried about him, thinking that he might lose himself in the wild. My hands were shaking uncontrollably as I saw him in that situation. Because even I was in his pack before, I did not see him acting like that. Here. What will we do? Harsha was worried inside me. We both knew that even though he was not our real mate, he had a part in our hearts that he filled for 3 years. That was something too hard to ignore. Don't worry. I will help him to calm down, I responded to my wolf. After which, I forcefully retracted my hand away from Severus and managed to finally break free. Calm down, Alejandro. I stretched my arms as I made a couple of steps toward Alejandro. But before I made another step closer, Severus held my hand tightly to halt me. Let him go. Severus spoke coldly. I was upset when he did that. I grabbed his arm and tried to take it away from my hand with all the strength I got. Though, of course, I failed since his strength was far superior than mine. Can you please stop restricting me? I can handle my own matter and you are not the one to decide what I want to do. Helpless, I growled at him with a grim expression. Finally, I had reached the peak of my frustration. And I have the strength to say those words to him now. But to my yet another frustration, he just shook his head as he kept on holding my left hand. "Are you even listening?" I asked him with a deadly stare. My cold expression went grimmer. I gave him my fiercest look so he would be forced to believe me. And then I added, trying my hardest to break free, "Let me go. Here. Let's go. Alejandro just cast you a spell. That's why you still cared for him." He replied seriously. He tried to make me believe that Alejandro was just using black magic to get my attention. As if his words were the truth itself and must comply to them. After a moment, he averted his gaze away from me and glared at Alejandro before he spoke again. "He may hurt you. Here. Please stay away from him." As Severus threw ill words toward Alejandro, I saw from my peripheral vision that Alejandro buried his head with his hand. And then he replied, "No. I can't ever do that. I'm not the kind of man who will use black magic to win over a woman's heart." He shifted his gaze to me before he added, "And I don't want to hurt you, here. I know you know it well too." I felt the sincerity from his words. And my heart shook and ached in pity, seeing him filled with grief. I really wanted to go and comfort him with my hands now. I glared at Severus again. Fortunately, he let me go from his grip this time. I stepped closer to Alejandro and slowly held his hands that were still clutching his hair. He slowly removed his hand and his face was revealed. Our eyes met again and I saw tiny tears dripping down his cheeks. "Here," Severus scolded me, but I ignored him. Alejandro needed me and my comfort made him calm down. "Alejandro. I'm here. Please. Don't hurt yourself anymore." I embraced him like how I hugged him before, putting his head on my chest. I felt his body shaking, probably because of the heat of my body that he felt again. At first, Alejandro did not move and he let me embrace him. But after a few moments, he slowly crossed his muscular arms around my waist. "Thank you, here," he muttered with a voice low but filled with joy. I nodded my head in response while tapping his back a few times. Severus POV. I found myself lost for words as I saw here, my mate, with his fake fated mate. My hands were shaking uncontrollably because of the jealousy I currently felt. Demos, my wolf, was as angry as I was, seeing our mate hugging another man. He wanted to come out to tear Alejandro apart. As much as I wanted to kill that bastard, I must calm myself down and refrain from my anger. I must not let my guard down, act recklessly. I needed to win on my own. I did not want to let these things happen, but I needed to act like a true prince. "Here, I told you. Stay away from him. Or else I will pull you out of his sight." I spoke coldly at here, my voice filled with anger. Even though I didn't want to threaten her badly, this was the only thing that I thought I could do for her to stop making anything stupid. Just how stubborn could she become, by the way? Here stepped away from Alejandro as she turned to face me instead. Her cold and deadly stare made my spine shiver. I thought I was in the North Pole when she crossed her arms on her chest and gave off a chilling aura. "Now, I know who you really are. You are nothing but like another perverted man. You are just a prince in name, but your F to the power of seeking nature is far from being a prince." She threw ill words toward me. I could feel the anger she put against me. Here. I'm so sorry. But I'm just saying the truth. He just used black magic to control you. He is just playing the victim here. So please wake up. I really meant to harm. I tried to explain, but she just simply glared at me in response. I was in the bad zone and I needed to do things right. I needed to calm her down first. But how? She was now in her madness. Here then shook her head slowly before she finally retorted, "You know. You are disgusting, you are just using your power to threaten us. Your attitude is much more fake than my bond with him." Her words stung me like they were needles with poison. I couldn't help knitting my eyebrows in response. I really felt the anger inside her because of his bastard fake mate. I clenched my hands into fists to control myself. I needed to calm myself so I could protect her from Alejandro. Here. And the bastard Alejandro spoke as he stared at her with those damned annoying puppy eyes. I thought that he was just playing this dramatic scene to prove to her that he was the victim here. Trust me, here, I did not use any black magic to you. I also don't know who might do that to you. But I'm willing to investigate who is responsible for this. Alejandro spoke, catching the attention of her again. This bastard. Demos angrily growled inside me. He really wanted to get out now to give Alejandro his rightful punishment. But before I let Demos go out of control. Stop that, Alejandro. Get the hell out of here and don't dare to bother us ever again. I ordered Alejandro to get out of our sight. I was the prince and he needed to follow my orders no matter what. I made sure to raise my voice and fill it with authority so that he wouldn't dare to disobey me. But it appeared that my effort was just in vain when he stood firmly to protect him and replied, "Severus? Do you think you look good when using the power of being the prince to drive someone away?" Her words stung my heart again. I could see the anger in the knitted eyebrows she wore on her face. "I'm just protecting you, here. So I'm telling him to go out of here," I retorted and growled coldly. But here got closer to Alejandro again, taking me by yet another surprise. "Here. What the hell are you trying to do?" I asked her as I saw them being together. "You want to drive him away, right?" she asked me meaningfully as she held Alejandro's hand. I glared at her stubbornness as I got what she meant. "Here, stop what you are thinking," I warned her. "So? I'll go with him," she replied nonchalantly. She then rolled her eyes before she turned around and started walking away from me. Arg! I could only clench my teeth as I saw the two of them leaving. Here's POV. Panned. Alejandro and I ran swiftly into the woods. Alejandro was silent the entire time as we reached the roadside where our car was located. When we took a few moments of rest, he turned to stare at me. I saw tears in his eyes, but this time, there was a little smile on his lips. Still, I could feel the pain he still felt at that moment. "Harsha, you." "What?" "Never mind. I was going to ask Harsha to contact his wolf. That maybe that way, it would make it less painful for him. But better not to do that, it wouldn't be right. Here. Thank you." Alejandro suddenly spoke, as he wore a sweet smile this time. I nodded my head in response and gave him a smile. But I couldn't deny the fact that I was still reluctant of talking to him, especially now that I recalled our bad past. That said, I retracted my gaze and didn't give him much attention. Don't think too much about it, get in the car. I patted his shoulder, signaling him to get in the car. But he was instantly shocked and looked at me in disbelief and asked, This car? Is it yours? That prince gave it to you? Damn it. I completely forgot how conspicuous this luxury car was. He still didn't know that I now had a billion-dollar fortune. But it was better not to tell it to him. One couldn't receive so many shocks in such a short time. Just forget about it and leave first. Or he'll catch up. I replied calmly. Oh, yeah. Let's get out of this place first, he said as he got in the car without hesitation and sat in the passenger seat. I also got in the car and sat on the driver's seat. We headed in the direction of the human city. I didn't start our conversation and our road trip seemed so awkward. But that was until he started the conversation first. Here. Are we really not real mates? He suddenly asked, which made me slow down the car. Sorry, what's that again? I replied as turned to look at him. Of course, I heard what he asked me. And I expected him to ask me that issue. I wanted to answer him, but even I didn't know yet if we were not the real mate or not. And nothing. I just want to ask, where are we going to go? He replied as he forced out a smile. As if he could sense my evasion, he gentlemanly changed to an unimportant question. I sped up the car again and replied, a club, my friend's club. I was not lying either, was I? The person who ran the club now was Ken. So, it was his as well. After a good while, we finally arrived at the club. I parked in my reserved space and asked Alejandro to get out first. But shortly after he got off the car, how dare you come? Ken's violent voice rang out from outside the car. Hell no. Ken was sure to attack Alejandro. I quickly got out of the car and tried to stop this Ken. No. But Ken, who had lost his mind, saw me coming out from behind Alejandro's back and immediately pulled me away without saying a word, not giving me a chance to speak at all. Ken. It was me who brought him here, I shouted at him as I struggled. As expected, he quickly stopped in his tracks. Ken looked at me with an incredulous face and asked, full of doubts. Why are you at that? That? Alejandro? I thought you were. Ken asked as he stuttered. But before he could finish his words, I pinched him to his flank, forcefully stopping his furious words. Yes, he is my ex-fated mate. And we need to talk about something important, so don't ask for more. I replied to make Ken stop thinking about our past relationships. But he wanted to say something else, but I didn't have the time now to take care of him. So I had to interrupt him as I said, well, I'll be fine. Perhaps my firm attitude made him believe me, and he finally let go of the hand that was holding me. But he still didn't give up trying to persuade me. So, he said, here, maybe the prince will get mad if he knows this. That day. Don't even mention that bast. The prince. I replied as I rolled my eyes. I didn't wait for his response as I headed into the club and beckoned him to come over. Let's go to the VIP room first. Ken walked first and followed behind me. I turned around to look behind and I saw Alejandro still standing not too far away. Alejandro. I called the attention of Alejandro. Should I come as well? He replied as he smiled bitterly and scratched his cheek with his forefinger. I could see that he was shy and reluctant. Of course. Just hurry up and come over, I responded as I turned around and started walking in. I could sense that Alejandro followed behind me. We followed Ken to a certain room we entered. Ken ordered some drinks and we sat on the couch. Here. Ken approached his mouth near my ears. But I chose to ignore him. I could tell that he was still worried that Alejandro would bully me. "Ken, please. I want to talk with him alone," I replied as I sighed deeply. Ken seemed to understand what I felt as he finally nodded his head and complied. He walked out and left me inside the VIP room with Alejandro. When Ken was gone, I shifted my gaze at Alejandro. I immediately noticed some dried tears on his cheek. "Alejandro. I believe in you. I know you can't do such vile deeds like using black magic for you to gain me." I spoke to him, which made him look at me with surprise. His previous sad eyes became lively like before. It glowed the moment he heard me. "Thank you here. Thank you for believing me," he replied as he held my hands and gave me a bright smile. I felt awkward about his action though. I slowly moved my hands away from him to avoid something to happen between us. I took a deep breath before speaking again. "Sigh, I believe you, but it doesn't mean that we can still be together. You cheated on me. That's why our relationship is already over. Are you still mad at me?" he asked me in response. His eyes were getting teary as he looked at me directly. "For now, not much," I briefly replied, and thought it was real. He nodded his head and he felt my true nature. I was a kind woman but I honor my words. I had a principle for everything. To turn our conversation, I went directly toward my purpose. I needed to investigate our bond. It might be so awkward to talk about past feelings, but I needed it to answer everything. "Alejandro, we are not here to talk about that. I'm here to ask you about your feelings towards me after our first meeting," I asked him. "Actually, when I saw you before the banquet, I fell for you. My wolf is also pretty sure that you are my mate. This can't be wrong, can it?" he replied. His reaction was exactly the same as when I first found out about the fake bond between us. I believe him even more. It really wasn't him. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Right or wrong, it's all about evidence, I replied. Since we met for the first time and created mate bond, it means that if there really is a spell, it was done by someone close to us. To be honest, I trust my family members. But you. I didn't say more so as not to hurt him. But reality was that we were both suspecting the same people. "Okay, I will check it out," he responded. But soon, he began to care about me, just like before. "What about you? Do you have a place to go? Will the prince give you a hard time? How about you?" "I'll go home." I knew he wanted to take me away. Maybe he thought that if I went back to his pack, we could go back to the old days when we still loved each other. But it was not going to happen. "I will go home and ask my uncle about the spell. Don't worry, nothing will happen to Severus, I took a moment of pause before I added, "He's actually a gentleman." Here's POV. Don't hesitate, here, Harsha urged me for the 5th time, but I still hesitated to dial the number on the phone in my hand. Alejandro had been gone for almost an hour now. And I was intending to text Severus to tell him I was going back home. But I didn't want to contact him first, which would mean I was giving up telling him that. Oh well. I'd better call the king, then Severus will naturally know. I thought of that, so I dialed King Ansel's number. "Yes, here?" King Ansel immediately answered as he spoke from the other line. I took a deep breath before I answered him. "King Ansel, I want to tell you that I want to go back to my pack for a while." "Why? How about your exam? Did Severus bully you?" King Ansel asked me. From his tone of voice, I knew he was worried about me. No. No one is bullying me. I have something important to do. But I'll come back again later before the examination, I replied. I didn't tell him about my real intention. I wanted to keep it a secret for a while. Okay. If anyone is bullying you, make sure you tell me that, alright? He said. King Ansel really cared about me and it felt so good to hear that. I subconsciously smiled as I replied, "Of course, I'll be sure to tell you." "So, have a good trip," he replied, which became my relief. I hung up the phone as I turned to look the other way and said, "Excuse me?" Ken came through the door the moment I called him. "What's now?" he asked as he picked up the wine on the table and poured wine to the glass beside it. He picked up the glass of wine and gave it to me. "Nah, I'm good," but I simply rejected the offer as I replied bitterly. I turned serious before I added, "But, Ken, I need your help." I asked him, hoping that he would respond to me with yes. Fortunately, Ken smiled and I caught what was the meaning of this. Severus POV. I was in the living room, waiting for her to come back. I needed to ask her clearly why she did those stupidities to me. I was drinking my red wine as I kept counting the hours. If today, she still dares not come back, I'll go and buy all those human hotels. Let her have no place to stay. I swear, I will do it. I spoke, getting all sober and clear-headed. "Severus, you forget that she is the owner of those hotels. Elias always reminds me at inopportune times. Is that the point? She? Why was she still defending that bastard?" I could not help myself not to think about the things that happened in the woods. I should have just locked her up in the house. But I didn't have the chance to finish my sentence when suddenly, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. My heart beat wildly as I heard someone outside the door. I felt something different though, neither madness nor excitement. "Look, she's back." Gamma Elias quickly opened the door hoping that here would be that. However, what obstructed our sight wasn't here. I knitted my eyebrows as I saw a man approaching instead. A few maids were following behind him. They entered when Gamma Elias let them in. They greeted me as they entered. I wandered my eyes but I could not see here among them. "Why are you here? Where is here?" I asked. It was Ken who had just come and I wasn't at all happy when he came instead of here. But they didn't reply. Instead, they walked onwards and ignored me. "Wait," I bellowed. A bad feeling filled my chest as they tried to walk towards Here's room. "I'm sorry to disturb you, but we need to hurry. I'm here to pack Here's things. She is moving out for a while," Ken replied directly. I felt he was serious about the tone of his words. What? Did he know what he was talking about? Where was she moving to? To that damn club or just move back to Lionheart Pack? I couldn't control my anger at the thought of her leaving my side. Swish. I stood quickly and angrily. I could not help myself not to growl louder than I could. "No. You can't bring her belongings out of my house." Severus POV. I waited for her all night. And this was what I waited for? It got me completely mad the moment I learned that he would pick up Here's things. But in contrast, Ken stood there completely unfazed even after seeing me enraged. It seemed like he wasn't afraid of my anger at all. I thought he was ready for what reaction would I have after I heard that Here chose to move out. I glared at him coldly as I asked, "Who ordered you to do this?" But Ken simply gave me a nonchalant smile and stared at me. "Pardon, Mr. Prince, but Here told us to do this. We were just following my boss's order," Ken replied, which made me lose my temper again. "Send them away," Deimos growled inside me. I clenched my hands into fists as I could not help myself to calm down for a moment. "Your Highness, please understand my work," Ken spoke again with a slight smile. His hypocritical look made me even angrier. "No W." I was just about to say no back to him. However, my phone suddenly rung, halting what I wanted to say. I did not have time nor the urge to answer it, but I saw my father's name on my phone screen. I frowned subconsciously as I answered the phone call. "Father, I am now." I wanted to say that I was busy. But before I could finish my words, he suddenly cut in to interrupt me. "Severus, let them in. Don't cause any trouble." Clearly, my father knew everything that would happen today. I looked at Ken as I tried to calm down, but his calm smile made me even angrier. All of them. They were trying to separate me from my mate. "Father, I was ready to tell my father how much I loved Here and that I couldn't let her go. But his next words left me speechless. Here told me that she was confused about the things that happened between both of you. I was a little bit shocked as I heard my father. I calmed myself and took a deep breath and kept on leaning my ears to him. "Severus, I want to tell you that love is not easy to get. You need to learn how to respect Here." I was surprised by what my father told me. I felt embarrassed about myself as I heard my father scold me. But respect? Didn't I show enough respect for her? I was afraid she would be stressed about living with me and specifically asked Elias and Leo to live in my house together. I hadn't even marked her until now. I gave her the best education and training I could, I gave her everything I could give, and that was not love? "Let her go," my father said, which gave me a grim expression. "No, father. Here is my mate and I can't let her go." I naturally refused. There was no way on earth I would let go of her. Sigh. I know. But she promised that she will come back for the exam. So let her go for the meantime. Or, do you want me to command you? My father's voice suddenly carried the majestic tone that only belonged to a king. I was held helpless as I didn't have any choice but to permit Ken to get Here's things. In the end, I clicked my tongue dejectedly as I turned to look at Ken and said, "Do what you want." I took a moment of pause before I added, "Anyway, please take care of my mate." I let them be, but my wolf could not accept that Here would go away from our sight. That was something I couldn't do anything about though. "Of course, she's my friend," Ken replied with a nonchalant smile as he turned around and headed to Here's room. That bastard. At this point, he was showing off his closeness to Here to me, right? Damn it. It's all your fault. You should have marked her a long time ago. She would have never go away from us. Deimos blamed me for this. But yes, Deimos had a point, however, it was not too late to fix this. Here's POV. After sending Ken to Severus' house to get my belongings, I went back to my pack to meet my grandpa and uncle. Dr. Lionheart, what's now? My uncle asked the witch doctor that my grandfather's doctor examined me. He was a trusted and very well-known witch. Mr. Lucio, here's body now has a black magic. Mr. Lionheart replied, which made us feel surprised. He sat on the chair and spoke again, but she was not a subject for the magic attack. She was just involved with this. Dr. Lionheart's words made us frown in wonder what was the meaning of that. Our eyes were telling it that we wanted him to go on and continue with his words. Can you please clarify it all, doctor? Finally, my grandfather asked. All of us had the same question inside our heads though. And hearing his question, the doctor nodded his head in response. This black magic is called moonbond. The person who may be inflicted with this magic will have fake bond with the first person that they fall in love with. Only when the real mate appears, it will be shaken. Until then there is no breakthrough. The moment I heard the explanation from the doctor, the first thing that entered my mind was Alejandro. Fall in love with? So Alejandro really loved me. He fell in love with me from the first moment he saw me. It wasn't a fake. This answer made me feel comfortable, and at least it proved that my 3-year relationship with him was not a sham. But it also meant, as I thought, that the people around him, who wanted to harm him. So you mean Alejandro was the first one who was enchanted by this magic? I asked. Yes. This kind of magic, only witches. The doctor replied. But he didn't go on. So how can I lift it? I asked as I thought about the antidote of this magic. The doctor suddenly stopped talking. He took a deep breath as he heard me asking for the antidote. Lionheart, tell the truth. What is the best solution for this problem? My grandfather suddenly asked the doctor impatiently. Sorry, but it is dangerous to cast it away. The doctor replied, and every one of us suddenly turned silent. Lionheart, can you please tell us the best way to cast off that magic from here? My grandfather asked again as he saw me suddenly turn silent. Yes. The doctor briefly replied, and it really gave me a glance of hope. But his second sentence made me look more pale. Death. Once one of the person under the moonbound magic found his/her real mate and get a real mate bond, the other one will die. Then the fake one will naturally never exist. I was shocked as I heard the doctor. My heart skipped a beat as I felt my knees shaking. Death? Wasn't that too? Here's POV. In the next day Tilda. The Tyranny Pack. Here, what's now? Did you find something you needed? Sandra, my cousin asked as she sat beside me. We were almost 2 hours in the massive library, but I only read a forbidden book about magic. Yeah. This book of morgue matched the things that Dr. Lionheart said to me. I said while continuing to read the contents. So what did you find out? Sandra added as she looked at me, waiting for me to reply. This book said that once one of us is marked by our real mate, the other's power will be greatly reduced, its power, and may even die. Sandra was shocked at what I said. She could not believe that this moonbound magic turned everything into critical. Oh my God. Is this serious? She asked, widened her eyes. I nodded my head as I responded. Actually, when Severus tried to mark me, Alejandro almost died because of that. I put down the book and held Sandra's hand. Sandra, I'm afraid of that. I felt pity for Alejandro. We're just a victim here and I don't want to put him in his early death. I added this because I was really worried about the outcome that might happen next. Don't worry here. If there's a curse, then there is also a way how to cast it out. Just believe in our goddess. Sandra replied as she tapped my hand. After a long hour that we spent in the library, Sandra told me that she would be going back home. Here, I'm going back home because, after that, I'll going straight to the training ground. You know, I need to prepare for the training. Sandra told me. I'll go with you since I get the information I needed, I replied, and we both went back home because of training. We entered our car. She was the driver and I sat beside her. So what is your plan now? Sandra asked me, which made me feel confused. Actually, I wanted to tell everything to Alejandro as soon as possible. But for now, I wanted to let the Dr. Zahar check him. I replied. I think you're right. You need to wait until the result come. She added, and I nodded my head in agreement. I hope there's a way, Sandra said, and I bit my lip as I thought the same as her. Author's POV. The dim color of the lampshade was the only light that enlightened the entire room. The silence filled the room and Alejandro was sleeping on his bed. For a long time that he spent his life outside his pack, looking for here, and now he struggles with another problem. And it made him to sleep uneasy tonight. Suddenly, the door opened slowly. In the darkness, a shadow of a woman appeared. It walking slowly toward Alejandro's bed. The light of the lamp struck on the face of a familiar woman. She was Claire. She halted her steps on the other side of the bed. She grinned as she saw his beloved Alejandro sleeping. Her eyes were twinkled as she stared at Alejandro's body. She was wearing her 90s. Her sexy figure was exposed, matched with her red lipstick. I will own you again this night, my Alejandro. She muttered as she slowly moved toward the bed. Her scent was scattered around the room, seeming like she prepared this night. She climbed the bed and she kept on staring at Alejandro's face. Suddenly, she bent her upper body to get closer to Alejandro. She used her long fingernails to touch the soft kissable lips of Alejandro. I'm your mate. Alejandro. I am your true Luna. She muttered as she slowly put her fingers down to Alejandro's chest. I'm perfectly good for you, not that bitch. I'm much hotter than her. I am the only woman that made you moan, right, Alejandro? She added while biting her lower lip. She unbuttoned the polo shirt of her man while trying to take out his pant of Alejandro slowly. She wanted to use her charisma tonight while Alejandro was sleeping deeply. However, Claire's plan was ruined when Alejandro opened his eyes. Claire halted what she doing and she got shocked when she saw Alejandro looking at her. She departed her body away from Alejandro. Her throat was getting dry because of this. But to her surprise, Alejandro did not curse her. Alejandro? Claire suddenly spoke, waiting for the reaction that Alejandro might do to her. Opposite of what Claire thinking, Alejandro touched her face. His warm palm made Claire feel better. Claire, you are here, Alejandro muttered, which made Claire smile. Sorry, I came here without your permission, Claire said while moving her body toward Alejandro again. Don't worry, it's okay. Anyway, I heard you. I'm so sorry too. Actually, I wish too that you are my mate, Alejandro muttered while he caressed his cheeks of Claire. Really? Claire asked happily. Her cheeks were getting red as she heard those sweet words from Alejandro. But Here was my real mate. There's nothing I can do about it. Alejandro gave her a sweet smile which made Claire feel she was a good catch that fit for the man that she was obsessed with. Don't worry. Your bond with that bitch is fake. And I'm your real mate," Claire added happily. Alejandro quickly sat on his bed as he heard Claire. He asked, while showing surprise on his face, "Really? But how can I undo our fake bond?" Claire grinned as she thought that Alejandro was ready to surrender his love for her. "Give me your mark, Alejandro, and everything will be fine," Claire replied, taking away the hair on her front, and showing her neck to Alejandro. Alejandro smiled and he moved his fingers on the neck of Claire. He gave Claire a good sensation. "Aha, yes. Touch me. Own me." Claire was ready to close her eyes to wait for Alejandro's mark. Suddenly, Alejandro moved and stood immediately. He brought Claire to the wall and pinned her to it. Claire smirked as she thought that this night, she'd succeed in her plan. Finally. "You are mine." But suddenly, Alejandro's eyes get furious because of the darkness. "Ah!" And instead of a sweet mark, Alejandro choked her tightly and she could not breathe. Alejandro. Claire could not speak very well as Alejandro choked her to death. She held Alejandro's arms to stop him from doing that. But Alejandro was too strong and Claire's eyes were begging to stop. "I knew it was you, bitch," Alejandro suddenly shouted and his teeth were gritted tightly. Claire widened her eyes as she saw how furious Alejandro was. Here's POV. "I came home early after a hard training. I practiced my new skill on Tyranny's training ground with Sandra. And I was surprised as I entered our living room. Uncle Lucio and Severus were there sitting together, waiting for me. Mississippi. Uncle Lucio stood and greeted me. I halted my steps, my bodyguard was standing behind me. They were all waiting for my command. As if ready to go to war. However, Severus stayed calm and he kept on sitting on the couch. Uncle Lucio glared at my bodyguards. Men, that's not how men give respect to the prince. Uncle Lucio reprimanded my guard. I was a little upset as I saw Severus raised his eyebrows. That man. He always uses his name as a prince to manipulate others. I thought to Severus as I gritted my teeth inwardly. But knowing that I couldn't curse him aloud, I just rolled my eyes at him. But he's the prince. Harsha said, favoring him. Well, there was nothing wrong with that. I had to get my soldiers drop their defenses. I continued walking toward Uncle and Severus. As I got closer, I crossed my arms on my chest and posed in front of Severus. Why are you here, Prince? I made sure to emphasize my word to show his position as a prince as I hoped that he would get annoyed with me as well. But in contrast, he did not speak and just stay nonchalant. Uncle, can we talk privately? To my frustration, Severus didn't answer me but instead, he suddenly talked to Uncle. I was surprised by his attitude though. What on earth did happen that this man became so polite all of a sudden? Sure, Uncle Lucio responded with a smile. I was annoyed by the fact that they went out with my guard and Sandra without them telling me anything. Are they going to leave me here with this man? I couldn't help but frown about it. Here, I missed Emos. Harsha suddenly spoke within me with her flirty attitude but she was at the wrong time because I was still mad. I did not answer my wolf and I kept on glaring at Severus. Have a seat. Severus offered me a seat as he stood and pointed at the couch near him. How funny of him, this was my house. Did I even need him to ask me to sit down? Why are you here? I asked again as I rejected the offer and gave him my fiercest look. However, he simply nodded his head, waiting for me to accept his offer. Severus POV. Severus, are you really the real prince? Why can't you get here immediately as your own? Look, we can't even contact her wolf anymore because of you. Deimos was really mad at me. He was still growling inside me and his voice made my head hurt. Keep silent, Deimos. Can't you see what I'm doing? I'm doing everything I can do just to gain her forgiveness. Don't worry, I will say sorry to her later for everything I have done, I growled back. Of course, I didn't show to hear that I was a little annoyed while talking with my wolf. So do it. Deimos growled again and I wanted to shut him up. I'm here to say sorry. I lowered my pride and bravely asked for her forgiveness. But before she could reply, her phone suddenly rang. She picked the phone up and a sweet smile appeared on his lips. She answered the phone call and said, Alejandro? Those words of "here," however, made my blood boil again. They were really back in touch. See? It's all too late. Deimos kept ranting. Shut up. Listen to what he has to say. I ordered. Are you okay? What's your condition now? He asked that bastard and I clenched my hand into a fist as I tried to control my anger. I kept on listening to their conversation and it was really the hardest thing to bear in my entire life. Even though I did not hear Alejandro's voice, with how he reacted, it made me feel like I was losing my rationality. That Alejandro was really trying to get on my bad side. I could not imagine how on earth was this thing happening to her. Why the hell was she putting so much care to Alejandro even though I was her mate? Was it because of the black magic? Okay. I'll come to your house right away. Her words completely made my heart explode in anger. I felt like I could not stand this feeling anymore as I might start destroying things. Snap. Couldn't handle it anymore. I quickly stood up and grabbed Hir's phone away from her. Without a second thought, I threw it crashing on the floor. I glared at Hir and I saw how shocked she was by my action. Why you? She wanted to scold me but before she could say a word, I grabbed her body and pinned her down to the sofa. Hir indignantly forced me to push away from her body but with my strength against her, she couldn't do a thing at all. This time, I would definitely teach her a lesson. I was not the kind of man that would allow my mate talking sweetly with another bastard. Never. Woo. That said, I forced my way to bite her lips softly. And since she wanted to escape from my grasp, I tried my best to lock her into my arms. I could not let her go today. I needed to mark her so no one would own her other than me. She was so soft and smelled so good. She was mine alone. Mine. I grabbed her clothes and I tried to pull them off. I was at the peak of my anger and I could not control myself. I was ready to mark her. You. Let go of me. Hir avoided her lips as she spoke indignantly. And seeing that she was trying to break free, I used more strength to suppress her body even though she was in a difficult situation. I could not let her go since I was now ready to give her my mark. No. Please. She screamed out aloud. Her eyes were both watery. I saw from her eyes that she was begging me to let her go. Tiny drops of tears began to pour out from her eyes. I could sense her extreme denial, that she didn't want to be marked by me. I stopped for a moment as glared into her eyes. I couldn't help wearing frown as I asked coldly, why? Her body, her wolf. There is no place where she did not desire me, but why? Why was she resisting me this much? He will die, she said, trembling in her voice. He? Which he? The fucking fake mate? I was upset because of her nonsense reason. How could I accept such a ridiculous reason? Did she want that man to dominate my mate forever? Don't even dream. I am your mate now. Here. You just belong to me and me alone. I can mark you anytime I want. I retorted coldly. No. Not now, she replied with her voice and body shuddering. Because then, he will die of sadness? What of it? If he die because of this, then die. I don't give a damn to him at all. I responded furiously, my eye shifted to that of a wolf's. But it seemed like she did not care about me or my feelings. After throwing my words to her, I continued what I was doing to her, but here was still struggling. No. No. Her voice was full of resistance, but this time I wasn't going to respect her anymore. Until she. I will die with him, she replied, and I suddenly stopped kissing her. Even my wolf was shocked at what he heard. What did she just say? She was going to die for that man. Here's POV. I jumped quickly out of the coach when Severus moved his body away from me. I could see how shocked he was from what I just said. Even my wolf was shocked and could not believe what I said recently. Now that I was in the safe distance, I quickly fixed myself. I narrowed my eyes in worry, afraid that that guy would do something lewd to me again. Here, is that true? Harsha asked me with a questioning tone. I could not reply though, since I just said it for Severus to stop harassing me. But I also believed that I was not wrong by saying that. Only words like this can make him stop that crazy behavior. I stood quickly to walk out. Wait. When I reached the doorway, he still wouldn't give up calling out to me. It looked like I had to be more direct. I halted my steps and turned to look behind me. I saw Severus in his unexplained state. Is mating is the only thing in your life, huh? I asked him coldly as I looked at him directly in the eyes. I felt upset about how he treated me. However, he just sat on the couch, and seemed like nothing happened again between us. Why did you suddenly turn silent? Was your plan did not work? I asked again with a nonchalant tone. Still, Severus did not look at me. He was silent, and it seemed like he was deep in his thoughts. And it made me frown with a dark expression when he just looked at me blankly after a good while. If you want to mate that badly, then go find another woman. I don't mind. I growled at Severus, trying to throw all my anger at him. But Harsha seemed like she didn't want what I was doing. And so, she growled at me from the inside, "Here, enough that. How could you say such words to our mate? Harsha, I'm not the kind of woman who can easily threaten like this. You know me better, right? I don't want someone to control me even if he was a prince or my mate." I threw my words to Harsha. She turned taciturn and let me walk out. I shook my head as I walked again toward the door. I did not pay any more attention to the feelings that Severus might feel right now. I needed to walk out from this hellish place. And when I opened the door, I saw my security guards waiting for me from the outside. "Miss, are you okay?" They were all looking at me, observing my body. "It's okay. Give me a phone," I ordered them. I had to get in touch with Alejandro quickly. Author's POV. Alejandro was standing in the middle of a dungeon. A dim old dean of the Moonchaser pack. In the middle of the dark room, Claire was there. Her arms and her feet were tied up with a silver chain. Her clothes were in a mess and her beauty was ruined with the makeup that scattered all over her face. Her makeup was blended with dirt and bruises, making it appear like she was no more than a slave. Alejandro, on the other hand, was still waiting for her to call him back. The sound on the other end of the phone was too loud just now. Her must be in danger. With every passing second, he was looking at his phone. He was worried about her and he wanted to find her. Are you worried about her? Don't you get it? She doesn't belong to you. You are nothing to her. Claire spoke as she saw how Alejandro was longing for her. Just what on earth did she see from here? She was expecting too much from Alejandro even in the first place, and she knew that here was just like a trash in the bin. There was nothing special on her. She was better, much better than that bitch in every way. Shut up. All I want to hear from you is the reason why you put magic to me and not that nonsense matter. Alejandro suddenly yelled at Claire, his voice cold and chilling. Even the way he looked at her was devoid of emotion, not even a trace of love nor care. Claire was stunned upon hearing the other party, her eyes watery and ready to tear up. She couldn't believe Alejandro was so resistant of her. Nonsense? Do you think everything I've done for you is worthless? Claire then responded. She looked at Alejandro with her eyes finally dripping tears. Stop acting like this. Tell me why? Alejandro growled back to Claire. His eyes were furiously glaring at Claire. Do you never understand it until now? I love you, Alejandro. You are special to me. Claire replied, sobbing as she spoke. Love? Is putting a curse onto me what you call love? Alejandro asked back coldly. Claire glared at him. And so, she replied with a scream, it wasn't. It wasn't meant to be. Because of her. Because of her, that's why I did that. She stole everything I want. Alejandro was shocked by what he heard, but he knew that there was little to no reason for him to believe her. So, with a much colder tone, Alejandro replied, I warn you, don't use words like that to humiliate her again. After hearing those words of Alejandro, what Claire had felt wasn't guilt, but seething rage in her heart. Her expression couldn't be painted any more as she exclaimed indignantly in response, she is the bitch. You are my everything. But that bitch stole you away from me. Claire screamed, as though she had already lost her reasoning. And Alejandro could not believe that Claire would stoop so low as to act that way. In the end, he just shook his head slowly in disbelief and sighed deeply. After a moment, he walked toward Claire. When he got closer, his eyes emitted a cold glint as though intending to give her harm. No matter what is your reason, you better not hurt her again, or I can't guarantee what will happen. Alejandro uttered coldly, shocking Claire to the point that her watery eyes almost bulged out in shock. She couldn't believe that Alejandro hated her that much because of her. But I'm your real mate. Claire sobbed as she spoke with that reason to fight for. She wanted attention from Alejandro. Mate, look at the way you look now. If I can go back at that times when I saw you being bullied by the gangsters, I wish I did not save you, Alejandro said, and his fiercest eyes made Claire's eyes widened. But now her widened eyes and watery were without anger, only pain. Alejandro, Regretting the best moment she have with him, was something that really hit her. How can you? But that was not the end, as Alejandro added, you are not worthy to be saved. His last words made Claire hold back her breath and tears. Her heart was in so much pain that could not speak. She just stared at Alejandro. But shortly after, Claire suddenly began chuckling. Alejandro frowned by the sight of her, but soon, her chuckle turned into a mild laugh. That made him frown even more. Alejandro kept on watching Claire. He did not speak either. Right now, he could see and hear that mild laugh becoming louder and louder until, "Pwahahaha. I am the one who doesn't deserve to be alive. Ha 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 ha." Her laughter echoed loudly in the dungeon. She appeared like a mad woman who had long lost her sanity. Claire POV. 5 years ago. Arg. My voice was fading every time the Rouges hit me with their strong fist. Some were throwing stones and trying to mock me with their dirty tongue. And how funny to think that Rouges bullying me even though they were all out of the packs. Do you know why? Because I'm a hybrid offspring of a werewolf and a witch. Stinking witch. Go to hell. I was cursed to die every day. I did not have any strength to fight back even though I was 14 years old at that time. Because the hybrid like me was the lowest of the low. My mixed blood meant that I did not belong to other species. And the world I have was filled with war and chaos. Everyone around me fought against each other to be honored. My only strength was my mother. She was the only reason why I need to come alive even though this world was unfair. I needed to revenge for her because she was killed by my father's domestic violence. He always hurt my mom even in my front, and every single hit that my mother caught from the fist of my father leaves a scar on my heart. It has torn me into pieces every time my mother glanced at me, telling me that everything would be okay. It didn't get better, everything got worse. The man who beat my mother to death. My mother died, and no one cared, as if she had never come into this world. And after a few years after my mom died, my father died also. Many say that it was because of my mother who cursed my father to death. However, no one knows the truth behind that. Yes, I killed the damn man. Before my mom died, she told me that my power would be awakened at my age. I finally don't have to be that soft hybrid anymore, I have my own power. I pursued learning magic and spell. And the first trial I made was to kill the person I hate the most, my father. Thankfully, he died a very painful way. I'll never forget the way he looked at me, with fear in his eyes. It was the most pleasurable moment of my life. Now, I live my life alone. I was a girl who walked on my own looking for food to survive. I went to the forest where I could hunt. These rogues still think I am the little girl who will not resist. Ouch! I felt pain in my forehead. And immediately tapped it and I saw red liquid on my hand. Why are you here in our territory, bitch? A young man who seemed like a leader of the gang said. I saw his body filled with scars and I thought he was good at fighting. On how he stood and looked at me, I knew he was strong. I am looking for food, I replied. She is the daughter of a witch, one gangster said, muttering to his comrade. Really? I think so. Look at her food to the power of seeking face. What a bastard. A skinny man replied, and it made all men mock me. Boo-wah-ha-ha. Their laughter reminds me of my past. I clenched my hands into a fist as I closed my eyes. I didn't want to see them as their voices echoed inside me. Revenge. 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 The unknown voice calling my attention. It telling me to use my power to get rid of these bastards. I opened my eyes and glared at them. Their laughter suddenly halted, but one gangster yelled at me. "How dare you glare at us? Do you want to die? Huh?" I saw him clenching his fist. His eyes were furiously glaring at me. And for that reason, they surrounded me. I stood still, bowing my head to the ground. "No euro pilkro yen cent," I pronounced as I was ready to punish them with my power. But when I was about to use my power, I heard an unfamiliar voice approaching us. "Hey! Leave the girl alone." I was interrupted by his low but manly voice. I quickly looked behind me and I saw Alejandro. My heart beats abnormally as I saw him. The way he talked made the gangster chilled in fear. "Move out of here, you low-key bastard," Alejandro yelled at the gangster while standing firmly behind my back. "You're lucky, bitch," the leader of the gangster muttered to me and spit saliva on my clothes. I was at the peak of my anger, but goodness, that man came to save me. "Are you okay?" Alejandro approached and he asked me to worry. I could not look at his eyes directly because my clothes were messed up. Why are you here alone? Did you know that those gangsters may kill you?" he added as he sat on the nearby rock. I don't have a home," I replied, tilted my head down to the ground. "Oh, sorry. How about this, you come back with me. You can stay my pack than to harm by those gangsters." Alejandro's words made me feel surprised. I slowly looked at him and his eyes melted my heart. And from the day that Alejandro rescued me, I fell in love with him. With every passing hour, I could help myself not to think about the day that we met. I lived in his pack and it became my eternal home. And for the moment that I wanted him to be mine, but I worried that I was simply a lowly person. How could the goddess let me be with such a noble Alejandro? And the dirty trick appeared in my mind. I would learn to love magic and cast a spell on Alejandro so he would be mine. Days turned to weeks and weeks turned to months. And I perfectly made a black magic spell to make him mine. And I'm confident that he would fall from my trick. Everything was so perfect. If only he had fallen in love with me. This could have been possible. But then that bitch showed up and messed up my whole plan. My beloved man fell in love with the woman that he saw at first glance and not me, whom he always with. End of flashback. Arg. She already has everything. Fame. Family. Beauty. Power. I don't care about any of that, but you. She has no right to have you, Claire shouted as she remembered her past. Alejandro walked toward me again, his eyes got widened in anger as he glared at me disgusted. I knew he was surprised by what I said. "You are disgusting. A woman like you is not worthy to be mine even at the pace of this earth. Even without here, I wouldn't have chosen you," Alejandro said angrily, and I get what he wanted to say. It was like a kick to the gut. The fake mate bond made the weight of his words tortuous and my inner wolf howled out in pain. "Alejandro. Please. Don't say that." I begged his forgiveness, but he just turned around and walked away from me. "No," I shouted, but he just halted his steps without looking back. "Just wait for the trial," he replied, and I felt like the heaven and earth befell on me at the moment that my hard work failed and wasted. His words stung, twisting deep into my flesh like a knife, and I felt hopeless again and again. Midday of the next day. In the trial ground. Third-person POV. The crowd was murmuring with each other now that they arrived at the trial ground. All of them were unaware of why Alejandro urgently called them. What's happening? Who will be in this trial? Is there a criminal in our pack? Everyone took a wild guess, as no one had any idea why they were all in the area. Until then, Alejandro suddenly arrived. The crowds turned silent as they saw Alejandro coming. Alejandro, on the other hand, scanned the area of a few people around with a cold gaze and silent mouth. From the middle of the ground, Claire was tied with a silver chain and was surrounded by fire. One by one, Alejandro's family came and they were shocked at what they saw. The first one to come was Yuri. And when she saw Claire, "Brother! What the hell are you doing?" Yuri yelled out as she approached the location of his brother in a rush. Her eyes were filled with confusion and anger about why Claire was in the middle of the trial ground tied in such a state. She did expect that the person that would be executed on the trial ground was Claire. However, she wanted an explanation in which she couldn't get. After all, it seemed like she was talking just to a stone statue, as Alejandro only ignored her. "Brother! Why did you suddenly turn into this?" Yuri added, but Alejandro was still silent. Until their parents came. Like Yuri, they were shocked as they saw Claire tied up. "What's going on here?" Former Alpha Gregor asked with a frown, his eyes narrowed in a cold slit. On the other hand, Alejandro's family members were only silent. But with the aura they exuded, it appeared that they too wanted to learn what was going on. "It seems like everyone is here," Alejandro said, projecting Claire into the middle of the trial ground. "We're here to witness the punishment that I'll bring upon to this woman, Claire Sylvia," he added, and everyone was shocked as they saw Claire being surrounded with fire. Many of them could not believe what they heard and saw. "Claire, isn't she Alpha Alejandro's woman?" "Yes, could it be that she betrayed Alpha Alejandro?" The crowd was talking. After all, it was not long ago that they witnessed the sex video of Alejandro and Claire. Quiet. Just as everyone's chatter was getting louder, Alejandro's order made the scene quickly quiet. His words afterwards immediately shocked the crowd. After taking a moment of pause, Alejandro finally roared out his decision. "Claire Sylvia, with her rotten heart and ulterior motive, used black magic to me. An unforgivable sin that I doubt even the goddess would let it slide. As such, I, Alejandro Lionheart, Alpha of the Moonchaser Pack." There was a moment of pause before he continued in a much colder tone, "Sentence her to death." "What? Black magic?" The crowd was utterly shocked by his words. After all, it was an event that hadn't happened in a long time, and it was happening next to their own pack, their own Alpha. "What? What about you? Are you okay? What was the magic?" Alejandro's mother was naturally the one who was most frightened, and she kept checking her son's body to make sure he was okay. "I'm fine, Mom. She tried to put a spell on me and bring me a fake maid bond, but Yuri, on the other side, was not convinced. No. Claire cannot do it. I know her very well. This must be just a setup by here," Yuri yelled in her loudest as she heard the words that her brother imposed on Claire. She wanted to save Claire and hoped that her brother would listen to her. And to make things more favorable for her, she went to the stage and turned to the crowd as she shouted, "Bro! It must be the black magic that here put on you back then. But she betrayed you now. Here is the mastermind of what's happening to Claire. That bitch even seduced Severus and already gained the mark of the prince. Alejandro was stunned when he heard her stupid sister. He could not believe that Yuri would believe that Claire was innocent. He glared at his sister and it made Yuri to stop talking. But before Alejandro could say another word, a female voice echoed in the area. "If I had been marked, your brother would have died already." Here's POV. I walked toward the trial ground, being escorted by my bodyguards. Mr. Lionheart also followed behind me toward the ground. We went directly to the stage as I heard Yuri throwing curses at me. But I didn't have time to argue with her, I came for more important things. I bowed my head and greeted Alejandro's family. Yes, I showed my humbleness to them even though they did not put too much care about me before. Mr. Lionheart, he is Alejandro Lionheart. Please check him. I ordered the witch doctor and he nodded his head in response. Mr. Lionheart saw Claire and I saw at his eyes the feeling of being surprised. But I didn't mind Mr. Lionheart. I turned around to see Claire as it was obvious that she did not expected that I would learn about her dirty trick. The people around the stage could not believe that they saw Mr. Lionheart with me. Their eyes seemed like asking me why since they thought that I could not afford the witch doctor. Is that the witch doctor? How is that possible? Questioning voices came from the crowd. Because they knew that only the extremely honorable person could accommodate the service of the doctor and even the Alpha King would find it hard to do so. What the hell, why is she here? Is it great to bring a random person to pretend to be a witch doctor? Yuri glared at me with disgust. She rolled her eyes and crossed her arms under her chest as she curved the other side of her lip to annoy me. I knew she wanted to put me in humiliation again, that was why she was doing that. And she seemed like not satisfied to what she was doing as she strutted to approach me. But before she could go closer to me, my bodyguards immediately obstructed her path to stop her. That made Yuri naturally furious. "Hey! Are you out of your mind? Let me introduce myself to that bitch," Yuri yelled to my bodyguards, but she did not succeed. "Why are you protecting that bitch? She is responsible for this." Yuri kept on whining, trying to put me on humiliation. Meanwhile, I stood calmly as I just stared at her silently. I ignored her nonsense introduction as I did not want to waste my time for her. Helpless, Yuri gritted her teeth in anger as she finally walked away from us. After a short while, the doctor came and he caught the attention of everyone. "Miss Vermont, I got the result." The witch doctor nodded his head before he turned to look at the crowd and added, "And now, without further ado, I announced that this woman named Claire Sylvia is using black magic. Lionheart had been working for my grandfather, so he used to call me Vermont, which quickly led those present to recognize me as such. Everyone was shocked by the sudden revelation. Not to the result of the test, but to my identity. Their eyes widened greatly upon learning that I was the heir of the richest family in the world. What the? Is that true? There's no way, right? People asked each other in total disbelief. They traded opinions. They could not believe that the woman that they used as their laughingstocks before was actually the heir. My gosh. Is she the lost heir of Vermont family? A woman gasped with her incredulous face. Her words attracted the attention of the crowd. Now that she mentioned it, everything was starting to make sense. All of them were stunned, Even Alejandro was also surprised, and he could not imagine that I was the richest woman in the world. Vermont? Alejandro POV. What? She was the heiress of Vermont? So that day, at that party, she was actually the star of the show. The wealth and prestige of the Vermont family was simply unexplained. This meant that it was even harder for me to have her again. I was not worthy compared to her. Even the people in my pack could not believe it. And I was pretty sure that they felt the shame and humiliation they acquired all these years, as they treated her badly from the past. Even Yuri was shocked, and she could not speak. She bit her lips to control her exploding emotion. She didn't want to show what she felt right now toward the sudden news. I knew that she idolized the Vermont's fashion, and she felt a deadly shame and guilt, thinking that the woman she used to bully was actually the heir of her idol. And here, she simply ignored our shock, as if it was all in her control. She was calmly standing next to the witch doctor, asking the doctor how to lift the magic. I went closer to them and I heard their conversation. "Mr. Lionheart, how can we remove the magic safely?" she asked, seemed like she hoping that everything would be all right. The witch doctor replied calmly, "The only thing that you can do is that the both of you should make a mate bond with your real mates at the same time, and then you could break free from the curse safely." I was surprised on what he said. This meant I need to mark that bitch? "Alejandro, what are you thinking?" she asked me, and I was little distracted by her sweet voice. I replied, and I wanted to say something. But my tongue just couldn't go on any longer. At that moment, my parents went toward us. And everyone on the stage were on uproar as they thought that Claire was not suited to be my Luna. "No. This trial is over. We do not agree that Claire will be the next Luna. Punish Claire. Sentence her to death. Kill her." The loud voices of people echoed across the trial ground. Their voices were mixed together and it made me feel dizzy. "Silence!" I shouted to catch the attention of everyone. "From now on, I will never let someone like Claire as my Luna." And my voice made Claire to feel incomparable pain. "What exactly should we do now?" Bang! Suddenly, a sound of a gunshot echoed, causing everyone to fall into an immediate panic. I saw her covered her ears and was protected by her guards. I felt relief as I saw her safe, but to my shock, when I shifted my gaze back at Claire, I saw her who had already broken free. "Catch her!" I bellowed furiously as I ran to catch Claire, who was now trying to escape. But to my another shock, a mysterious man suddenly appeared and caught Claire like a thunderbolt. "Damn it!" I cursed out aloud. Before I could get closer and my armies responded, Claire and the mysterious man had already vanished, leaving without a trace. "Catch up to them, hurry!" I ordered my men with desperate roar as I saw everyone running to hide themselves from the possible danger. Here looked at me and her eyes were filled with confusion. Suddenly, I felt something different on her face. She suddenly turned pale and her eyes were slowly closing. Here. I didn't waste any more time as I ran back to here. But as soon as I started heading her way, she suddenly fell and collapsed on the ground. Here lost her consciousness. "Doctor. Come on." Alejandro POV. "Miss." Everyone was shocked as they saw her suddenly collapse. I was worried about her and I did not know what was going on. I immediately brought her to the safest place and I slowly laid her on the bed. "Check her out," I said anxiously. And after a few moments, the doctor finished the result. "Mr. Lionheart. He stood and said a few words, but before he gave me the result, Severus came rushing. "What happened?" Severus asked me furiously. His eyes glared at me, seemed like he blaming me for what happening to here. I did not answer him because even though I did not know the exact thing that caused here to collapse. "If there's anything happen at here, I will never forgive you," Severus shouted indignantly, and he blamed me for what happened to here. And might he be right, I failed to protect here? Sorry. But I really don't know what's happening right now," I replied to him as he started to make a fuss. "No. I let here to meet you. And you need to protect her, but look at what you did. You approach here to this danger." Severus was still mad at me. "And where is he? How could he let here come alone?" "You." I was about to retort when the doctor's voice interrupted me. "Enough that. For this situation, you both need to be okay because here is under the curse, a deadly curse." I was shocked as I heard Mr. Lionheart's words. I saw from my peripheral vision that Severus was also worried about here. What do you mean?" Severus asked the witch doctor. "You both need to find Claire as soon as possible. This spell is too vicious and I can't fix it." Mr. Lionheart replied, and I felt uneasy because Severus quarrel. Severus glared at me and our eyes met each other. "I'll send someone to find it," he responded quickly. But I knew it was not enough. It was simply hopeless to search blindly like this. It was as if he read my eyes. "Let's work together, Alejandro." Severus stretched his arm and leaned it to me. I nodded my head and shook my hands with him. I was ready to lower my pride for here. Of course, everything for here. After we agreed on one goal, I ordered my men to collect the bullets left on the trail ground. It would be used to find out who rescued Claire. Severus also ordered his men to find Claire even in the human world. "I'm going to kill this fucking bitch." Here POV. I felt I decrease my weight. I felt something different around me. I couldn't feel myself and my wolf in our world. "Harsha. Where we are?" I asked my wolf as I felt that we're locked up. I don't know," Harsha replied to me. And even she was confused about what happening between us. I looked around but I couldn't see anything. Suddenly, I heard someone talking. And that voice was familiar. "Everything for here." "For what? They want to fight again? Severus? Alejandro? Where are you?" I shouted but seemed like there was no voice coming out. What's happening? Why I can't shout aloud. I wondered why as I could not wake up. "Here, sorry I did not protect you. But I promise that if you wake up, I will never force you again." I heard the familiar voice of a man, and he was Severus. "If that means I'm really in a coma? What's going on? Oh. He is so sweet." Harsha was touched by what she heard from Severus. "Harsha. That's enough. We're still in a coma. Now is not the time to be moved. And I won't believe his vows anymore," I reminded Harsha. "Honey." Severus was still calling out to me. I ignored his voice and I continued observing the place I was in. Because even if he gave me his sweetest words, I would never be convinced by that. "Here?" I was shocked as I heard a female calling my name. This voice, so familiar. "Mom?" I replied, asking the unknown voice. "Yes, my sweetheart." I was shocked when I completely understand that my mother was the one who called me. "Mom? It's really Mom. I didn't know what to say to my mom for a while. There's so much to say. Mom. I stammered and spoke, completely forgetting to ask my mom why she could talk to me. Maybe even if it was just a dream it wouldn't matter. I'm here because I asked the goddess to speak with you for a while. My mother added. I was touched by her words. Oh Mom, thank you. I miss you so much. I expressed my thoughts to my mom, but strangely enough, my body just won't move. Me too, sweetie. But here, you are under the curse. My mother replied, and I saw surprised as I heard her. I was worried about myself. A curse? Then how do I lift it? I asked my mom, worrying. Oh, honey. Don't worry, tell mommy a little more about your life. You would be fine, and such witchcraft would not work on you. My mother replied. It's certainly a joy to talk to my mom about my life, but why is it that this witchcraft doesn't work on me? Why is mom so sure about it? Severus POV. Crimson Blood Pact tilde. This night, I would save her from danger. Because it's the only thing I knew for now. I brought her to the sacred ground where the mating would happen under the full moon. Here was lying unconsciously on the oathstone table, wearing a huge black cloak. She was so gorgeous even her skin was pale and seemed lifeless. She was already 2 days laying on the bed without consciousness. Fortunately, she was still breathing and it was a good sign that she was still alive. My family gathered around the table with the Alpha and Luna of the major packs. I invited them to witness this awaited night. Everyone was waiting and I knew they were ready for this night. I went closer to the body of her and kneeled on the ground and whispered in her ears. I'm so sorry here. I'm so sorry if I tell you that I will never mark you again without your consent. But now I have to do this. This is the only thing I know to save you. Please forgive me. After giving my apology to my heir, I stood and faced the people around me. Tonight, I announce that Hilary Monreal is my Luna. I will give her my mark in the presence of the moon and Alpha. I shouted and everyone was silent, listening to my announcement. I scanned around and everyone was still silent, waiting for the moment that I could give her my mark. However, before I went closer to her, Claire burst and she was with the Rouges. Stop this, Claire shouted and she was glaring at me. Everyone was put in shocked and frightened as they saw the number of Rouges surrounding the sacred ground. My soldiers surrounded me and here to protect us from the attack that bastard did to us. Claire stood fearless even though there were alphas of every pack surrounding them. From how she stood and show no fear, I knew that she wanted to stop me from giving my mark to her. Someone, protect everyone and leave. Alpha. They were still worried about me, but I couldn't leave, I was going to stay and enjoy the drama show. That's an order. Go, I yelled, which made the soldiers leave without a care. And when they left, I went much closer to her to protect her by myself. I stared at Claire. She scanned the area and she seemed like looking for someone. After a moment of pause, she looked back at me anxiously and shouted. See, here comes the drama, doesn't it? Of course I knew who she was looking for, but I just looked at her coldly. It turns out that such a vicious person can also have such anxious moments. Where is Alejandro? She finally couldn't resist asking. She was really afraid that Alejandro would die because of me and Harry. Alejandro. I told you. This is the best plan. Alejandro's POV. After hearing Severus shout at me, I came out from the backstage and I saw Claire standing anxiously. Severus, made up a plan by putting me in a trap to make Claire show up. I appeared on her sight and her eyes shone brightly as she saw me. Don't follow me. She signals the Rouges not to go closer to me and the people around. Thanks, goddess, you're safe. She stepped closer to me as she felt relief as she saw me in safe. But before she made another step, I walked backward, showing her that I didn't want to see her or contact her. Even my wolf, Gao, didn't want her wolf to be contacted. I no longer had any attraction between mates for her, all that remained was disgust and hatred. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Claire halted her steps and she looked at me with her sad eyes. I know it is just a trap. But I'm thankful that you are safe, Alejandro. She suddenly spoke, and from the tone of her voice, she was not mad at me and everyone in the sacred ground. Claire, lift the spell from here as soon as possible and I will not kill you. I growled at her. However, before Claire replied, she smiled at me briefly, peeking at the unconscious body of Here. She averted again her eyes away from Here and threw it to me. You really love her that much? She asked. I couldn't read her mind, so I always read myself because we would never let our guard down. Especially the Rouges that she have was many. Do it now. I growled again. She looked at me directly in the eyes and her smile faded slowly. Okay, I'll save her. Her words made me lively. I felt hope and I looked at Here. I smiled as I thought that I could protect her. However, Claire's words made me feel surprised as she added, on one condition, mark me and let me be your Luna. She coldly spoke and I really put in shock as I heard her. I looked at Severus and he didn't seem surprised that Claire would make such a request. Yeah, that's what he wanted to see. Why are you looking at me? This is between you and her. I will agree to whatever it takes to save my Harry. Severus declares in front of me how much he loves his mate. My throat got dry, but I need to think better. Gao, what do we do? I tried to get an answer from my wolf. But all he gave me was silence. If you need more time, then I'll go first. As for this spell, you can't leave. Severus suddenly shouted, and I knew that he had already set up a large number of alpha soldiers around. Claire and her rogues would never be able to escape. So what? As long as I don't lift it, this bitch will just have to wait for death. Shut up. I've had enough. I clearly warned her countless times to respect Harry. Well, what's now? She asked me, seemed like she expected that I declined her offer. She crossed her arms in her chest, waiting for my kind response. I loved her even though we have a fake bond. She filled my heart and brought happiness to me. She was always by my side before. And even though we're just a fake bond, I felt love. Might this be the hardest decision I could make in my entire life? But Severus was right, to love someone is to do all you can for her. Okay, I agree. What did you say? Claire stared at me with wide eyes. Obviously she was the one who made the request, but she never seemed to think that I would actually agree. Not long ago. Here's POV. I'm mate with him, but I don't want him to control me. I think you understand, Mom. I had told my mom all about my childhood. I wanted to tell her every second of my life, but suddenly, a familiar voice came through the air, from Severus, Alejandro, and several voices that were unfamiliar to me. I couldn't hear what they were saying. What's going on here? It looks like your grandpa came to see you. Mom solved my confusion. That's right, I was hurt, and the ones who were most worried were definitely Grandpa and Uncle. I was so engrossed in my time with my mother that I actually forgot about it. Here, it's time. Mom is gonna go. My dear, you remember to be happy. Take care for your grandfather. Maybe Mom wanted to say my father, but she didn't say it in the end. Mom. Wait. The time went by so fast, I still had a lot to say to my mom. I hadn't told her how much Grandpa missed her. Mom. Mom. All I could do was keep shouting. I hoped to hear my mom's reply again, but all I got in reply was my own echo. Ooh. Mommy. I cried like a newborn baby. I had lost my mother for the second time. Harsha seemed to feel my heart ache as she too whimpered in pain. How are you taking care of her? It was my uncle's voice. I must have looked bad in my coma, and my uncle, who had seen so much, was so scared. But where was Grandpa? Why didn't I hear Grandpa's voice? Grandpa is already an old man, he can't have fainted. I'm taking her back. You guys, Uncle continued to yell in anger, but suddenly a calm voice interrupted him. All right, it was Grandpa, he was there, too. Great. Mr. Vermont. They can't protect here, said the uncle, still not giving up. It is true. But you calm down first. Here will be fine. Grandpa replied with certainty. Then he immediately added, she'll wake up soon. What? Grandpa actually said the same thing as Mom. Why? Why are they so sure that this spell won't work on me? I wanted to discuss it with Harsha, but suddenly, everything went skyward. My heart palpitated too much. The place I was rotated faster and the white surroundings suddenly turned into a vague place. I felt there was a portal that's swallowing me. An infinity portal toward another world. I heard countless voices burrowing confusingly into my ears. These voices were of varying heights, familiar and never heard before. What the hell is all this? Until. Mark me and let me be your Luna. It was Claire's voice. Who was she giving orders to, Alejandro? I think she's blackmailing him in exchange for saving me, but according to Grandpa and Mom, I don't need her to save me. Okay, I agree. Alejandro's voice came. What? Why would he agree? No. Alejandro. I don't need it. I kept shouting through the excruciating pain in my head as I tried to stop the absurdity of it all. No. Why? I could not breathe. I felt warm and suddenly, it turned cold. I lost all my strength and could only let my body keep falling down into the abyss. Back to reality. She's awake. I heard someone shout, and I was surprised as I opened my eyes. I was no longer in the white massive room, but now, I was laying on the sacred stone. I felt a little afraid, seeing myself wearing a huge black cloak on the large stone table. Am I dead? I suddenly thought. And before I spoke, Severus held my hand tightly while guiding me to sit. I saw from his eyes how he worried about me. Thanks, you're finally awake. He said, seemed like he waited for me for so long. But I could not speak because of the many people around us. I just scanned the area and I saw from their reaction the happiness as they saw me. I'm okay. I was still weak and whispered to everyone. That's good. My uncle nodded with tears of relief, while my grandfather on the side was calm as if he already knew the outcome. Grandpa. I wanted to ask Grandpa my questions and tell him Mom's greetings, but then I saw Claire. Was what I just heard true? Alejandro. Question marks appeared on my mind and everything puzzled me out. I had so many questions, but maybe I had just come out of a coma and my brain couldn't handle that yet. I felt a sharp pain that was hard for me to bear. Here. Severus immediately came up and took me in his arms, which did make me a lot more comfortable. He looked back and everyone nodded their head. I knew Severus commanded them to move away. They walked out from the sacred ground. Severus and I were left on the stage. Alejandro POV. They are mate, only Severus can make here feel comfortable anymore. I'm even glad that Severus ordered us to leave. I really didn't want to see them hugging each other. I always kept thinking, that person should be me. Don't look back, Alejandro. She'll be happier. That's what my wolf and I were talking to ourselves. I knew that Claire walked and followed me. I just ignored her, but she seemed like a straw sipping attention from me. Yes, I agreed with her to be my Luna, but everything was just for here. I need to bet what I felt for the sake of the woman I love. Alejandro. Her voice made me halt my steps without looking back at her. I didn't reply to her. I just kept on standing in her front, 10 meters away from her. Where is the mating ceremony will take place? She asked excitedly when she did not receive any words from me. I didn't expect that she would ask me that kind of shitty question. But in the tone of her voice, I knew she was the happiest woman tonight. I don't know. But I'm sure if here had enough rest, our mating ceremony will be held together to ensure our safety. I responded to her coldly and I continued walking away from her. I can't wait to be your Luna. She replied, and she looked like a kid that promised to treat in the park. She followed me again and I knew she would never let me go until she became my Luna. Author's POV. Mr. Vermont halted his steps behind Alejandro and Claire. He looked at Mr. Lionheart and raised his left hand secretly to signal the witch doctor to stop walking. When the witch doctor was given feet away from him, he scanned the area and asked the doctor. "Are you sure you can do it?" he asked, which made the doctor smirk. Mr. Vermont. Since Mr. Alejandro is willing to sacrifice, I will bet myself for this. Mr. Lionheart replied, and the old Vermont tapped his shoulder. They walked in the common direction and left the sacred ground immediately. Author's POV. The mating ceremony. Everyone was around the sacred ground of the moon goddess. Ala and Luna were there waiting for the mating season of the two couples, except for Alejandro's family, who could not accept Claire as their future Luna. Here and Severus were on the right side of the sacred place. They were standing close to each other. However, Claire and Alejandro were on the other side, 5 feet apart from each other. Claire smiled brightly as she found herself standing next to his beloved man. And even Alejandro's family did not want her anymore. She doesn't care about it. The important to her was she was the next Luna of the Moonchaser pack. When everyone was ready, the witch doctor came and he walked toward the center of the stage. He looked at both sides of the place and said, "Alejandro, Severus, you need to give your mark to your Luna on time. Because once you failed, one of them will be in danger." Severus and Alejandro nodded their head as they heard the warning from the witch doctor. Mr. Lionheart went down the stage and the ladies wearing silk white dresses came. They were dancing around the other four, waving their hands and singing unfamiliar songs. The candles were enlightened and the ground shone like stars at night. The full moon peaks at the place and everyone bowed their head in praise for the moon goddess, Selene. After a while, the dancing stopped and the music fades. Everyone was looking at the four. Severus held the hand of Here, facing each other. And it also did by Alejandro and Claire. Severus stared at Here. He could not deny how much he was excited to mark Here as his Luna. They give each other their vows. Alejandro and Claire followed them. And after some pleasantries, everyone counts a second and both sides waited to mark each other. 1, 2, 3. Severus marked Here after the counts and Here enjoyed how her mate gave her his mark. She felt good and her strength came back. But everyone's attention was drawn to Alejandro on the other side, who acted in a way that took everyone by surprise. Alejandro leaned down right on time and approached Claire, and when everyone thought he was going to mark her, he suddenly shouted, "I Alejandro Lionheart rejected you Claire Sylvia as my Luna." Of course, the most surprised person was Claire, who was full of expectation, but her surprise didn't last long. After all, being rejected is very painful. Arg! She fell to the ground holding her head and kept struggling to get closer to Alejandro, but Alejandro, who was not far away, did not care about her at all. Arg! After shouting rejection, Alejandro growled in pain. His eyes were teary and red as he kept on enduring the pain he felt toward the rejection. His nerves were shaking and he suddenly felt sweaty even with the cold night embracing his body. While Alejandro crying in pain, the witch doctor immediately walked closer to Claire. Euro yen pilcro pound cent carat pilcro euro. After Mr. Lionheart recited a string of incantations, Claire felt her instant loss of strength. All the power in her body was drained away, and all her witch power was gone. Arg! Claire then realized that getting her back wasn't the trap, this ceremony was the biggest trap of all. Flashback. Severus, Alejandro, King Ansel, and Mr. Vermont were sitting near Here's unconscious body. They were talking about something and Mr. Vermont went closer to Here and pronounced mysterious words. "It doesn't take that bitch to undo the spell anymore, but she has to be found. If she doesn't, Here and Alejandro's fake bond can't be lifted." Severus' words reminded those present that they still had this crucial problem unresolved. "No. That bitch can't be my Luna." Alejandro strongly disagrees and it made Severus get mad. "No. Want it or not, you need to do this." Severus growled, but he knew that Alejandro have his own will. But it's none of his business because of that damn fake bond. He's missed Here for too long. Then I'll reject her. Alejandro tried to express his determination. "Don't you dare." Just as the two were arguing, Mr. Lionheart put a stop to it. "Wait. Yes. Maybe it can be rejected." Mr. Lionheart spoke and the two glanced at a piece of hope. "What did you say, Lionheart?" Mr. Vermont asked. "This is a direction that no one ever thought of." Severus looked at Alejandro and they were willing to hear the suggestion. Mr. Lionheart calmed himself and added, "The book says that the fake mate bond needs to be dealt with along with the fake one. Whether it was a rejection or an acceptance. Yes, why haven't we thought in that direction?" Mr. Vermont echoed that thought. "Huh? So you mean we can accept and reject our fated Luna if we want?" Severus asked, and Alejandro widened his eyes. But it is dangerous, especially since no one done it before. Mr. Lionheart replied, and Severus felt sad as he heard the bad side of the suggestion. However, Alejandro seemed like he made up his mind. He was willing to accept the fact and face the risk that he might encounter. "It's okay, find that bitch. I can do it." End of flashback. Everyone around the sacred ground immediately walked out. The cry of Alejandro echoed around and it filled the sacred ground. Claire cried painfully. The cry that only her soul could hear. She was nothing like trash in the bin again. But she still loved Alejandro. She endures the pain that Mr. Lionheart doing to her. And when she felt her breath was fading, she forced herself and said, "Kill me, Alejandro. Kill me and I will be the happiest woman to die from your hand." She gave up her struggles and let Alejandro kill her. However, even Alejandro was in pain. He shook his head while his hands were shaking. Why, Alejandro's hesitation puzzled Claire. Didn't he do all this to get her killed? Why hadn't he done it? Here's POV. Next day. I woke up late in the morning. I opened my eyes and found myself naked lying on the bed. Fortunately, there was a thick blanket that helped me to cover my naked body. I looked around and I felt relieved as I saw myself alone on the bed. If Severus was there, I guess I would have had to spend this morning in bed again. I pulled my blanket and lay in a fetal position. My body was tired and I needed some time to rest. But before I closed my eyes again, I heard a familiar voice coming behind me. "At last, you wake up." I heard a manly voice and I immediately turned back. And I saw Severus standing half naked. I felt shy and grabbed the sheet to hide myself. "What are you doing here?" I asked him, but he just walked closer to me. I felt annoyed by his action, but I need to stay calm. "Your breakfast is all ready." What do you think I was going to do? He always teases me verbally. I decided to ignore his words. I looked at him and I saw him pointing the breakfast on the table. But I could not move freely because I was still naked. And looked like he reads what I wanted to do. He halted his steps and smiled at me. "You're beautiful today, baby. But last night you said you were going to interrogate Claire yourself today, so after breakfast we're off," he added before he leaves my room. After he walked out, I felt my cheeks burning hot because of his aura and words. I actually became a Luna. 1 hour later. Interrogation room. "Your Highness," the soldiers saluted us neatly as soon as we walked into the new interrogation room. Everywhere I looked from this morning until now, I was reminded that I was bound to Severus. We nodded in response to the salutes and struggled to adjust to my new identity. I looked around the brand new interrogation room, with its white walls, barred windows, and interrogation chairs, and exchanged glances with Severus, clearly both of us satisfied. The interrogation room was a makeshift one, made according to what I had seen in the human movies before. Unlike a traditional werewolf prison, there would be no torture to extract a confession, nor would any of the prisoners be tortured. This is exactly what Severus and I wanted to see. The soldiers led us into the innermost room, where Claire had been waiting for us to arrive. I saw Claire sitting on the chair. Her hands were handcuffed with a silver chain. She saw someone pushing in the door, her eyes shining brightly, but after seeing us she quickly returned to her gloomy eyes. Clearly, We were not the people she wanted to see. I think she's looking for Alejandro, Severus muttered, and I thought it as well. I went closer to her but not too close. She knitted her eyebrows but I just ignored her attitude. He can't come. I finished and waited for her to ask me why, but much to my surprise, she didn't seem to care and ignored me without a word. I had to add myself, your spell hurt him badly. Gao, his wolf, is dormant. An alpha had lost his wolf, it was fatal, and it was all because of this woman in front of me. I expected her to repent, to weep. But she just looked at me with cold eyes, as if it was all in her plan. She raised her eyes to look at Severus behind me, and I understood instantly that she did not want him present. I took a deep breath and walked toward Severus. Sev, let me deal with her alone. He was reluctant to leave, just as I had expected. Trust me, I can do it. All you need to do is to look for Sion as soon as possible. I ordered Severus but he reluctantly agreed with me. When he was gone, I went back to Claire and looked at her dominantly. She glared at me and I knew she hated me so much at that moment. You won't find him? She asked me but I just kept myself looking at her as I took my phone inside my pocket. None of your business, look at this first. I opened the screen and showed her the video that contains how much Alejandro suffered from the spell. He was vomiting a lot of blood. Claire widened her eyes as she saw how Alejandro fainting on the spot. On how she reacted, it seems I didn't misjudge, she just didn't believe what I said. She moved closer but before she looked at the phone closer, I immediately turned off the phone. Ugh! Show it to me, she shouted but I ignored her. Just like she just did. Let me out of here. I need to save him. UF to the power of Seeker. She growled widely. Even though she was handcuffed, she was still pursuing to move harshly to be free. How? How can you save Alejandro? I coldly asked her, which made her stop moving. It's not your business, bitch. She replied, and I felt annoyed with her attitude. You can't save him. No one else can save him. I added fiercely and she gritted her teeth in anger. Yeah, I can't save him. All my witchcraft is gone. I can't save him. Finally, she gave the reaction I expected. I knew she was now completely defenseless, so, now was the time. Speak up, about your father's death. What? She was surprised. How did I know this deepest secret? Here's POV. It's you killed him. I looked at her directly as I added. Claire glared at me angrily. For a long time she did not speak, she intended to muddle through with the trick of silence. Thanks to the captured hooligans and I knew everything about her past. They told me that Claire was responsible for why her father died. Why you killed your father? I asked her to know her motive. But unexpectedly, she looked at me and began to smirk. Ha 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 ha, father? He is also worthy of being called a father? Her smirk turned into a mocking one. I knitted my eyebrows as I saw her reaction. It's him who deserves to die. He deserved to die since he was ripping our necks out. My mom and I suffered hardship from his fist. Wasn't he deserves that? I shook my head as I heard her stupid answer. No matter what, there is no killing. There is no end to fighting violence with violence. Why you did not seek for help? It's more helpful than killing. Right? Once you kill him too, you're not just a victim anymore. I retorted. Snap. Claire gritted her teeth in anger as she slammed the table with her both handcuffed hands. I never expected that she would feel angered by my words. And who will gonna help us? We are just a mere werewolf that doesn't have any right in this F to the power of seeking world. She growled and her eyes filled with anger and hatred as she answered me. That's not true, Claire. Every person in this world has rights. You should protect yourself with the law. And your mother. I answered, emphasizing the rules that we have in our world. That's your world. Not mine. My world is all about life and death. Don't act that you feel me. We are not the same. She kept on growling and shouting indignantly. Silence. A different world? Is there another world I don't know about? You. I was about to pursue the question when the door behind me made a loud clang. Clang. What's going on here? Severus came rushing and he quickly went closer to me. I was surprised because he did not follow my order recently and he kept on waiting for me outside. Why are you here? I asked him. Sorry, but I cannot leave you here. I was afraid that she might hurt you. And now, look, she is in crazy. Severus replied and I got his point. He just ensuring my safety and he faced Claire. Claire looked at us with a mockery on her face and said, "Humph, look. I was just a little louder and he decided I was going to kill you, and he immediately rushed over to scold me. Are we in the same world?" Her words left me speechless. It was as if all this was proof that she was right and I didn't understand her situation. Before I could think of a reply, Severus retorted first. "Shut up, Claire. Yes, you are right, here and you are not the same because you are a underscore." He shouted, but before he finished his sentence, I stopped him. "Sev. No. I'm wrong," I spoke, lowering my voice, and I pulled Severus's hand. "What?" he asked me, wondering. He never thought that I would be saying those words to myself even though Claire started the fuss. I faced Claire fearless. My hands were shaking and my eyes were furiously glaring at her. I felt my eyes getting warmed because of the tiny tears that wanted to show up. I clenched my hands tightly, trying to calm myself out of this tension between us. She still looked at us coldly and said in a low voice, "What are you trying to say? She's the high and mighty Luna and I'm an unscrupulous half-breed, bitch, right? No, sorry. I should never condemn a victim, especially not your mother." As I said this, I couldn't help but think of my mother and choke up. But I held back my tears and continued my apology. "I also shouldn't have judged you, who was underage at the time, without knowing. Anyway, I'm sorry." Claire suddenly halted her movement as she heard me saying those words that run through her inner soul. Severus looked at me and I felt he wanted to say anything. I know that he also realizes that what he just said was wrong. She is right. And even I'm the Alpha Prince, I will never use my name and honor to humiliate you now. Claire was visibly flabbergasted for a second, but soon she smirked and shook her head. She seemed like a crazy bastard who never let our words enter her ear. "These stupid tricks again? Sorry, but you are just wasting your time. Your tricks are worthless." "I didn't appreciate it," she replied, accompanied by the rolling of her eyes. I felt annoyed, but I could not force myself to act like I'm the stupid one. "All right. Then we'll go first, think about it yourself." I had to leave first because I was about to hold back my tears. Snap, Severus behind me slams the door shut. My mind blew away and I felt there was a tear that trying to pierce my heart. Suddenly, I felt Severus's body moving closer to me. He stretched his arms and buried me inside it. He trying to give me at least a little bit of comfort. And he was right, I needed his warm body to make me feel better. It's okay. His sweet manly voice made me feel better. I sobbed on her chest and he caressed my back. My tears kept on flowing and I really felt better every time I released the pain inside me. I never thought that I'm not a good one to understand the world. I sobbed, trying to talk with Severus. Tell me. I will be here for you here. He replied as he kissed my hair. I'm grateful that he was sincere and willing to listen to me. Because I thought before that I understand the world we have. But now, I never thought that many people are living in misery in this world. How could I say something like that? I added, leaning all the burden inside me. Here, it's not too late. We can change the world. That's what we agreed to, isn't it? Severus replied. I lean my body towards Severus and leave all the tears on him. Suddenly, I heard someone calling me in the mind link. I opened the communication and I was shocked at what I heard. Sion came by himself. Alone. Author's POV. After hearing the news from the soldiers, Severus and Here immediately walked toward the border. Sion standing alone, taking smoke, and watching soldiers protecting the area. Here was surprised as she saw Sion from afar. And was a little surprised as she saw Sion personally. She could not believe that the man that helping Claire was the leader of the Rouges. Sion is the raider who was risen a few years ago was a mystery to them until now. And he gathered the Rouges to be his alliance. His power and clans were all mysterious and some here says that he had a connection to the military cooperation in the human world. How did he come alone? Here and Severus looked at each other as they saw Sion without Rouges. The frightened they felt was gone because there was no chaos that might happen. Here. Hide first. We don't know the trick of this man. Severus muttered and Here nodded her head and let Severus continue walking. Here hid first and let Severus talk with Sion. But when Severus reached the boundary, Sion scanned the area and saw that Here was not there. Bring out Here. Sion suddenly shouted, which echoed in the area. He was standing firmly, crossing his arms on his chest. And what you think you are to order us? Severus asked as he faced Sion. Sion looked at Severus directly and he never threatened Severus as a prince. Because I have an offer that you could not refuse, Sion replied seeming like he was sure of his words. Tell us. Severus asked but Sion just smirked and gave him an annoying aura. Take it easy man. I will tell it but I need to see her first. Let her out. Sion said and raised his eyebrow. He threw the cigar away from him and spitted saliva on the ground. Here who was hiding behind the wall and she heard everything. She did not hesitate to agree with Sion's wish and immediately showed up herself. Sion looked at her and from his eyes, he wanted to wish something. What do you want from me? Here asked as she faced Sion. At that moment, the soldiers and Severus were behind her. They were alert and focused on the surrounding. I want to see Claire. Sion directly pronounces his will. Here and Severus looked at each other. They knew that it was not a big deal if Sion met Claire alone. And how can we be sure that you will never cause trouble? Severus asked and Sion stretched his arms widely and turned around. See? I'm alone. It would only take your snipers a second to shoot me down. Sion said. His acumen surprised here. The sniper had only just gotten into position, and was deployed far away. But he was right, he was alone and couldn't do anything. Here looked at her soldiers and signed him past Sion from the barrier. Soldiers immediately followed here and they let Sion walk in. "Follow us," Here spoke seriously, and she walked away toward the interrogation room. Soon, they reached the door of the interrogation room. Claire, who had just been reincarcerated, was summoned again. "Sion. You can see Claire," Here said, and Sion seriously followed here toward the certain door. At that time, Claire was sitting silently. She was thinking something when she heard the news from the soldier on the door. "You have visitor." Claire wondered who was the one who thought to visit her in a prison? An orphan like her was easy to forget by someone. She playing with her hands, and she looked like boredom inside that F to the power of seeking cell. However, even she was doubting, she was still hoping that someone would come to visit her. The door opened and she was surprised as she saw Sion approaching with here. She widened her eyes and shook her head. "What the hell he's doing here? He is out of his mind?" she suddenly thought while Sion entered the door. But before Sion stepped in the inside, here reminded him. "Sion, if you are trying to escape with her, I can tell you that you are unable to do so," Here muttered before she let Sion came closer to Claire. However, Sion seems like ignoring her. He kept on taking another cigar and walked toward Claire. When the door shuts, he looked at Claire carefully and he was relieved as he saw Claire's state. If they dared to mistreat her, he had already thought of killing those who carried out the execution. "Are you still okay here?" Sion asked Claire, but he just received a cold eyes. "Yeah," Claire replied, and Sion was relieved. "That's good to hear." He took another sip of smoke and he felt better as he saw Claire was not tortured inside the cell. Sion looked behind and he saw her standing next to the door. "Can I talk to her privately?" Sion asked, but here shook her head and refused. "Isn't enough that I let you to see her?" Here said, and Sion clenched his hand into fist. "Just give me a moment," Sion added, pleasing for another time. "No. I need to know everything you will talk about," Here bravely said, and Sion could not make another reasons to please. "Hey, words before death, do you want to listen to them too?" Sion said mockingly. "What do you mean?" Here wondered. "Don't all of you honored wolves want me, the rogue leader, to die?" Sion said as he looked at Severus, who was on the sidelines. Seeing that no one answered him, he continued. "My deal. I can kill myself and satisfy you all, and you can take my corpse and run for the next Alpha King. All I want is for her to live." He raised his finger, which was not holding a cigarette, to Claire, who was frozen in place. This fearsome rogue leader, he is going to trade his life for Claire's. Author's POV. Use my corpse to campaign. Here and Claire were stunned as they heard Sion saying those words. Claire knitted her eyebrows as she looked at Sion. She could not believe that Sion would be acting like a weakling in front of her. "I don't." The calmest Severus just wanted to make his position clear. Claire angrily stood and slammed the table hardly. Thud. "Why are you doing these shitty things, huh? Ain't you understand? I don't need you. I don't need anyone to die for me. And even if you die, I don't care." As she added, she raised her eyebrows and glared at Sion. "I don't love you. Understand?" Sion looked at Claire directly, He suddenly spoke seriously as she heard Claire's confession about his feeling. He felt little pain inside, but he needs to stay strong to make his goal come true. What about that man? Does he love you? Why did you come back? Sion asked, but Claire seemed like she was upset toward Sion's stubbornness. She rolled her eyes, and even though she was handcuffed, she managed to clench her hand into a fist. Do you want to die in this obvious trap? You idiot. I can face death even without your F to the power of seeking help me. My birth was a mistake. Claire growled to Sion, hoping for Claire's acceptance of his feeling. You, Sion said, but Claire immediately shouted angrily. Shut up your mouth. They threw each other some ill words. Hey. You two. Stop arguing, okay? Nothing will happen if you going to make trash talk to each other. Severus scolded them as he felt the tension between the two. The other two looked at Severus and they stopped talking for a while. Claire sat on the chair, taunting her lips, and rolled her eyes as she averted her gaze away from Sion. No one will die. Severus added, seemed like he felt heat-headed as he heard two arguing about something unimportant. At that time, Here was listening to the argument between the two. And when Severus cut the tension, she quickly moved out from her daydreaming and woke up in reality. She stood and her voice echoed throughout the entire room when she has begun to speak. Listen. I know we all looking forward to the good werewolf's world for everyone. And we don't want to see each other in the chair of death because of the wrong basis. It's too barbaric, right? Here spoke and everyone caught their attention. But even though Here wanted a good fortune for everyone, Sion seemed like he doesn't care about the good future. He keenly understood what they meant, but he wasn't about to accept it. I'm not going to work with you. Don't plan to use me to destroy my legions. He spoke fiercely. Here was speechless as she heard how Sion put his loyalty to his pack. Suddenly, Sion spoke again. They are my brothers. And I will never let any of them get hurt. Sion added as he took another cigar from his pocket. He sipped it and the smoke surrounded him. Ha ha. It's funny. You rogues are quite righteous. Severus laughed and he could not stop himself laughing. He looked at Sion seriously when his laughter was fading. I say again, no one will die. In the past, rogue just meant some bad werewolves, but now it represents all homeless werewolves. This is supposed to be discrimination, and we are trying to change this. You will not die. Put it this way, can you understand? Severus added. Why should I trust you? Sion asks, his mistrust angering Severus. You. Severus' eyes widened. And before they turned mad, Here quickly cut the tension between the two. She quickly faced Sion to tell her ambition. Sion, I really can't make you believe us, but look here, look at Claire. Even if we are lying to you, it's still kind of sincere, right? Sion calmed down and looked at the interrogation room and then at Claire, who was unharmed, and he believed Here's words. He looked to her and gestured for her to continue. Well, thanks. We doing something important. And to do that, we need your cooperation and I hope you will think about that. Here jumped on the conversation of the two. However, Sion raises his eyebrows and thinks about the possible danger of Here's offer. He knew that he need to be careful. Also they were in the den of enemies. He needed to have natural but a strong feeling of caution. If you wanted my cooperation with you, I need sincerity. Let me take Claire. Sion replied and he sipped his smoke. But before Here could say anything, Claire burst out first. Who's going to leave with you? She didn't want to leave, she couldn't just leave a seriously ill Alejandro behind. No, you're not leaving me with him, she shouted at her with a glare. Claire. Sion tried to persuade Claire again that leaving first was the best option. And that's when Here spoke up. No. Here replied, and as she added, she faced Claire. Sion and Claire looked at each other. They never thought that Here would ever accept their goal even for the sake of the werewolf world. Claire, even if your crime is undecidable, only Alejandro can forgive you because he is your alpha. And I can't do it unless he makes it. And since our laws are still being written, I can't just release her. It's as much about destroying the system as it is about killing someone without permission. Here stated, even if the traditional rules are followed and the alpha's decision is the law, then only Alejandro can make that decision. Unfortunately, Alejandro was still now in a coma. Forget it then, I'm willing to wait for that loser to wake up. With that he walked towards Claire, looking ready to stay with her. Jean. Who are you calling a loser? I said that, asshole. What's wrong? You. The two argued again, and Here and Severus, who were watching this, could only stare at each other helplessly. Then, just as Severus was about to use his princely right of amnesty, bam! The door opened and they looked in the common direction where the door was located. They saw Mr. Lionheart approaching the door and they waited for the news of the witch doctor. He is awake. Alejandro actually woke up. The next day, the conference room. Severus, Here, Alejandro, and Lucio were all in the massive office room. They were all gathered here for a reason. The king took the initiative to introduce the situation that happened in their worlds, and he was responsible for this event. All of them were sitting facing each other on the long oak table. They were all attentive to what announcement they might hear from the king. Here was sitting silently. She was waiting for the news and she did not care about others inside the room. When everyone was ready, King Ansel stood on their front to start the meeting that he held. But before he spoke, he took an envelope and held it for a while. I know all of you are empty-minded. Why are you here? But there is a news that suddenly reaches my office. A group of Rouges is attacking every corner of our world. King Ansel said, and everyone was shocked. They could not believe the other problem that now they were facing. And who was responsible for that? Severus asked, even though there was a glimpse of suspicion towards Sion. He thought that Sion was responsible for that because he was the leader of the Rouges. I don't know. But because some small packs sent their problems due to the sudden attack of those Rouges. All of them pointing Sion as the mastermind of those crimes, and they give me all of their evidence. King Ansel replied, and Here was stunned. He opened the envelope and took the photos inside. So, why don't we ask Sion about this? Maybe he will able to clear his identity here. Here suggested, and she thought that Sion would come to protect himself. Okay. I send security guards to find him. King Ansel replied, and everyone was waiting for Sion. The guards immediately went out and looked for Sion. After a few moments of waiting, Sion came and he walked toward the table. He sat and waited for the king to ask him about his intentions. Why you called me here suddenly? Sion asked coldly as he sat like a boss on the chair. He moves his feet, seeming like he doesn't show any kind of respect or fear in front of the king. You're here to tell us this. King Ansel threw the evidence on the table. It flew toward the edge of the table and Sion saw the pictures. He took one of the pictures and knitted his eyebrows as he saw the content of it. Damaged houses, massive roads, disturbing photos, and other bad crimes were in the photos. "What this?" he asked, wondering as he raised the photo to the top of his head. "All of that is the evidence that you and your rouges attacked the small packs," he replied, and she threw some of the photos toward Sion, who was put in puzzled as he saw those photos. "What the hell you're talking about? I'm not responsible for this shit." He angrily denied himself. "Are you sure you're not?" Severus asked, knitted his eyebrows toward Sion. "Yes, and if I'm not telling the truth, why I'm here to talk about those shitty things you called evidence," he replied, and then shook his head as he threw back all the photos on the center of the table. "So if you are telling the truth, I think there's another group of rouges that attacked other small packs in the attempt to annex it," Here thought as she saw the reaction of Sion toward the photos. "Because long years ago, there was a wolf that without a pack met a bad guy. They were thought to be rouges and unfortunately, all of them were become rouges. And they were thinking that it might be the reason why there were unknown rouges that attacked some small packs. What if you Sion help us? You can able to provide the information about the dark side rouges," Lucio suggested, and the king agreed to it. "I can accept your suggestions, but on one condition. I want here to come with me," Sion said, and everyone was surprised. They could talk for a while thinking about the words they would say. They averted their gaze away from here and looked at Alejandro. He was pale and weak. And even his wolf was still in a deep sleep. Here saw the situation of Alejandro. She thought that she needed to help Alejandro first to gain strength again. "Don't worry, Alejandro. I will be asked my grandfather if he can summon the witch doctor if he could help Alejandro to gain strength. I think you don't have to ask that. Because the doctor is here," the king said as he saw Mr. Lionheart coming. When the doctor came, Alejandro asked him something. "Mr. Lionheart, are you sure that Claire lost her power?" Alejandro asked, to ensure the safety of here in the hands of Claire. "Yeah. Actually, she doesn't have any wolves in the first place. And when she lost her witch power, she is like a normal human," Mr. Lionheart replied, and everyone was shocked as they heard the information about Claire. "So if is the truth, I will agree to your request. And because Claire got the punishment she deserves, Sion will take her to his pack," Alejandro said, and Sion widened his eyes in surprise. He happily stood and thanked Alejandro. "So if it's your plan, I will take her in my pack," Sion said, and he quickly took Claire. And when the meeting was over, here was still sitting on the chair. Her reaction was saw by Severus. "Why?" Severus asked, and he sat near here. "Please tell Alejandro to forgive Claire. She gets her punishment and it's enough," Here replied, and Severus nodded his head. He stood and followed Alejandro out to the room, and Here left inside. When everyone was gone, Here took her phone and dialed her grandpa's number. "Grandpa? Can I ask something?" Author's POV. "Grandpa, I want to say something." When Mr. Vermont heard the voice of his granddaughter, he quickly looked at Mr. Lionheart to tell him to stay for a while. Mr. Lionheart sat on the chair beside the old Vermont, and they listened to the things that Here would say. "What's that, honey?" Mr. Vermont asked, and he leaned his ears to his granddaughter. "Grandpa, I saw my mom in my dream," Here said, and Mr. Vermont could not believe that he have conversations with his daughter. His eyes suddenly become watery as he remembered about his only daughter. He was almost cried and thought how lucky was here to have a conversation with Ganymede, here's mother. Really? Did you see her, Mr. Vermont asked, trembling in his voice. Yeah. And she looked like me. She have a grayish eyes like mine. Here described her mom. And her grandpa's tears drip on his eyes. Oh. Yes she is. Mr. Vermont said as he swept the tears on his cheeks. He missed his daughter and he was thankful because even here did not see her since birth. He knew Ganymede was still protecting here. Speaking of which, why you and my mom sure that I will be fine even I was under the black magic? She asked as she remembered the real intent of her call. After hearing the question of here, Mr. Vermont stopped for a while. He took a deep breath and looked at the witch doctor. His eyes were filled with sadness and mixed emotions of being an old man. Do you want to know it, Mr. Vermont said as he readied himself to tell her about her real identity. Flashback. No Ganymede. You will never leave this house. Mr. Vermont angrily scolded a young lady in her late 30s. The woman was have a gray-white wavy hair. Her eyes were gray too. Father. I can decide myself. I want to go out of here to find him, Ganymede shouted, proving to his father that he was not the superior. Don't be stubborn Ganymede. Mr. Vermont shouted and he pulled his daughter away from the exit door and locked it eventually. Ganymede tried to escape from her father's hands but Mr. Vermont was stronger than her. No. Ganymede growled as she found herself again in the four-corner room of their house. Stay there until you learn how to obey me, Mr. Vermont replied angrily and he left Ganymede helpless. Only her shouted and cries were heard in the room. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why Jay can't feel love for me? Ganymede growled back and it was heard by Mr. Vermont. He walked back and said, because you are a witch. And the love that you felt toward a werewolf like him is forbidden. You should know that Ganymede. Don't be impulsive. Mr. Vermont said and Ganymede was cried as she heard those facts from her father. But my mom is the high priestess. She is the head of the witch pack. And you still love her right? So why she can have a love even she is half witch? Ganymede tried to make her point. Daughter, your witch blood had long suppressed the werewolf blood. And I don't want to put you in danger Ganymede. Mr. Vermont said as he tell how he beloved his daughter. And he just doing this to protect his loved one. Tilda. Here was stunned as she heard the story from her grandfather. Then. I can't control her. Even I do my best to protect her, she disobeyed me and followed her heart. She escaped and after that. We could not find her. Until I heard that she was died in the battle. Mr. Vermont said and he felt pain in his heart that made him to cry. Here listened on the other line. But before she died, she put the power to you hoping that it will protect you from bad doers. Sniff. Grandpa didn't hear could not believe on what she heard. Don't cry Grandpa. It's past. I'll be here for you. Here comforted Mr. Vermont as she heard the pain in the voice of her grandpa. Here felt something different as she heard how her mother lived her the most. Even she was died, she didn't forget her as her daughter. Suddenly, the witch doctor stood and immediately kneeled on the floor. Hearing her words and he kneeled on the floor and said, "Oh, Highness Chief, here's POV. I was laying on my bed and I could not sleep very well. I was thinking about the things that I knew from my grandfather. At first, I was surprised and there was a little bit of fear as I thought about my background. I rolled on my bed, forcing myself to think well. But a second later and I rolled again and faced the ceiling. I looked like insane doing the same thing. What should I do? I asked my wolf as I could not think myself. Why don't you tell him? Harsha replied and I bit my lower lips, thinking about the things that might come if I would tell to Severus what kind of woman I am. Nah. I don't want to know him who I am. I need to think well. I said as I took a deep breath. I was afraid that Severus hates me after knowing my identity. Here. You are his Luna and I'm sure he will accept you. Harsha said, but I'm not satisfied. Because at this time, I knew how the people around the werewolf's world hates witches. Harsha. They hate me. And I was afraid that even Severus may hate me the same. I sadly pouted my lips, thinking about what would I do. Because even the world went upside down, I could not deny my blood. My grandmother was a great chief of the witches. And the position for that would be inherent by my mother. Unfortunately, my mother Ganymede did not accept her fate. After a long year that the position was empty, the contest has happened and until now, it has been contested. And because of that, the chaos in the witches' world was begun. And how funny to think, because the things that I was afraid to be inherent were the things that they expected me to lead by myself. So what we will do? Harsha spoke within me and I felt annoyed as she threw me again the questions of myself. Sigh. I don't feel like you helping me, Harsha. I growled at her and I suddenly felt worried. I slapped my forehead. And because I was too busy talking with Harsha, I never thought that Severus entered my room. And it was too late because he was now in my front. His eyes met mine and I was shocked as he get closer to me. Can I know what you have been talking about with Grandpa? Severus asked and it made my heart palpitate. I averted my gaze away from him to turn his attention to something. And nothing. He just tell me that he was concerned for me. I said, denying the truth from him. For what? He asked, but I just shook my head. I did not tell him, hoping that he would not be stubborn. But he gets much closer to me. I was a little afraid that he would ask me once again. But instead of words, he gives me his seducing attitude. I felt the tip of his nose in my earlobe and he slowly kissed my neck. His fingers crawl inside my 90s. I felt his hand wanting to devour my hips up to my private area. And his left hand used to take my clothes away. But before he undressed me, I held his wrist and quickly responded to what he doing. Stop that, I said to him, but he was still doing the same thing. He kissed torridly and I could not restrain his movement. I felt he bringing me to heaven again. But I needed to stop him. I need to think about everything before this. I gather my strength to push him away from me. His eyes get widened as he looked at me. I knew he was puzzled why I suddenly stopped him. Stop this. I don't want it for now. I whispered, but he gets closer. I shut my mouth tightly to avoid his kiss. But I want to have a baby soon. And I already preparing for our wedding. Severus replied to me and I was surprised when I heard him. I never thought that he would be doing that thing for me. Because, nowadays, werewolves held large weddings, even the alpha. And everyone in our world treats the mating ceremony as a wedding. And I never expected that Severus made a move for this special event. I saw in Severus's eyes his eagerness to mine me tonight. But I didn't want it for now. Sev. Pardon. But I think it's not the right time for those things, I added, and he knitted his eyebrows. I knew he did not understand why I suddenly turned into this. But I needed it. Why? Tell me. He asked me, and I looked at him, giving him my unsuspicious look. Because I'm not done yet in studying. I need to focus on what I'm doing because I want to accept the pack successfully before the things you wish for. But here, if you trust me, nothing will happen to you. Nothing gonna change the plan you want. You can be a Luna even if you are doing what makes you happy. Severus replied to me. Yes, his words were sweet, but I'm not ready. Sorry. But I think I have a better plan, I replied, and he suddenly narrows his eyes. I saw from it the anger that created many questions in his mind. You didn't trust me here. You still doubting my love for you. I know you think that I'm just sipping the things you have as an heir. That I'm a gold digger, he shouted, bursting all of his pain into me. You did not understand it, Sev. So stop saying that. I growled back to him. I never thought that he would become unreasonable. And what do you think I'm thinking? I wanted to marry you because you are the heir? He growled back, and it made me feel angry. Shut up your mouth if you don't understand my point, I shouted indignantly, and I pointed to the door before I added. Get out of here, I shouted, and he immediately walked out of my room. I could not breathe as he went out. I felt my blood boiling too hard and it flowing in my veins to give me an irritable feeling. Claire's POV. I was sitting in the corner of this shitty jail. I could not be moved even though the cell was large enough for me. Because Sion was here watching every movement I made. I never thought that he would choose to stay in the cell with me. But even though I told him many times that I didn't need anyone, even him, he was still there. Claire, I won't leave you here, he said to me, giving me his care. But I ignored him. Claire, please talk to me, he added, wanting to get closer to me. But I glared at him and yelled. Are you a fool? I told you to stop chasing me. I should indignantly, but Sion did not retort. He was still lowering his pride for me. He stretched his arms and tried to hug me, but I quickly moved away from him. But he moved much closer. I wanted to curse him, but he suddenly stopped chasing me. Someone was calling him. Claire. I need to go. I received a report, he said, and he ran away without saying goodbye. When Sion was gone, I felt emptiness again, and I felt everything around me was useless. Here's POV. I was laying on my bed in the fetal position. The thick sheet covered my body because of the shivering coldness that surrounded me. It's already morning and I opened my eyes. I looked around, but like what I thought, Severus did not come back after rejecting his offer. I felt a little angered because I never thought that he would go away without saying a word. I sat on my bed and took the sheet out from me. I fixed my hair and jumped out of my bed. At this moment, I felt annoyed with him. I wanted to argue with him, so I went downstairs to find him. But when I go outside my room, a strange feeling suddenly entered my body. I knitted my eyebrows as I knew what that was. Harsha. Do you smell Severus? I asked my wolf as I could not smell Severus. I felt a little bit worried when Harsh replied. I can't. Maybe he is out of this pack. Harsha said, and I felt it was not just a simple one because Severus did not go away from the pack without any reason. I need to find the reason, I muttered, and Harsha spoke within me. Where are you going? I will go to the king. I need to know this, I replied, and I ran away, taking the path toward the king's office. After a few moments, I reached the office. My heart beats fast as I entered the massive room. Pardon, King Ansel, but I want to ask why Severus is not here? I asked him, trembling in my voice. I'm so sorry for not telling this, but last night, another group of Rouges attacked the small packs, he replied, and I was shocked as I heard it. So? What's happened? I added, and he looked at me. Don't worry. Alpha Gregor of the Moonchaser pack drives them away. Actually, I just suspected some for this, but when I know that he was in jail with Claire. So it may cause by some groups of Rouges that do not belong to Sion's hands, King said, and I felt worried. Thank you, King Ansel, I said, and he nodded his head. I quickly went to my room to fix myself. I did not waste my time and went to the parking lot. We need to hurry, I muttered, and Harsha was wondering where we would go. Where are we going here? She asked me while I riding in my sports car. We will go to the Moonchaser pack, I replied, and I felt Harsha was wondering. Wait. As far as I know, Alejandro was there, right? She retorted. Sigh. Stop that, Harsha. I will go there because the new alpha female Andrasi of the Metablack pack is there. She told me to help her pack because they are just small in number, I replied, and seemed like Harsha believe in me. And I'm willing to help her because the pack she belongs to originally studied the law in the human world. And she was forced to inherit the knowledge that their pack learned in the other world. And when she knew that I was the heir of Vermont, she sought my help. A few moments later and I reached my destination. Not from afar, I heard the murmuring of the people. I quickly entered the gate and I heard again the voices of two men arguing. It sounds familiar to me, so I immediately went closer to them. You are the mastermind for this, right? So don't act like you are clean to the eyes of these people, Alejandro shouted indignantly. I told you. I didn't know this. I'm in jail when it happens, Sion said, directly stated that he was not the mastermind. So what is this all about? Alejandro retorted, and the people around them gives their own opinion. Alejandro is right. You plan this. Yes, you are. When I heard them throwing ill words at Sion, I looked around and I saw Severus and Uncle standing there. And I quietly went to my uncle to greet him. But before I went closer, Severus saw me and he waved his hand over me. I slapped my forehead as I saw what he doing. And because of that, Alejandro saw me. He was still sitting in his wheelchair and looked so pale. I halted my steps and swallowed the saliva in my mouth as I saw the situation of Alejandro. I ignored Severus and walked toward Alejandro. I felt Severus would get mad at me, but I didn't care. I wanted to greet Alejandro and ensure his situation. What's your feeling right now? Do you feel better? I asked him, and Alejandro nodded his head. I wanted to ask him more, but Severus came and grabbed my arms. He looked at me seriously and threw it away to Alejandro. I really felt annoyed and disrespected, but I just calmed myself. I didn't want to fight here. I rolled my eyes at Severus and stepped away from him. Suddenly, Andrasi came and she stood in the corner. Her eyes were wandering around the flock of men, and saw from her eyes the confusion for something. Suddenly, Alpha Gregor called the attention of Andrasi. "Andrasi, I want you to tell me everything that happened last night." Andrasi went to the center and she looked around. Her innocent eyes were filled with fear as she spoke. "The hooligans. I smell the hooligans." And before she finished her words, I felt the same thing that she visioned. The hint of rouges was coming. Author's POV. And after the two women felt the waves of rouges coming, Sion went to his territory. He gathered all his forces and soldiers. "Men's. I want you to get ready for the war that we craving. We need to strengthen our forces because the real battery would begin," Sion shouted, and all of his soldiers raised their weapons in the air. Author's POV. When Andrasi visioned the rouges attacked, he immediately offered her to back to her pack with her family. She was worried about the safety of these small packs. She walked toward Andrasi to propose something important. "Andrasi, I think you need to go back to your pack right now," he said seriously, and Andrasi did not refuse. Andrasi was very thankful for the concern that Heer put into them. "Thank you, Heer, for the concern," she replied, and she walked out with Severus's troops according to what Heer planned to do. However, Alpha Gregor did not agree to that. He did not want to put his pack in danger. He wanted to fight with Andrasi's pack even though they were just mere small packs. "Wait. I think I'm the one who needed to go first. We know that Andrasi is incapable. If this place was occupied by the rouges, it will turn bad," Alpha Gregor said indignantly, which made her shake her head. She never expected that this Alpha would turn selfish and stupid. "No. She is not our puppet. We need to take her away from here with the protection of Severus's troops. And if Moonchaser Pack takes over it, so it will lead into fusion," Heer retorted as she heard the selfishness of the other Alpha. Everyone heard the braveness of Heer, and their eyes thrown at the Alpha who could not accept that woman would put him in shame. "And who dare you to decide? You are not an Alpha to rule over us," the Alpha angrily shouted as he felt Heer put him in the lower position. His eyes were filled with anger. He was shivering in his position and wanted to put Heer in shame too. But when Uncle Lucio saw what was the reaction of the Alpha toward Heer, they managed to calm the situation first. "Hey! Stop that. Heer was right. So you need to listen to her first." Uncle Lucio cut the tension between the two when he felt the anger of the Alpha. He did not want someone would put Heer shame. "Yes. She's right. We need to face the rouges. Andrasi is incapable. She cannot do it, but we can," Alejandro added, and he also agreed that Heer was right. Heer looked at Alejandro. She couldn't believe that Alejandro would be sided with her. She smiled briefly, and those smiles made Severus knot his eyebrows. He shook his head and clenched his hands into a fist. He suddenly felt jealous as he saw the sweet smile of his woman to the other man. Heer averted her gaze away from Alejandro and looked at Severus, who standing firmly. His hands were in his pocket while looking seriously at Alpha Gregor. And even Severus was bad-tempered because of annoyance recently. He also stood to the side of Heer. He went to the front to block the anger of Alpha Gregor. "She is right. You will stay here and let them out," Severus said, which made the Alpha grit his teeth in anger. He never thought that everyone would ever be sided with him, but because he felt that he didn't have any person who might prove that he was right, he just put himself in silence and accepted the decision of Heer. When Heer felt the tension was over, She looked at Andrasi and nodded at her. Andrasi followed her out of the place, but before he went outside, she heard Alpha Gregor cursing her. "You low-key woman who depends on men. How pitiful you are." Alpha Gregor muttered, which made her take a deep breath before she passed by to Alpha Gregor. But her anger made her beast come out. She faced the Alpha with her fiercest look. "Damn it. No one helps me. And every F to the power of seeking word you say is a damn mistake. And if you can't accept my decision as the right one, so don't attack me with your useless stupid attack on a woman like me." Here growled indignantly. And she quickly turned around after throwing her words to Alpha Gregor. Everyone was shocked when they heard Here's words. And even Alpha Gregor was also freezing in his position because he did expect that Here would fight back. However, at that time, Beta Leo and Sion were whipping the trespassing hooligans in their basement. The horrifying sounds echoed and the scream filled the massive room. The hooligans were tied up, filled with scars, and bloody floors. Leo reprimanded them severely so they could not fight themselves. Every hit of the heated silver bar to their body made a horrifying scream that someone who might hear them thought it was hell. They were helpless and even they were hopeless. But when Sion saw how Leo punished them, he angrily went to Leo to scold him. "Leo. They are here because of self-preservation so they can have somewhere to return to. Not to kill them and feel them the deathless punishment. Stop doing those stupid things." Sion indignantly growled as he saw the hardship that the hooligans experience at the hands of Leo. "So what do you think I need to do?" Leo asked as he stopped doing that nightmare to the hooligans. "Tell them that if they want a war, they can go out of this place and live their own life. And we will never stop them if they wish. But they are not allowed to use my name for doing that," Sion said. Leo looked at him. His eyes were filled with something doubtful. "Are you listening?" Sion asked again as he saw how serious was Leo. But instead of answering, Leo nodded his head. He agreed with the decision of Sion. But after a while, Leo walked away quietly. Sion looked around too, but Leo was gone. And when he went to the lower basement, the horror faced him. Their arrested hooligans were unable to speak again. Author's POV. A week later. "Toot. Sion? What's now?" Here asked when she received the call from Sion. "Let's enjoy. My men killed them. So you don't have to worry. Nothing left but their blood in the basement." Sion replied, and it made her feel timid. She widened her eyes, as she lost her courage to listen. She couldn't swallow the news that she heard from Sion. Even though those hooligans spread nightmares to other packs and were a real pain in the ass for the others, she knew that they needed to have the right to depend on themselves. Here shook her head. She sat on the couch with her heavy heart. But even she felt that kind of pain inside her. The rules of the hooligans and Druges were different. The one who made a mistake would be punished with death. And that was the reality that she could not interfere. I want to go back to my house," Here said as she felt something burdened in her heart. "Why?" Severus looked at her wondering. He kneeled on his left knee and faced Here, who sitting in his front. Just I want," she replied, swallowing the mouthful of saliva on her mouth. "Don't worry. I can visit you here all the time. And if you wish, I can go back home if I have work." Severus smiled as he replied. He tapped the cold hands of Here as he gave her a sweet and courageous aura. Here was speechless. She felt awkward since Severus and she were cats and dogs in the house. She gave Severus a cold look and Severus got her point. "Okay. Let's stop fighting nonsense things," he said, and here kept her eyes on Severus. She took a deep breath before she agreed to Severus' plan. Days passed and it turned into weeks, and here felt better because the war between the hooligans was ended. She was sitting on her office chair, waiting for Andrassy to come. "Ms. Monreal. Sorry for this late hour." Andrassy came and she immediately walked toward the oak table. "Please sit down." Here smiled as she welcomed Andrassy, who quickly sat on Here's front. "Anyway, I have a plan for the future of your pack. Please check it out." Here stretched her arm and gave Andrassy the envelope, containing the plan for the Metablack pack. Andrassy smiled and she saw how good Here was in planning. And she thought that she did not wrong in choosing a person to lie on. She reads the content. "Thanks a lot, Ms. Monreal. This will be a big help to us. I promise that we will be looking forward to this," Andrassy said, and she was happy seeing how passionate was Here and what she doing. "Don't worry. In this coming campaign for the next Alpha King, my support will be with Severus. So you become a first lady if that will happen," Andrassy added, and it made Here widen her eyes. She smiled briefly as she averted her gaze away from Andrassy. She never thought that this alpha female would say those words. Thank you for that. But I think the campaign is Severus's business. And I have my own. So I think I will end up protecting my pack. Like you. I don't want my pack will steal by men," Here said. And those words were overheard by Severus, who was arrived. He stayed outside as he heard every word of Here. He felt pain in his heart as he heard those words from Here. He shook his head and thought that Here didn't want to marry him. And the woman he knew to become his Luna questioning his love. And before he heard again the conversation of the two, he walked away, holding the pain inside his heart. He never thought that for the things that happened between them, Here never planned to marry him. His heart was pumping so hard and he could not take it anymore. He took his phone from his pocket and called his father. "Dad, I want to cancel the wedding preparation," Severus said seriously. In the tone of his voice, the trace of pain was not there, and it puzzled the king. "Why?" King asked, wondering. "Just do it," Severus coldly replied, and he hung up the call. At night. Here was riding in her car. She knitted her eyebrows and her heart was bursting in anger because the whole day was come but Severus did not come to their office. She took the direction of Severus' pack where her house was located. She was mad and wanted to question Severus for not picking her up with himself. After a few minutes, she reached the pack and she went to the office. Her anger made her footsteps heavy and faster. But her anger turned blue as she heard a conversation between Severus to his father. "Father, Here is wealthy. And she will be a great use to the campaign," Severus said, and it pierced the heart of the woman outside the door. Here could not believe what she heard. She did not expect that Severus wanted to use her wealth to win the campaign. Is he desperate for the position? She asked herself, and she could not resist the tears to flow down. Is he planning to hold the wedding because of this F to the power of seeking campaign? She thought, and she clenched her hand into a fist. She couldn't breathe and her knees were shivering. Her heart tightened so hard and it seems like it did not want to pump anymore. The way she looked at Severus turned into disappointment and anger. She trusted Severus and thought that it was real love. But everything she heard was enough to go somewhere where she could heal the scars that Severus made. Stomp. 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 When he heard someone was coming, she quickly leaves the place and ran away. She did not want someone to see her crying for nothing. She reached the corridor and lay her back on the wall. She held her chest and looked at the ceiling to prevent her tears from flowing. It's hurt. Harsha. It's hurt. Here called her wolf. She couldn't explain the pain, but she knew Severus just used her for his own sake. Here's POV. 1 month later. The students rushed on their way. Some were talking in the hallways. The laughter of the students was heard along the school entrance. I felt loner, but it was not a matter. I'm here not to have friends but to study. I took the way down the second floor and went to the library, away from the noises. I wanted to free myself first from the memories behind me, most of all, about Severus. It was been a month since I left his pack and went to the human world. But the scars and pain were still here every time he did not give me his time to look for me. Luckily, when I looked at the library, I saw that a few students were reading and studying. I took my identification card and went to the lobby. "Get in," the librarian said seriously. She was a terror librarian, I guess, because of her fearless aura. I entered and I chose the last chair at the very end of the library. I wanted to make my time more useful. The deafening silence filled the entire room. And that ambience made me feel better. I was sitting alone in the library. I am here to study the law of the human that I could use in my world. I do mainly studying this because I wanted to adopt the law of humans. Actually, when I started this, I arrested some werewolves who tried to disobey the rules. But because my knowledge was not too far, I need to study more. While I'm reading, I could not stop thinking about Severus. I expected every day that he would come to me and explain everything. But months passed, but he didn't even talk to me. Even seeking me out was like a shadow in the dark. I closed the book that I have been reading and took a deep breath. For almost a week that I'm reading the book of the law, today was the only time that I felt the pain that was still bothering me since then. I looked at my wristwatch. Might 20 minutes of reading be enough? I stood up thinking about the things that made my day worst. I think I need to relax, I muttered, and I went to the cottage not far from the school. It was a nice place to relax because of the fine green trees that shaded me from the sun. The ambience was cool and I sat on the bench. But the moment I wanted to relax turned into a nightmare when I heard the news on the television. Today News. I was surprised because of the sudden appearance of the broadcast news on human TV. I knitted my eyebrows when I saw the content of the news. The campaign for king's position was been declared by the previous king Ansel. And the person that would be opponents for the position. The best of the best opponents. Alpha Prince Severus and Alpha Gregory. The news made me feel annoyed when I heard my name, saying that I was much richer than Gregory's mate. And Severus has an advantage for that because of my identity. I felt many eyes were looking at me because some humans watching the news too. I hid myself and walked faster. I didn't want to look back unless I reached the place where no one might see me. But while I'm running away, my knees were shaking. I could not believe that Severus would use my identity for his career. My heart beats fast because of anger. I felt my cheeks burning because of anger. How dare him? How can he sleep better while he planning this shit? I know he is the mastermind of this. They plan it. I muttered indignantly as I clenched my hands into a fist. I stopped running. I wanted to get the station numbers. I stopped at the front of the big screen and stayed at the bus station. I would not tolerate him for using me. I would clear myself as soon as possible. However, before I dialed the number, I widened my eyes as I saw the next news that suddenly appeared on the television. Oh. And no. Only these words appeared in my mouth. I could speak. Even to hold my cell phone. I felt my heart skip beating. I felt the shivering down to my spine. I looked around. Goodness, there was no one except me. Flash report. The mystery identity of Ms. Here Monreal's grandmother is now confirmed. She is the Grand Chief of Witches. Live report from this trusted channel. The reports said, and it made me feel I was on the ring of fire. Beads of sweat were now forming and eventually flowed down my temple. The things that I hid the most from Severus were now revealed to everyone. I couldn't handle this. But I knew that this news would spread faster than I thought. I sat down, weakly. I knew my hybrid identity was now on top of this issue. I heard a lot from the news and it all crumpled in my head as they said that I'm not a pure werewolf but a hybrid one. But there was a big question in my head. Who was the stupid one who wasted their time searching my bloodline? Because as far as I knew, I'm the only one who knew about my identity because my grandfather did not tell anyone except me. So why this news revealed my real identity? And I thought that there was no one behind this but Severus's opponent, Gregor. I knew it was Gregor's plan so my name would be in the hot topic. If that happened, the advantages would go to him since my identity was revealed. I felt my beast was going outside my body. But I felt that there was more strength that come out to my body when I thought about Severus. I knew he would hate me now. I was nothing to him even though I was the granddaughter of the billionaire. I could not breathe as I thought about that. My tears flows and the pain in my heart won against my anger. I did not know how to face this. I cried while my knees were folded. I could not believe that this nightmare would come. I'm not ready for this, that was the truth. Mr. Lucio. What can you say about this? Where is Ms. Monreal? Is she hiding her real identity? Why is she not here? What is your opinion about the things that the anonymous person revealed? The questions of the reporters made me raise my head and I was worried as I saw Uncle Lucio surrounded by the media personnel. And the most put me in fear was when I saw that there were lots of people surrounding the states of my grandpa. No. I just muttered and quickly stood and headed back. I needed to hide myself so I wore sunglasses and a hoodie black jacket. I wore also a face mask so no one would see me. Here's POV. Huff. Huff. I ran and ran as fast as I could. I felt that there were eyes that watching my steps. I did not turn back to the place I came from. There were mixed emotions that suddenly drew into my heart. The anger, anxiety, and fear. I was worried about my grandpa because I knew that at this moment, he would chase by the media to ask him. I ran and reached the highway. I was a little afraid when a black car appeared and stopped in my front. I thought it was a media and it really made me shiver. I stopped and went in the opposite direction. I didn't want someone to catch me here. I ran faster and went to the next street. I needed to go away from the strange car. And even though it looked expensive, I needed to protect myself. The beads of sweat were still flowing down my forehead. And even my knees were tired, I needed to go away from this. But before I made another couple of steps away from the car, my name echoed and it made me turn around. Because there was no one knew me than my family. "Miss. Here. Thanks, I found you." The voice of a man called me. I halted my steps and looked back. And I saw a familiar face driving the car. He was wearing black suits and from his aura, I knew he was really tired looking for me. "Zion?" I was surprised as I saw the driver of my grandpa. I looked at the passenger seat but he was the only one sitting there. Zion immediately opened the door and he guided me to enter the car. I felt safe as I sat on the seat. My heartbeat still racing but I needed to calm myself. It's not a joke but I was thankful that there was someone who cared about me, and it was my grandpa. "Do you have any information about my grandpa?" I asked him worriedly. "Don't worry, he is fine. Actually he sent me here to bring you back to the estate," he replied as he drove the car away from the city. I felt that there was a thorn that pierced out my chest as I heard from Zion that he was safe. I laid my back on the seat and thought about the things happened recently. The silence filled the entire car when I closed my eyes to calm myself. I knew I'm not facing the hot issue that anyone would talk about. "Miss here? We're here." I heard the low manly voice of Zion, waking me up. I was surprised as I saw myself in the compound of Grandpa's estate. My heart was jumping for joy as I immediately took the house. "Grandpa?" I called my grandfather as I reached the living area. "Oh, here. I'm glad you're back." Grandpa greeted me with a kiss on my cheeks. He was happy to see me again after a few months I spent in the human school. "Oh Grandpa, thanks God as you take the scene that media throwing at you. And you think for me even the people surrounded you recently." I hugged him tightly. I felt that he cared about me. "It's a small matter, honey. The important is you are safe." Grandpa kissed my head as he gave me his warm hug. "Grandpa, how about Uncle Lucio? Is he all right?" I asked as I departed from his body. He tapped my hand and smiled. "Don't worry, I already sent my men to take care of them." He calmly looked at me. I nodded my head in hopes that everyone would be all right. Grandpa guided me to the couch. He already prepared some tea on the table to make me calm. "Here, how can Severus stew to fight back?" Grandpa asked me and it made me knit my eyebrows. "Grandpa, I know he can make it without me," I replied, showing the anger that now running in my veins. Grandpa looked at me directly. He was wondering why I acted like this towards Severus. I shut my mouth since I realized that my grandfather did not know the things that now make me feel annoyed. "Don't mind it, Grandpa." I slowly averted my gaze away from him as I added. I didn't want to give him another thought. I knew in myself that I just making myself angry toward Severus. I just put my emotion into the thing he has done. Even though the real reason was the moment that he did not talk to me since then. But deep inside my heart, my anger was not too big to forget him. Severus's POV. Flash report. The mystery identity of Ms. Monreal's grandmother is now confirmed. She is the Grand Chief of Witches. Live report from this trusted channel. After hearing the news from the human world, my whole world freezes. I never expected that Here's identity would fall from this. Yes, Mr. Vermont always told me some point of Here's identity and it was out of the thought of the people around us. I'm the only person that could understand the real sense of Mr. Vermont's words. But when I knew that she was a half-blood witch, it really made me stop for a second. I could not talk or move. She might not be simple, but it is hard to think. Because I never expected this from her. What? Here is a mixed-blood wolf? Deimos asked inside me. He never expected that, and I was well. Yeah. She is a witch. I answered, emphasizing how much I couldn't imagine all of this. I love her. And I knew even though she doesn't want to be with me, I cared for her. I suddenly thought about her situation right now. The images of the media personnel popped into my mind. I was a little worried for my mate. And even she was half-blood, my feelings toward her were still the same. Severus's POV. I was sitting on the balcony, giving myself some piece of time to think about her. I was a little bit distracted by the issue that was now linked to her. Nobody was here, I'm just waiting for the time to pass. Gamma Elias and Beta Leo were not here because they were doing something downstairs. I took a deep breath before I picked up the glass of wine on the table. I felt worried about her. Even she hurt me secretly. And for almost a month after I heard her saying that she didn't want to marry me. She was gone like a bubble in the air. She did not try to call me or text me where she was. And even though I felt angry and in pain, there was a gap in my heart that wanted to fill by her presence. I felt like I was looking at a needle in the hay because I couldn't see her anymore. And even I tried to contact her, no sense was linked to her. Her smell was gone. I looked for her in every pack, but even Alejandro had no idea where she was. And at that moment, I felt her love was gone. And she just ghosted me after making me fall in love. Yes, I missed her appearance. Her smell and her heat. I'm looking forward to the time that she would come back and told me that everything she said before was just a joke. That she would love me and accept me as her alpha. My heart beats fast. I thought that the liquor I drank for almost half an hour affected my nervous system. I mean by back on the chair. I wanted to relax for a moment. Severus, can I talk with you? A voice distracted my silence. I looked backward and I saw my father standing behind me. I raised my right hand with wine and he smirked at me. I knew that even if I did not invite him for a drink, he would join me. I poured another red wine into the glass and gave it to him after he sat beside me. The table was between us, and we faced the land area of my pack. I guess you already heard the news, he said while we toasted the glass of wine. Yeah. I briefly replied to him. I was a little bit surprised because he said those words to me. I thought he would tell me that I need to stay away from here. I was a little nervous about that. We both knew how witch blood was a great threat to the werewolves' world. I heard his deep sigh as he looked at me. He put the glass of wine on the table and started to say a word. Severus. I know you. Unlike the other, you are not drinking alone. He looked at me and I saw from my peripheral vision the sadness that he felt toward me. I'm okay, father. I'm just thinking about her. I replied, lowering my voice as I sipped the wine. Sigh. Severus. Why don't you go to her pack? You need to talk to her and comfort her. She needs you right now. My father told me, which made me turn taciturn. I could not tell him that here was out of her pack. And we never met again, even contacted each other. I just smiled at him briefly. He tapped my shoulder and gave me his positive smile. I continued drinking the wine and let the time pass. Anyway, I have something to do. I'll join you later, my father said, and he stood up. I nodded my head and he walked away. I left on the balcony and continued what I'm doing. I put down the glass and my attention was caught by the phone on the table. I swallowed my saliva before I took it. Like these past days, I always looking for Here's message. But as I thought, no messages were appearing on the screen. She was still ghosting me. My fingers were shaking as I typed her cell phone number. I never thought that I am the one who doing this, even though I was the one who got hurt. But, I wanted her update. I need to talk to her. And I felt something sparked within me when the phone rang. She answered my call. I could not speak as I heard Here's voice. Don't call me anymore. Her voice was mad, but I was happy because I knew she was still safe. I really didn't know why she acted like this. I wanted to question her for what she have done. But how stupid to think, because all of my ill feelings suddenly erase as I heard her. I felt that my tongue was unable to talk, and it goes back every time I wanted to tell everything I felt right now. Few words I say, but she was gone. I clenched my hands into a fist as I thought that I was a weak man. But it's okay, since finally got my call, even though she refused it for an instant. Even though she chose to ignore me again and hung up the call without hearing me, I was still happy. My heart beats faster than before when I could sense her again. She came back. I finally made up my mind. I would go to her pack and look for her right away. Elias, please tell to Sonia to prepare my clothes right now. I will go to Tyranny pack. I quickly mind-linked Gamma Elias to inform him. And among all people who surrounded me, only Gamma Elias knew my feeling. Okay. But why? He answered me confusedly. I knew he wondering why I suddenly called him for this. I'll talk to you later. But for now, please do what I ordered. I told him and he agreed. I ended our mind link and I stood. I would go to my room to prepare myself. I leave the balcony immediately. A moment later and I reached my room. I quickly took a hot bath and I wore the clothes that Sonia prepared for me. She was my maid for almost 10 years. She was a mother to me because she was 20 years older than me. I fixed myself and went downstairs. Gamma Elias standing on the stairs, looking at me confusedly. "Can I go with you?" he asked me while looking at me meaningfully. I halted my steps and stared at him with serious eyes. "Stay here. We have problems to fix. Our pack needs you," I replied, giving him my fiercest look. "Man, I know you. Don't have to hide it." She flickered his eyes as he smirked. I knew he didn't believe me. I continued walking down and passed by him. He knitted his eyebrows as he saw me ignoring him for the first time. "Talk to you later," I shouted and went to the parking area. I drove my car away from the house and took the direction toward Mr. Vermont's house. I was hoping that my senses didn't fail. And here was at her home, sparing me her time. Here's POV. It's already late in the morning. I felt exhausted because of the whole day's stress cause of the issue that now I faced. I was laying on my bed when I heard my phone ringing. Because I was boredom, I answered it even though I didn't have time to talk with people. I rolled my eyes and slapped my forehead as I saw Severus calling me at this moment. Why is he calling me in this F to the power of seeking situation? I ignored his call and took a deep breath. I wanted to put myself in calm before answering him. But when I took my phone off the table, the words that I heard from Severus before I decided to move away echoed inside my brain. I clenched my hands into a fist and I reluctantly answered his call. "Don't call me anymore," I shouted at him indignantly. I didn't want to hear his voice at this moment. I thought that he just used me for his fame. When I ended up the call, I never heard his voice. I lost my temper and I felt I was in the den of hell right now. Ugh! I felt upset. I thought that the heaven and earth befell on me. Here? I was surprised when I heard someone calling me outside. That was Uncle's voice. I thought it was better to talk to someone rather than think about Severus. "Can I come in?" he added, and I immediately jumped on my bed to open the door. "Uncle." I greeted him before he entered. "Here. Do you want to go outside?" he said as he gave me his smile. "Why not?" I replied, hiding the real feelings I had. "That's good. Anyway, Severus is here," he added, and I widened my eyes as I heard that kind of stuff. "What?" I suddenly replied to him with a shocked face. I could not imagine that Severus would go to our pack. "I'm looking forward to seeing you there in the living room." Uncle Lucio looked at me and he tapped my shoulder. "Hell no," I answered him because I didn't want to see Severus for now. Uncle knitted his eyebrows. I knew he was shocked by my sudden attitude. "What's wrong here?" he asked me, wondering. I really felt nervous to tell him the truth, but I need to hide it for a while. Never mind it." I turned around as I answered him back. I was hoping that he would never be asked me again. Anyway, I will go first. See you later," he replied, and I felt relieved as he told me that he was moving out. Thud. Thud. His footsteps were getting slower and the shutting door was heard. I immediately ran toward the door and opened it slightly. I wanted to see my uncle walking away. Uncle Lucio walked downstairs and I followed him secretly. When I reached the balcony, I hid behind the thick wall and backed at the things happening below. From my position, I could see people in the massive living room. I saw my grandfather taking a cup of tea. And Uncle Lucio was approaching him. I averted my gaze away from them and my attention was caught by the intoxicating smell from the right side of the couch. Severus was there, sitting like there was nothing happened before. He talking something to my grandfather. My blood boiled and I felt my nerves shaking in anger. I saw from Severus's eyes the willingness for achieving something. And I thought it was because he wanted the support of my grandpa for the campaign. I wanted to make a scene to get the attention of my grandpa so he would never agree to the plan of this jerk. "Here, are you sure that Severus trying to convince our grandpa?" Harsha suddenly spoke and I felt she have a point. I didn't have a piece of good evidence that Severus's intent for coming over here was for the campaign. However, even though I thought that Harsha was right, Severus still hurt me. I don't care if it's not what his intention is. Because for me, he just using us. I rolled my eyes as I replied. And because I was busy talking with Harsha, I didn't know that the other three in the living room were done talking. I peeked again and I was surprised because I supposed that they were still there. But, even their shadow was nothing. I quickly moved out of my hiding place and slowly went downstairs. The place was silent. There was no sign of people here. I felt relieved because Severus was gone. I looked around and I saw my uncle walking in the massive garden. He takes the direction of the black sports car. "Where they're going," I muttered as I kept myself looking at him. Aside from Uncle, my grandfather entered the car and it puzzled me. Sigh. I took a deep breath and decided to go back to my room. I felt free for a moment because all of the Omega in the house were busy doing their job. I walked calmly but suddenly, I felt something strange. "What the F to the power of CK?" I muttered when I realized why this feeling was familiar. I halted my steps and I felt goosebumps all over my body. My heart skipped beating. I could not move. I felt there was something in this place that wanted me to stay here. The manly voice of this bastard Severus echoed inside my ear. I'm breathing heavily as I kept on standing. "Why are you here?" I asked him, trembling in my voice. Actually, I didn't want to ask him first. But I never thought that he was still here. "Here, I want to talk to you," he replied, and he slowly grabbed my hands. But I refused. I quickly stepped away from him. He was standing behind me and I didn't look back at him. "Please," he added, and he made another step towards me. But with every step he did, the farther our distance became. "Go away," I growled at him even though I felt my Harsha wanted to go out to have sex with his wolf. "Here. Don't move him away. I missed his wolf." Harsha begged me but I didn't care. All I wanted for now was to protect my heart away from this bastard. He was like a leech trying to sip fame by the use of my last name. I ignored Harsha like how I ignored Severus. "Please, here, I want to ask you. Just this time," he said, wanted me to spare his time but I did not want to listen. "Enough. Go away. Now." I growled again. But how stubborn he was because he held my hand from behind. He used his force to make me look at him. I was at the point of anger as we faced each other. I seriously looked at him with a deadly stare. "What do you want for me, huh? Do you want my name? My wealth? My dignity to become a future king?" I shouted, and the feeling that I hid from everyone was shown. He widened his eyes. I saw from it the mixed emotions that he felt as he heard me saying those words. He knitted his eyebrows as he looked at me. "Why you can't speak? Do I'm right?" I added, and give him my fiercest look. "Where do you get that shit? Here? I'm not using you," he replied, and from the tone of his voice, I felt he was sincere. But I needed to become stronger. I would never let my guard down again. "Wow. Are you now out of your mind? Did you forget what you said before?" I angrily shouted again, and he shook his head. "What the hell are you saying here? Anyway, I think I'm the one who needed to ask you something. I think this stuff is a part of your tricks to lose me, right?" Severus replied, and even I saw from his eyes the anger and puzzlement about what I said. He's still lowering his pride. Severus's POV. "Coming from you, Severus. How ridiculous." Here's words puzzled me the most. I could not get her point. I did not want to put my hands over her even though I was at the point of being angry. "Here. Why are you blaming me? Why are you saying that words? Even you are the one who hurt me?" I replied when I couldn't control myself not to tell her what I felt, so I did not lower my tone. What was on earth she could say that I hurt her even though she was the first who did that? Is she out of her mind? Ha ha ha. Here insulted me. I felt she allowing me to get mad and threw away the anger I had inside. I clenched my hands into a fist, trying to calm myself. Because I'm not here to tell her what I heard before she was suddenly gone and left me. And I am here because I wanted to see her and asked my intent for visiting her pack. Here, listen. I'm not here to argue with you. I wanted to clear everything, I said, giving her my low tone of voice, hoping that she would do it so. But she just kept on glaring at me as she growled. I said no. Leave me alone. Here was still acting the same. She walked away from me and I did not have any choice but to show what attitude she wanted. I didn't wait for her to make another step and immediately grabbed her hand and pinned her to the wall. I saw from her eyes the uncertainties as she looked at me. But even though she was shocked at what I did, she didn't show it after all. I moved closer to her and she looked slowly at my fist that's still gripping her right wrist. Let me go, she shouted, but I didn't move away from her. If she did not want to talk to me in a good way, I would talk to her by this. Here kept on struggling with her body. But because I'm much stronger than her, I could keep her in the same position. I will never let you go until you learn how to talk to me calmly, I said while my face was 2 feet closer to hers. She seriously glared at me. I knew she would kick me because she could not move her upper body. I stepped much closer and our bodies touched each other. Let me go, she said indignantly as she felt her breast squeezing because I didn't give her any space to move. I will let you go if you will tell me something, I replied to her. Here turned taciturn. She did not move as I looked closer to her. She slowly tilted her head so our eyes couldn't meet. I smell the fragrance of her body. Her neck and her skin made me stop talking for a moment. I felt she was now calm, so I stepped backward. Here was still averting her gaze away from me. And because I needed to ask her, I slowly let go of her right arm and put my palm on her soft pinkish cheek. I held her face and moved it to look at me. Here seriously faced me. Her eyes were fearless and there was hidden meaning behind her eyes. But even though she was a little mad, she didn't reluctant to follow my move. But after a moment of pause, she could handle the situation and averted her gaze away from me again. I knew she have something that she doesn't want me to feel. Here. I heard the news, I said to her. I didn't waste time and told her what I knew. She quickly looked at me. Her eyes were wide and I felt the fear in every blink of her eyes. I heard the beating of her heart. It's not the simple feeling of unpleasantness but fear. I could also hear every flow of her saliva as she wanted to water the dryness of her throat. I knew I'm not wrong. Severus, please go away, she said, lowering her voice. Her attitude now was far from the attitude she had shown recently. But I didn't move as well. I kept my position on her front. Tell me who you are? I asked her. I wanted to hear the words that I wanted to know from her tongue. What do you mean? She asked me while trying not to look at me. Who are you? A werewolf or a witch? I asked her as I held her arm tightly. She was speechless. She just tilted her head again to prevent our eyes met again. I felt her hands were shaking. There were beads of sweat forming on her temple. I felt the pressure that she hid in front of me. Here. Tell me, who you are. I kept on questioning her. I wanted to hear from her own the answers that I needed to know. I tightly clenched her wrist again. I did not want to do this but I needed it. Here, tell me, I shouted again. I felt that every word I say leaves a scar on her heart. But I would not stop asking her until she did not answer me. I saw that she biting her lower lips as she forced her tears not to come out. Yes, I felt the same pain every time I saw her teary eyes. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I looked at her and she finally looked at me again. Her eyes were filled with sadness and there were mixed emotions that wanted me to convince her that she was still okay. And what if I'm a witch? Or a werewolf? I know even if I said you one of these, you will never treat me better, she said, and her tears escaped from her eyes. She used her left hand to move my hands which holding her right wrist. So you mean, the news is right? You are a witch? I replied, and even though I felt I was right, I was still asking her. Yes. And what if I was a witch? Are you going to treat me lower than the lowest? Are you going to blame my identity because you will be lost in the campaign? Or you will be denied me as your mate, and a future Luna because I'm a witch? She asked me and every word she say struck my heart. I felt the sharpness of reality every time her tears came out. Even I wanted to tell her that it was not what I mean. Our world knew how inferior the hybrid one was. I tried to comfort her but she moved away every time I tried to touch her face. Here. I just called her name because I could not speak. And might she was right, I could stand high if she was a witch? Because in our world, every witch has no space and no authority. They were just a mere one that causes continual trouble or distress to our werewolves' world. Anything else to say? She asked me but I could not speak. I just shook my head and let her go. Do not go here ever again, she warned me, and it quickly put my subconscious go back again to the reality. I felt my heart tearing apart as I saw the sadness on her face. I didn't want to see it. It's not what I wanted, even what I wished for. Here. Talk with me again, I ordered her, but she just shook her head. Go home, now, she replied coldly. I felt she was serious but I needed to turn everything right. Here, please. Just give me your time. I begged her but she looked serious in her words. I moved my hand to touch her skin but she stepped backward. Go home. Now, she shouted, and it caused her guards to come over us. They saw us fighting and I felt I was in the hot seat. I did not force her to talk to me. And when I stepped backward, she ran away from me. Her guards followed her. Pardon. But Miss Hillary wanted you to go back home, one of her guards said. I didn't speak again and I just kept my eyes looked her running up to her room. Severus's POV. I felt something different inside me. I could not understand why her doing this to me. I knew that I didn't hurt her, but why she was acting like this? And I'm not stupid not to feel the coldness that she wanted to make me feel. And when the guards blocked the way toward her's room, I did not force myself to chase her. I just put in my mind that she needed some time to rest. Tell her that I will wait for her here. I ordered the guards but they just looked at each other. I knew what the meaning of that looked like. And I could not blame them because I heard that he ordered them not to let me closer to her this time. It's okay. I sadly agreed and I stepped backward. When I walked away, I heard my phone ringing. Severus, did you talk with her? Mr. Vermont's voice echoed in my ear. I swallowed my saliva as I heard him asking me about that stuff. I took a deep breath because I suggested they act like they were going somewhere so I could talk with her privately. Actually, he was the one who told me about the situation that her faced today. And I promised him that I was willing to help her with her problem. Sorry, but she did not want to talk to me. I answered him and I felt pain every time I pronounced that words. Sigh. I heard the deep breath of Mr. Vermont in the other line. I felt how he cared about his granddaughter. Sorry, Mr. Vermont, but her decision is hers, not mine. I cannot help her if she doesn't want to, I said, emphasizing how he ignored me. Okay. Don't worry, I will talk to her later. See you in the cafe, he said before he hung up the call. When I told him everything, I walked away and gave her the time she wanted. I drove my car to meet Mr. Vermont and Uncle Lucio at one of his human cafes. It was rarely visited by someone because of its high-level service. Only powerful and well-known people could afford it. I parked my limo inside the massive cafe garage and their cars were already there. I took the way toward the front door and showed my VIP card. The front desk personnel guided me to the secret room. And I did not really expect that I'm here on one of their luxurious estates. I went down and the room was getting silent. Only the toss of the wines could hear. The man in his black suit swiped his card and we pursued to the VIP room. Severus, come in. Mr. Vermont called my attention and I give him a warm smile. I sat in his front and his bodyguard poured an expensive wine on the glass. I looked around and thought that Mr. Lucio was there, but only Mr. Vermont with his respected guard, Shion, was there. Severus, I wanted to tell you the things that happened recently. You know, it's better to talk in person rather than on the phone. He laughed but I could not sense how funny his words were. I just smiled at him and sipped the wine. Anyway, Mr. Vermont, we both know that we face the biggest issue that may affect not only here but we also. So I wanted to help hear about that, I said, and he looked at me seriously. Actually, I'm so worried about here. I didn't know how can I convince her to go outside to feel a better air to breathe, Mr. Vermont replied. I knitted my eyebrows because of what he said. Mr. Vermont, can I ask something? Do having hybrid blood can be dangerous? I asked Grandpa because as far as I knew, if a person has this mixed blood, it might lead to death if it was not established well. And it would only happen if it clashes inside. And I was really worried about her. I didn't want to see her in this kind of situation which might lead to danger. I didn't want to lose her. Because if that would happen, I did not know how could I start again. Suddenly, Mr. Vermont drank his wine again. I saw in his eyes the mixed emotions that he had. Yes. It's really dangerous. And you are right, it can lead to death. His words made me stop sipping my wine. I felt there was a thorn that pierced my heart. I looked at him slowly, wishing that it was what I thinking. Here is different. Because unlike her mother Ganymede, she is still having two kinds of power. She did not show any kind of weakness inside her. And until now, her strength was still on her. But only the werewolf power was the only power that she used for now, and I'm afraid if she learned magic. His words brought me again into the nightmare. I didn't know if I would cherish or not toward Mr. Vermont's words. So you mean, she was still in danger? I asked him, worrying. He nodded his head and did not speak again. I knew I was right. Hare's foot was not on the ground. I could not believe what I heard. My sweats formed and I felt there was another thorn that pierced through my body. Third-person POVC. Hare was sitting silently on the couch near the window. She was holding her phone while looking for something on it. She tilted her head at the glass window. Aside from her phone, she was also holding her tears to avoid it from coming out to her eyes. Oh my? Really? The heir of the wealthy personality is a mixed blood? I think Prince Severus will ignore that witch now. Wealthy or not, she is just a mere witch. Oh my. I don't know how the prince may handle this. For sure, the prince will abandon that witch. Ha ha. I guess the other party will win against Severus. The social media was too loud in talking about her identity. They were giving their own opinion in each other about the issue. Most of them were judging on one side and thought that Here was have not any position to win over Severus. Here swallowed her saliva as she felt the dryness of her throat. She stood and walked around. She was hoping that the comments she read recently were just a dream and that if she opened her eyes it would become just an imagination. After a moment of pause, she went to her bed and took a sit. She took a deep breath before she looked again at her phone's screen and began to scroll again. Every time she took a look at the comments section, her heart tore apart. She felt every single word that they said pierced her heart. She saw how many people bashed her identity. She felt that her wealth could not do anything to help herself from those people. Because all of the news, and the content that appeared on social media was all about her. Thousands and millions of people shared and posted the topic about her. And no one stood by her side. It was the things that made her feel sad. Because even Severus was silent and didn't show himself to the media. Thud. She threw her phone away and it hit the wall. She sobbed on her knees and started to cry. She didn't want to see again the stuff that linked to her. And even how many times she cried, her tears were all wasted. Nothing would happen if she let those people put her down. Here. Stop crying. Harsha spoke and she tried to comfort her from this sadness. Harsha. I don't know, what will I do? What if they are right? What if Severus didn't give his care about us? Sniff. Here asked her wolf, who also thought the same way as her. Nah. Don't think like that. If it happens, you can do it without them. Show them that we are strong enough. Harsha added, motivated here not to let her guard down. Here's POV. When I heard Harsha's words, I really appreciate what she said. I lay on my bed and looked straight at the ceiling. I thinking about my plan. And while I made a line of thoughts in my mind, I suddenly realized that I'm an alpha female. And even if they threw me in the den of wolves, I could come back leading them. Harsha. You are right. I needed to become strong. I replied to her. I built in my mind that planning alone was better than having someone who is useless. So what is your plan now? Harsha asked me again. She was hoping that she would hear a good plan for me. I will stand alone and turn everything in right. I will eliminate discrimination. And I will give everyone peace and equality no matter who you are. Even if you are mixed blood or not. I said, holding the thought that I could make it alright. I would prove to them that being a hybrid was not a basis to become low and inferior to all clans. I was Hillary Monreal and I would show them the real name of being a true hybrid. But the problem was, I was now facing the biggest problem that now invading my will to do the things I planned. I need more time to get out of this judgmental world. I needed to learn more before I could turn this reality into a fair and good society. How about Severus? Harsha asked me, which made me stop thinking. Yes, Severus hurt me before, but at this moment, I'm seeking for his concern. But when I thought about the campaign, I suddenly thought about his future. I felt I would become selfish if I let him link with my destiny. I needed to get away from him before the campaign. Because the world we have was only for the werewolves, and if the people knew that his Luna was a witch, they might not trust him. "Here, are you okay?" Harsha asked me again as she did not receive my answer. My subconscious was back, and I could not imagine that I was almost 2 minutes laying down without any movement. I become dull, thinking about Severus. "Why, yeah. I'm okay. I'm just thinking about the campaign," I replied, bringing back the topic we shared together. "So what's now?" Harsha asked me again. I bit my lower lip before I replied. Because this decision was obviously about how I cared for Severus and not for myself. I guess we needed to stay away from Severus until I didn't turn everything into right. I sadly added, and I felt the pain that my words brought to Harsha. "Sorry, Harsha. I know you missed his wolf, but we needed to protect his career. He is now running for being a king, and his reputation was also linked to me. I hope you will understand," I sincerely explained to Harsha, hoping that she would never act insane again. "Okay. But after this, I want to see his wolf again," she said, and I felt relief as she said those things to me. When I thought that everything would be okay, I locked Harsha for a while. Because I needed to plan by myself. I wanted to pursue my goals. And nothing gonna stopped my willingness to make this world fair. I looked at my phone in the corner of the room. I stared at it for a while because I hesitated to get it. I felt that every time I opened it, it would cause pain in my heart. Cring. 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 I heard the vibration of my phone. I hesitated to put it, but I felt there were some that it wanted to say. I jumped on my bed and quickly walked to my phone, hoping that it was not bad news. Here's POV. I immediately took the phone to the floor. It was still ringing when I read the name on the screen. Severus was calling me. I clenched my hand and hesitantly answered the phone call. Because aside from the bashers and posts of the people, I knew something that made me feel pity for myself. I felt sadness and pain when I knew that before I entered the academy, Severus cancelled the preparation of the wedding he prepared for me. I really didn't know why Severus cancelled the wedding plan. Even how many times I thought about it, I could not find the reason behind that. All I know, he just using me, and all that show was just a trick to gain my support. He was nothing but a real leech. Here, why don't you answer him? Maybe he has something to tell you. I was shocked when Harsha suddenly spoke to me. And she pushed me to talk with Severus. And even I was mad at Severus for using me. I knew that it was the right time to tell him what I wanted to do about ourselves. But there was something in my heart that telling me not. I took a deep breath and answered him. "Hello?" I asked him if he was still there. "Oh. Thank you here for answering," Severus replied, and he felt happy hearing my voice again. However, I'm not sure if I would be happy too. There was emptiness because of the gap that I felt inside me. "What do you want?" I asked him coldly. I didn't want to entertain him again because of some reason. I wanted him to tell me his reason directly. "Here, I want you to come to my next campaign," he replied, and I was a little annoyed about that. And even anyone would feel the same thing I felt if they knew someone pushing them into the hatred of others. I thought he was trying to put us in shame because of what he said. For what, huh? I asked him coldly. Even though I was a little shocked by what he said, I did not express any gratitude for that. Yes, I did not expect that he would call me to invite me there, but I didn't want to ourselves in this situation. I want you to speak on my campaign as my Luna, he said, and it made me feel something worse. I didn't want his idea and it gave me little frustration. What the hell are you thinking, Severus? Don't you see? All of them bashing me. I will be a great trouble to you, don't you ever understand that? I retorted, raising my voice to show him my real beast. Here, listen, please. Just one time, please. Severus begged me, but I could not know how I reacted. I wanted to ignore him for his sake. I didn't want to put him in a situation that he didn't wish for. I slapped my forehead and took a seat. I felt something strange inside me. I need to be calm before I lost my temper. I'm so sorry, Severus. But I think you call the wrong person. I don't want to hear them or see them for a short period. I replied to him coldly and I decided to end our call. But before I clicked the end button, he quickly spoke and it made me halt what I'm doing here. It's not a matter. Their opinion could not feed you. They are just mere citizens muttering behind your back. They are just bashers that nothing can do in their to the power of seeking life, Severus said, and suddenly knitted my eyebrows. Is he trying to pursue me to face this situation? Or is he just using me again to gain people who support him by telling him to reject me? I thought, and I didn't give my option to Severus. I wanted him to be puzzled by what I'm thinking. Here, wait. Please, listen. I invite you to go with me to the campaign because I think it's better to speak out all your thoughts. The media is powerful here, this may help you. Severus added, and I narrowed my eyes, thinking about what he said to me. I suddenly turned taciturn. I was giving myself some time to think about that. But even it was a good idea, I did not want to put him in this mocking situation. I'm not a perfect person that would go with him in the campaign. He has a goal and I have mine. And even he really hit my heart because of how he thought I needed to refuse. I am so sorry. I don't want. I replied and ended up our call. I ignored his plan and it gave me a little heartache. I lost the last hope that I'm looking for because of pride and anger. I felt the dryness of my throat because of my last words to him. After I left the line, I felt there was a thorn that was now stuck inside me. It seemed like tearing apart and melted ice that turned into cold water. I felt cold, I could not breathe. I didn't want to do this, but I needed it. Here, why you didn't tell him why you doing this? Harsha asked me. She was now in grief as she felt that Severus Wolf was far from her. I can't, I replied as I felt the beads of tears flow down my cheeks. I felt my heart squeezing tightly. Here, I think he was right. The televised speech helps you to speak out what is your opinion about our identity. It's the best way to correct the perspective of the people around us. Here, don't let your anger win against our will. Harsha said, and I took a deep breath. Harsha seemed like thinking better than me. I was thankful because she was willing to give me a piece of advice rather than giving me a headache. I nodded my head as I felt that she was right. I need to use the opportunity to tell everyone that being of mixed blood was not always inferior. We must give everyone a right and publicity the opinion of everyone. However, I suddenly remembered how Severus betrayed me. He hurt me even though I did everything to prove to him that I'm worthy to become a Luna. I study a lot and trained very hard. But I didn't realize how he did that shit to me. Harsha. You are right. And I made up my mind. I will go to the campaign, but it doesn't mean that I will speak as his Luna. I bravely said, and I felt there was little confusion that Harsha felt toward my words. So? What will you do there? Harsha asked me, wondering. I will go there for my own will, but not to forgive him, I replied, and I swept the tears away from my cheeks. I felt I gained a new hope again when I made up this plan. If Severus could use me for his campaign, so I would also use him for everyone's sake. After I planned, I immediately prepared myself. I needed to fix everything before I faced the people around me. I turned on my phone again and dialed the number of Beta Leo. Where is the venue of the campaign? I asked him, and I was glad because he replied faster than I thought. I smiled as I read his message. I knew he didn't have any idea why I asking him that things. Because between Gamma Elias and him, Severus only say his secret to his trusted Gamma. And for sure, Leo did not know about our quarrel with Severus. Here's POV. I woke up early in the morning. The semi-transparent nighties I wore exposed my body. I took my phone and I still received some notifications that bothered me. The haters were still chattering about my identity. Aren't they tired of talking about me? I took a deep breath and inhaled the positive thought that become my relief every time I read lots of people commenting. However, I needed to get out of this. I jumped on my bed and went to the bathroom. I fixed myself very well. Wearing casual attire, an off-white long sleeves and a pair of black jeans. I put on light makeup and tied my long hair tightly. I looked in the mirror and found myself beautiful again after the problematic days. Another deep breath escaped from my mouth. I felt that it was my first time seeing people because of this uneasy feeling. You can do it here. You are a Vermonter. You are special. I muttered as I kept on looking at my reflection. When I felt better, I took my black sling bag and walked away from my dressing room. When I went downstairs, I saw my grandpa waiting for me. He was sitting on the couch taking his tea. I walked toward him and greeted him with respect. "Honey, where are you going?" he suddenly asked me when I departed on his body. I looked at him and I realized that I did not tell him my plan already. "I will face the problem, Grandpa," I replied, and I saw from his eyes the mixed emotions that I could not identify if he was proud or worried. Take a sit for a while here." He invited me and I didn't refuse that. Because I thought that it was too early to go to the campaign. I smiled and took a seat at his front. Shion came and he poured a cup of tea and he gave it to me. "Grandpa, can you tell me the whole story?" I asked him, and he was a little surprised as he heard me asking for that. He put the tea down and signaled his personal assistant to go out for a while. And Shion walked away and he gave us a time to talk about. Grandpa looked at me seriously. I heard his low deep breath as he tried to recall the past. "Here, I don't know if you can handle this, but the media is right. You are the next heir of the Grand Chief of Witches. Aside from being my heir, your destiny is also to become this," Grandpa said, and I was not surprised because I expected this from him. I would accept my destination no matter what I am. No matter if I was a pure werewolf or a witch. The only thing I want to know was the story behind my identity. "I know it, Grandpa. and I accepted that. But can you please tell me why many of the witches are gone? I asked him because when knew that Claire was a witch, I searched for someone that belonged to her bloodline. But no one appeared after Claire was sentenced to incarceration. Some of them are in the Black Jail. And many of them are sentenced to eternal sleep. Grandpa replied, and I found myself widening my eyes because of being surprised. I never thought that the witches have a low place in this world. Why my grandmother did not help them? I felt there was something inside me that continuously hammering my heart when I asked Grandpa again. Because of the second largest pack. They ruled over the weak packs and they created a nightmare. They spread chaos and they accused the witches of this. Grandpa replied, and I saw from his eyes the sadness that I never saw before. Who are they? I was puzzled as I heard the second largest pack. The Desdemonian pack. They captured many old witches to become their alliance. Unfortunately, instead of a good outcome, old witches are abused and threatened like an animal. And it was the reason why they refused the offer of the pack. And because of shame, they gathered their forces to spread the humor about the witches. They created a way that oppressed them and many people believed their words of a lie. I was shocked by what I heard from Grandpa. I never thought that aside from rouges and hooligans, there was a pack that hates peace. And they were only using others to gain the world that they wished for their own sake. I hate the packs that use the weakness of others to gain strength and wealth. And every time I thought about this, the deeds of Severus were the only picture that come out in my mind. But when I thought about that, I realized that there was no Desdemonian pack was exist. And it puzzled me the most. Wait. You say that the Desdemonian pack plans all this. But why their packs don't exist? I asked because aside from the laws, I also studied the packs that exist in the werewolf's world. Yes, you are right. They do not exist in our minds but they are real. That's why no one believes in your grandmother. And they called her an insane witch. But I do believe in your grandmother. I know she is telling the truth. But because many people are blinded by the humor that witches don't have space in our world, many werewolves put witches in the lower to the lowest clans. And after all, Desdemonian pack is suddenly gone. No one can tell where they are. Maybe they are preparing for the second wave of their shitty deeds. I really don't know if I would believe the hearsay. But every time my grandfather told me the old story, I saw in his eyes the emotion that I did not want to see in him. I felt he was telling the truth. But before I could say my points, I would investigate it. Grandpa, can I ask something? And once again, I asked him because there was something in my mind that suddenly appeared. I felt that it have a great part in my investigation. Grandpa nodded his head in agreement and looked at me. Aside from me, you are the one that know my real identity before it spread out to the media. Grandpa knitted his eyebrows. I felt that he was also surprised as I asked him this thing. He shook his head as he said, and no one. Actually, that is the question I also want to ask you because I always hide it from everyone and I was shocked when I heard it in the news. After hearing it from my grandfather, I thought that there was someone behind it. I stood and took my things. Grandpa, thank you for the story. I think I was late. See you later. I said before I leave him to the living room. My heart beats so fast as I went to the door. Wait here. Do you want security guards? She shouted from afar but I refused. Thanks, Grandpa. But I'm okay. Bye. I replied, and I took my car and went in the direction where the campaign was being held. Third-person POV. After hearing the story from Mr. Vermont, Here suddenly thought about. I will find who you are, Here muttered as she took the common direction toward the location that Beta Leo texted her. She kept on driving as she reached the places. She parked her car and she scanned around. Many people gathered and there was no space for someone who come late. She wore her hoodie, army green jacket and a white cap. She decided to hide from the people that chattering around. Everyone was busy, some were sitting and many of them were listening to the man on the stage. And he was not other than Severus, with his Gamma Elias and Beta Leo. Here walked unsuspicious toward the group of people standing in front of the stage. She walked through them and no one else knew her identity because she was all covered. Here stood in front of the people and waited for the start of the campaign. She saw Gregor standing on the other side of the stage. He was the opponent of Severus for this campaign. And after the pleasantries that the two opposite sides give to their supporters, they started to give their propaganda and pledge their life to the position of the future king. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Severus Abram. And I will commit myself as your future king if you give me a chance. I will provide the things that you wish to have in this world. There will be no unfair feelings and from my hand, the chaos will be ended. Severus spoke bravely. He was emphasizing the fair threat to anyone. He also wanted to provide economic status to gain much power and wealth for everyone. Clap. 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 Everyone gives their hands to Severus' propaganda. He was good at catching the attention of everyone, not because he was the son of the recent king but because of his eagerness to make the change. The round of applause echoed and it made the opponent stand his propaganda. Alpha Gregor stood and he went to the microphone to speak out his own. Everyone was attentive when Gregor spoke out. And all of that was seen by her. She kept on observing the people around her. But she could not see any suspicious person that surrounded her. I need to wait for more. Here thought as she kept on standing. And she was thankful because her grandfather did not send a security guard for her. Here's POV. The crowd made noises as they chattered about the advantages of Severus and Gregor. And when I stayed to listen to their propaganda, I never heard from Severus his willingness to help me with the problem I faced right now. He just proposed his propaganda and then nothing more. I felt bad every time I waited for him to say something about having a fair threat to the mixed blood like me. Why he can't say that to these people? Is he afraid to lose because of this issue? And might he have a purpose why he doing this? He just wanted to give me some time to prove to every people here my perspective. I tilted my head down and walked away from the crowd. I took the way toward the stage. I need to shout my own will. And because my identity was unmasked, I could walk freely and waited for Gregor to stop talking. After a while, I walked toward the stage. Everyone was shocked and their eyes were caught when I stopped in the middle of the stage. Severus and Gregor knitted their eyebrows and I felt they were both surprised at my sudden appearance. I saw from my peripheral vision the guards of the prince who wanted to stop me from having a show. But before they went closer, I removed the things that covered my identity. They stopped walking and they looked at Severus, waiting for him to order them again. Severus raised his hands and the guards went back to their position. And when I felt they were giving me time to speak, I found myself taking a deep breath. Everyone in the front of the stage looked at me. They were giving me their deadly stare and I was a little nervous. Inhaled. Exhaled. I need to do this. I need to prove that I could make a better life for everyone, in terms of justice and fairness. I held the microphone. But before I spoke, I felt someone touching my shoulder. And when I looked back, I saw Severus smiling at me. I did not know if he was happy to see me or if he was trying to annoy me. I did not respond to his F to the power of seeking smile. Because I came here to say my perspective, not to have a flirty action with him. Here, thank you because you came. I never thought that you will surprise me, he muttered as he tried to pull me out to the microphone. For your information, I am not here to speak as your Luna. I am here to prove to the people around us that even a low clan's blood can have a right. I said and rolled my eyes at him. He just bit his lip and nodded at me. If it is your wish. You may do whatever you want, he replied, but before he leaves, he winked his right eye and it really made my wolf to feel in love again. Harsha felt she was falling into the depth of roses as she smelled the scent of her mate. Oh. He is so cool. I want him again, please. Here, I want to meet his wolf again. I want him to be with me in bed. Harsha spoke within me. I knitted my eyebrows before I locked her up. Sorry, Harsha. But this is not the right time to flirt. Bye for a while, I said after locking my wolf. I shook my head and Severus went back to his chair, cheering me secretly, but I did not care. I thought that he was just acting like supporting me even though he was not. And who would be a stupid one who trusted again a person who used you at once? I gripped the microphone tightly and I heard the crowd throwing ill words toward me. I suddenly felt the same thing I encountered before. I saw the same event where the people in the succession ceremony told me how useless I am. I saw their eyes mocking me. Some were giving me a terrifying aura. Some were chattering and cursing my identity. Most of them decided what party would they support. I knew they were thinking that I'm here to become Severus Luna. And I needed to put their erroneous mind into right. My heart beats fast. I clenched my hands into fists and started to speak out. Here's POV. Hear Monreal, right? Is she showing her support for Severus? What the hell she's doing here? Oh, the son of bitch is here. Why is she making a fuss here? Is she out of her mind? Poor prince, I think he will be lost this campaign. I heard from the crowd around me their voices at cursing me. All of them were thinking that I am not worthy to be here in their front. I felt the same ambience where I found myself in the judgmental eyes of the people around me last year. I felt that I'm in the middle of eagerness and fear to face them. I clenched the microphone tightly and took a deep breath, giving myself a clear mind to speak. I knew in myself how to handle this. Because I really expected this even before. Here, calm yourself. We doing this not for ourselves but for anyone. Harsha spoke within me. I nodded my head and recalled every thought that I made up in my mind recently. I know that each of you is asking why I'm here, I said as I scanned the area. There were few people who did not mind me, but several people were stayed and listened. I felt the same nervous I felt recently even though I spoke a few words. I felt the tightness of my breath as I added, even if you did not tell me, I felt it. I saw from your eyes the unwillingness to listen to me. And I can't blame you for that. But for this time, I wanted to spare even a piece of time to lean your ears to me. I shouted and everyone looked at me. And even I felt uneasy because, from their eyes, I saw how they considered me a low-class woman. A brat and cancer in society. They looked at me like I am disgusting trash in the bin. I clenched the microphone tightly. Seemed like it would never escape from me again because, at this time, I would never let go of the opportunity that I have. Maybe you are shocked why I'm here. And I know that you are thinking that I am here because of Severus's campaign. But I'm not. The area was filled with different voices as I spoke. All of them were puzzled about my real intention and why I disguised myself to come over here. And from the right side of the stage, I saw Severus knitted his eyebrows. He looked at me and I knew he was wondering. I am here because I want to express my thought about this world. I don't care if I can't be a King's Luna in the future. It's not a matter to me. All I wanted is to tell you that we are living in a twisted world with twisted ideology. I continued speaking, but many of the people around me didn't believe what I said. How could you say that? You are just a mere low class. An old lady shouted from the crowd. But it doesn't affect my willingness to speak. She's right. You are disrespecting the world we have. You are the one who needs to get away from here. You son of bitch. Don't believe here. The crowds have begun to make a fuss. And it slowly weakened me. Arg. I want to kill those ugly people. Harsha angrily growled in my mind, but I controlled her anger. Since I wanted to push myself to show up the good example within me. Tap. Tap. Suddenly, I felt someone holding my shoulder. And I was shocked when I saw Severus behind me. What are you doing here? I coldly asked him, giving him my deadly stare. I did not want to ruin by his tantalizing eyes. You can do it, he muttered as he winked his right. I felt the redness of my cheeks, but I didn't show it from him. I immediately turned around without thanking his support. I would prove to him that I could do it. After a while, I heard Severus walking away. I felt relief because he was gone. I faced again the crowd and continued my speech. We are werewolves, we have power and strength. We are stronger than them in many terms. But sad to say, we are living in a twisted ideology. We put ourselves at the top, but the fact is, we are lower than humans in thinking, I said, and everyone looked at each other. Even Severus was surprised when I revealed how twisted our world was. Wake up, werewolves. Wake up. We are living in a system that is so backward. We don't have any idea about the word's difference. We are acting like we are all superior and there are much lower than us. We discriminate and hate the blood that does not belong to us. Do you want to feel the same way? The way that people around you consider you as a low-key? Disregarding the blood and clans that you belong to? How do you feel about that? Huh? I spoke indignantly, emphasizing how idiot the people that threaten others are unfair. And every time I pronounced these words, there was one thing that I suddenly realized, the feeling of being a loner between werewolves and witches. I did realize how the ideology of both sides affects the relationship of the two different blood. The misunderstanding causes chaos and discrimination. The crowd filled with chattering and their voices appeared like a buzzing of bees looking for a good path to follow. I scanned the area again, hoping that there was someone who gonna change their mind about the changes that I wanted. I waited for a moment. Here we did it, Harsha said, and I was little felt better as I heard her, even though there was no sign of having a piece of good news. And if we listen to you, what will we gain? A man in his late 40s suddenly shouted from the crowd and all the people around him stopped talking. I found myself smiling briefly as I replied to him. No other than peace and fair threat to anyone. And if it happened, the world we have will be progressive. Because we can change the world we have. We can treat others how we want respect. And when I finished my sentences, the good ambience faced me when I saw a few people nod their heads. I felt it was my first step in making a change. I looked at Severus, who clapped his hands for me. My heart beats fast as I saw how he supported me behind. I averted again my gaze away from him and continued my speech. I'm no longer to be here. But I hope that my words will mark your mind. And if not, we cannot help our world to be better. I added it before I leave the stages. I immediately ran and took the backstages. I was panting for breath as I sat on the bench. I felt that my heart was racing. It pumping that made me breathe heavily. My knees were shaking, even my hands were sweaty. But the happiness inside my heart made me feel better. Severus's POV. From the beginning of the campaign, I felt emptiness. Because my opponent Gregor has his own Luna who supported his everyday campaign. While I'm here, sitting with my Gamma, wishing that like him, I could have my Luna beside me. And I was hoping that might a while later, here would come and support me. And a while later, I stood and say my propaganda. I didn't open up the issue about here because I wanted her to speak it up. I just focused on my mission and the crowd gives me a round applause. And when Gregor started to speak out his propaganda, I suddenly smell the intoxicating smell that become closer and closer. I looked around, looking for someone who have that similar fragrance smell. Here? Are you here? I contacted here but she didn't answer me. I felt that my sense would never betray me. I knew the scent of my Luna. But I couldn't trace her location since there were too many people around. I knitted my eyebrows as my nose smelled the scent in the crowd. I was puzzled because the group of people here was just presenting the campaign that was held in the arena. On the other side of the stage, my opponent Gregor smirked at me. I didn't know what he meant but I thought it because I didn't have my Luna for this whole campaign. But it's not a big deal to me. Although, it was really took an advance for the runner of King's position. But for me, I knew her situation and I could not blame her if she didn't want to show up. But suddenly, a woman appeared and she was covering her entire face. And even she wearing thick clothes, her smell was still in me. She stood in the middle of the stage where the microphone was located. I saw from the expression of the crowd the states of being surprised by the sudden appearance of that woman. And when she removed her hood and her sunglass, Here's face was revealed and it caught the attention of the haters. All of them bashed my beloved woman. I wanted to protect her but I felt that Here wanted to stand alone. But I could not bear the pain every time I heard how the crowd told her that she was a pest and disgusting. I clenched my hands into a fist and I felt the warm palm of Elias tapping my shoulder. "Calm down, Prince, she can handle it," Elias spoke and I nodded my head. Yes, I knew Here was able to face those people because she have a goal. But when I saw her trembling in her position, I was scared that she would run away and let the people mock her weakness. I didn't hesitate to approach her and cheered. "Here, you can do it," I muttered behind her, giving her my sweet smile. But instead of a good face, Here gave me her deadly stare and ordered me to step away from her. I saw her coldness toward me. I knew she was still mad at me, but it doesn't matter for now. All I wanted was to support him. Even though she said not to come any closer to her anymore. I felt concern instead of anger and hatred because long as I remembered in our conversation, she said that she wanted me to win. And the only way to gain the majority vote is to stay away from her. Position or my Luna? I felt how hard it was to decide because both of them were not easy to lost. I sat on the chair and I felt how she was eager to shout her thoughts. And I was very happy seeing Luna doing her best with the use of my campaign. And when she has begun to talk despite the judgmental people, my heart beats fast. I was floating on cloud 9 when I heard her, showing the essence of being my Luna. I really wanted to shout to the world that the woman who was talking was my woman. But I needed to stay calm and let the time pass. But suddenly, my happiness turned into puzzlement when I heard her real intention. She told the crowd that she was here not because of me. I turned silent and endured the pain that suddenly cut the happiness I have. What the hell she's doing? I thought, and it really made my head ache. I closed my eyes for a second and took a deep breath. I didn't want to see the mocking smiles of my opponent. And I never thought that for almost 10 candidates that listed to be my opponent, only this jerk was left and now making my blood boil. I really don't know why I felt something bad about this man. Might be because he was my opponent, or if there was something behind that, I didn't know. I ignored the disgusting of Gregor and focused on the words of here. And I was put in shock at the moment that I heard the next words of here. I didn't know if I would be proud of her as she said she wanted a fair threat to anyone. I knitted my eyebrows when I realized that she wanted to adopt the habits of a mere human to a werewolf like us. But I could not blame her because she was a mixed blood who wanted peace between witches and werewolves that were opposite to the will of the majority. After a couple of minutes, she said goodbye and ran away backstage. I wanted to follow her, but I have my last speech. I stood and went to the stages again. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Severus Sabrim, running for being a future king. Hoping that your side will be mine. I shouted as I caught the attention of everyone. Prince Severus, do you believe what Ms. Monreal said before? A young man in his late 20s shouted. I clasped my hands and smiled before I spoke. Yeah. And there's no wrong with the ideology of Ms. Here if it is right for her. And I'm so proud that she can say that. Even we all know that she is a mixed blood. I said with my manly voice. The chattering of the people around was echoed again, and they were weighing the opinion of here. And while the crowd was busy talking to each other, I was looking for the scent of here. And goodness, because she was still closer to the area. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to say that, here is not King's Luna. She's mine. I added before I left the stage quietly, not knowing that after a few steps away from the microphone, the crowd felt romantic feelings toward my words. I felt that some of them were still supporting the love that I have to hear as my Luna. I smiled briefly and I saw Gregor glaring at me. I did not mind him and continued walking away from him. Because I'm looking for the most important person to me, my Luna. Here's POV. Here's POV. I decided to go home after I took a short rest. But when I started to make a few steps, I suddenly heard Severus giving his last words to the crowd. I went closer to the stages and listened to the speech. And I felt my heart beat fast again as I heard Severus saying that I'm his Luna to the crowd. I really don't know why he was acting like this. I didn't know if he was an idiot and he tried to ruin his career because of me. Because if people knew that I'm his Luna, the majority would never trust his words again. And why he looked like doesn't care about that. Is he an idiot? I found myself slapping my own forehead. I could stand this anymore. I needed to go away before the campaign ended. I walked fast as I could and I reached the hallway. I felt something in my belly and I decided to find a restroom to pee. I immediately went to the certain door of a restroom. I quickly took off all the pee inside my bladder. I slightly moaned as I finished taking a pee. I grabbed my pants up and flushed the toilet. But when I stood, I was really put in shock as I saw a man standing outside the door. Actually, he was not just a man, he was Severus. Are you following me? And even in this hell, you are here? I widened my eyes as I saw him. He was also shocked as he looked at me. Why are you here? Are you out of your mind? He replied and it made my blood boil. How could he say that ill words to me? I put both of my arms on my waist as I glared at him. He shook his head and gave me his annoying smile that increased my anger. He stretched his right arm and pointed to the right corner of the wall. I felt nervous and wished that I'm wrong in guessing what he mean. But I thought my fate today was to put in shame when I saw what he wanted to say. Men's room tilde. What the hell? I am in the men's restroom. I thought surprisingly, clenching my hands into fists. I wished that earth might swallow me entirely because of the shame I felt right now. My eyes refused to look at Severus and I decided to look down and then saw his mocking smile at me. What if the man was not Severus? What if someone saw me instead of him? What if? Arg. 3 questions mark appeared in my mind, asking myself. And I felt the redness of my cheeks scattered around my body. I could not bear the shame I felt and I decided to run away. But before I passed by him, I suddenly felt his soft hand touching mine. Wait here. He whispered but I struggled. I didn't want to talk to him right now because might there was someone entered and see us there. I didn't want to become a desperate woman in their eyes because of this mistaken room. I continued walking through the door to exit. But seemed like Severus knew every movement I did because he quickly went in my front and blocked the way. Don't go, he added and he grabbed my arm. I halted my steps and glared at him, hiding the shame I felt. But Severus was still holding me. Let me go, I said coldly while averting my gaze away from him. Here. Can we talk? He asked me and I rolled my eyes. I am not the kind of woman who lets men talk to me in this shitty place. Let me go, I replied to him and I grabbed his hand to remove it from me. But he seemed deaf because he was still holding me and I felt that there were no signs that he would let me go. I wanted to spare your time here, even just now. He begged me but I don't care if we stayed here forever. All I wanted was to stop him from talking to me. I raised my head and I saw his perfect face that looked like God graven it. He was a part of the heaven. I was hypnotized by his looks. But I don't care. I needed to get out of his sight. We don't have anything to talk about. Are you deaf? I told you to ignore me. I told you not to link your name to me again. Why are you not listening? I shouted indignantly. I don't care if there were someone who heard us fighting. Because the important for me right now was to tell him what I felt. But instead of letting me go, he walked closer and our eyes met. His annoying smile turned into a seducing aura that really made me think not to waste this moment. Here. I really miss you. I want you no matter what happens. You are my Luna and you are always mine. He whispered, and it made me feel goosebumps. I felt that there were thousands of volts running faster into my veins, and it flowed instantly in my heart that made it beat fast. What is this feeling? Why I can't move? I asked myself as I saw Severus's face was much closer to me. His eyes, his nose, his lips, they were damn seducing. And I really don't know why even my tongue could speak out. Even my mind wanted to curse him. Suddenly, I felt his long fingers running to my waist while the other one held my hand tightly. His face slowly devoured mine when our lips touched each other. Our lips met and I could not resist this moment. There was something about me that stopped me from making a struggle. I wanted to push him away but my body couldn't. And even I did not want to have this moment. My body betrayed itself. Why I could not push him away? Why do I still want his lips and smell? Arg! I did not want this. I asked myself, wondering while I taste the strange feeling from Severus. And how funny, because I found myself touching his nape. A touch that could increase his romantic action. We kissed and I felt his tongue sipping mine, And even though I didn't want, I moaned slowly. I miss you here, that's why I'm showing it. He whispered in my earlobe. But I did not answer him because I wanted to feel every stroke of his fingers across my body. Third-person POV. Severus and Here shared their moment inside, but they were suddenly interrupted by the sudden knock on the door. Here halted, kissing Severus. Her eyes were got widened and swallowed her saliva. She didn't want someone to see them half-naked in the men's restroom. However, Severus stayed calm and he sensed the people that might come. I told you, Here whispered indignantly as she glared at Severus. Shy. Severus replied as he used his index finger to shut Here's mouth. Don't worry, I got you, Severus added, and he gave Here a sweet smile. Here shook her head and departed on Severus's body. Severus gripped her arm but she refused. Where are you going? Severus asked, wondering, but Here did not look back at her. She reluctantly walked toward the cubicle to fix herself. Knock. 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 Another knock from the door was heard and it made Here immediately wear her shirt. She felt uneasy and she locked the cubicle. Severus shook his head as he saw Here hiding. He fixed himself before going to the door to open it. He saw a young man appear and he was one of Severus's guards. He looked at him seriously and the man bowed his head before he spoke. Pardon, Mr. Abram, but Mr. Elias looking for you. A young man in his black suit came and he was ordered by Gamma Elias. Okay. Tell him that I will be there after a few minutes. Severus replied seriously, seemed like he didn't do anything inside the restroom. The young man nodded his head before he walked out of Severus's sight. Severus followed the man with his sight, and when he noticed that he was totally gone, he locked the door and looked for Here. I need to go home. Here suddenly appeared and it made Severus to feel shocked. Here looked at Severus with her deadly stare. She wears again her hoodie jacket and she is already prepared to go home. Here, I'm happy to meet you again. And, I'm so proud of you. Severus said, and he stretched his arms to embrace Here. Here felt the warmth of Severus's body. Her beast mode suddenly turned into a tamed sheep when Prince Severus hugged her tightly. and before Severus departed from her body, Here received a sweet kiss from him. "Can I be with you on your way home?" Severus asked. Here knitted her eyebrows. She ignored Severus and she took a step away from Severus. But Severus was hard-headed and he blocked Here's way out. He stretched his arms wide and Here halted her steps. She glared at Severus and rolled her eyes. She crossed her arms on her chest and spoke. "Severus, aren't you listening to me? You need to ignore me in the sight of those people if you want to win." Here replied, which made Severus take a deep breath. "Here, do you hear what you say? The position is not a matter if you are nothing." Severus felt sadness as he replied. He wanted to turn the belief that Here holding to. He knew that Here cared about his position but he wanted to face it with his Luna. "Severus, please. Listen to me, okay?" Here was almost in tears as she replied. She looked at Severus, wanting time to make Severus believe in her. "They are all right, I'm not worthy to be called as yours. I am just a low-class's mixed blood," she added as she let her tears to flow down. She felt pain every time she pronounced those words. However, Severus shook his head and he slowly touched Here's face with passion. He pinched it and spoke sweetly, "You don't have to worry about me Here. You are worthy, okay? I know you want changes. I know what is in your heart. I'm still here no matter who you are. I believe in you Here, so please believe me too." Severus replied, giving his Luna the strength to face everything. But I felt that I will fail. I don't want to be your Luna for your campaign." Here suddenly spoke negativity and it made Severus get mad. "Here, do you know how much I cared for you? I do, always looking for the opportunity to get the thought of those people to save your dignity. I tried to force you to speak out, and I'm thankful because you listened. But every time that you let me go to the campaign alone, I felt I'm not worthy as an alpha. Everyone says that I'm worthless even if I am the prince because you are not there. Gregor always mocked me behind. All I want is you here. But even how many times I ignored them, they are all right. I don't have a sense of having a Luna. Do you know why? Because you are afraid to be my Luna. You are afraid to face the reality. You are weakling, you are. Slap." But before Severus finished his sentence, a great slap quickly hit on his face. But the pain that he received from Here was nothing compared to the words he threw away. He was surprised by that but he expected that from Here because of his words. He knew how hurt those words for Here but he did not care about the feeling of his Luna. He became selfish, and he knew it. But he knew that he just wanted to clear Here's thought. "Don't say that, Severus. You don't know what I'm going through this time. Don't act fool. I know what I'm doing. I follow you to face those people but I also want you to win. I choose to let you do the campaign alone because I want that those people know how independent you are. Yes, I'm your Luna. You're fucking useless Luna." Here shouted indignantly and before she added, she pointed Severus' forehead and growled again. "But I want you to put in your mind that I'm just protecting your dignity. And I will be you Luna if those people change their ideology, because all you have twisted mind." Severus could not believe on what he heard. He felt that every words that Here left to him were started to hammer his heart into pieces. He felt the truth behind those words that literally piercing deep inside his heart. He felt pain but he could not talk back to recant the words that he said to his Luna. Thud. Here walked out quickly after throwing her words. Severus looked back but Here was gone. He wanted to follow her outside, but he felt the weakness of his body. He didn't have right to regain the words he said. And when Here was gone, Severus could not stop himself not to blame himself. He clenched his hands into fist and grits his teeth in anger to himself. Arg! Severus growled, and he punched the mirror that made a huge damage on its surface. Because he realized that he was too selfish. He felt that he just thinking about himself, and Here was right. There were some blood that dripped from the mirror through the sink. But the bruises he made was nothing compared to what Here felt right now. He thought that he was the most cruel alpha. Arg! He shouted again angrily. He slapped his face again and clenched tightly his hair. He wanted to follow Here, but his ego did not want. At that moment, Here immediately covered her face with her hood. She ran fast as she could, and the janitor saw her coming out the men's restroom. Fortunately, the old lady did not mind Here, and she just continued her work. Here quickly went to her car and drove it toward her home. She reached the wide road and she started to cry. Sniff. Here parked her car first to the sideway. She cried inside and thought every words that they threw in each other. She couldn't handle the pain because even Harsha did not want to speak with her. She felt alone, and the only thing that she could lean on was her tears. Here buried her face with her palm as she remembered about Severus. Now she felt the feeling of being alone. She realized how hard the moment that you need someone, but the only person you wish to be there was nothing. She knew that, like her, Severus felt the same way as her. Both of them were in the both end of their own feelings. The end that they could reach without pain to feel. Yes, it's hard for a king's alpha prince to speak without his Luna, but all she wanted was to make Severus swan against Gregor. She sobbed and the tears went down from her eyes. Cring. Suddenly, her busy sad moment interrupted by the phone's ringtone. She immediately swept her tears and took the phone on her jacket. "Hello?" she asked as she answered the call. "Here, did you see the news update?" Ken's called her, and she knitted her eyebrows as she heard her cousin. She couldn't distinguish if Ken was happy or not because of his unpredictable tone of voice. "And no, I didn't," he replied seriously. She didn't want to let other know that she was crying. "Take a look for it, here. Anyway, I have something to do, bye," Ken added before he cut the line. He opened her social media account. And even she was reluctant to open it. She bravely did it. Here widened her eyes as she saw the news from the social media. She didn't expected this as well. "What the? Is it true?" Here's POV. "What the? Is this real?" I widened my eyes as I opened my phone. I could imagine that I could see a good thing today, even though I felt a vain feeling at this moment. I scrolled the screen and I saw many news saying that some people believe in me. I felt happy. The tears that caused my runny nose to me slowly disappeared. "Miss. Here is right. We need changes. We need equality. She is right to become a true Luna." But aside from those good comments, the majority of them still disagreed with me. Lol. Nice trick, miss. Here. Only fool will believe that bitch. WTF. The low-class mixed blood is now out of her mind. Ha ha. Rich people's mind is always for equality, but it doesn't see their lives. Lol. Sniff. I sobbed while reading the information that now become a trending topic on social media. I could not believe that there were some people that were still there to believe what I said in the campaign. All of them created a glimpse of hope for me. The hope becomes the dim light that leads me to the depth of the ocean-like problem. 1. 2. 3. 300 of the people around the werewolf's world believe in me according to the inventory of some sort of people. And even if they were just a dot to the number of werewolves that hates me, it really gives me hope to fight against odd. I could feel the trembling of my hands as I read lots of comments that they threw at everyone. And in the middle of my happiness, I suddenly felt emptiness. Yes, I could say that those people who believe in me give me hope, but the only person that taught me how to fight was not here by my side. Sigh. I found myself bringing deep thought. I didn't know how to talk with Severus after the argument. I wanted that time to fly faster so it could heal the fight that we have recently. I took my phone and dialed the numbers. I needed someone to talk to me right now. The number who have dialed is currently busy. Please try to call later. Unfortunately, Ken was unattended. And I knew that this time, Sandra was not there to talk to me since she have work. And the only man that I knew already was Alejandro. I dialed his number and fortunately, he answered it quickly. My heart beat fast. I knew it was not the right time to speak to him since we have a past relationship before. I took a deep breath before I talked to him. Alejandro. Are you busy? Nah. Why? Do you want to hang up? He replied, and from the tone of his voice, I felt that he was now in good condition. Actually? No. But I want someone to talk with. Can you? My voice was still trembling since he knew that I'm not sure we were like him. Sure? His words made me smile for no reason. Really? I ensured him because I was really not sure about the things around me at this moment. Yeah. See you later in our favorite area. He replied, and I could believe that he was still there to listen to my story again. Oh, okay. I briefly replied before I hung up the phone. But after that, I suddenly thought about Severus. Is this called cheating if I will have a date to another guy that not my true mate? I thought, asking myself. Here, are you sure that you will gonna have a meeting with Alejandro? Harsha asked me, and it really puzzled me. I don't know. But for now, all I know was to have someone to lean on. Alejandro is not different from me. He is a good man. You know it, Harsha. I replied, but there was still a line of confusion that drew in my mind. Sigh. But he still did not accept your rejection, right? Harsha added, and it made me feel surprised. I remembered the time that I rejected him and he was still not accepting it. Because before the breaking of Clara's curse, Alejandro accepted the offer, but he didn't say that he would accept my rejection. I know it. But I'm sure that he will accept the fact that I found my own mate. Even if he didn't accept it yet, I know he will not do anything that is forbidden. I replied, but I knew that Harsha would never think about that since she have a romantic past with Gao. If you want it, go. Fortunately, Harsha let me handle the situation. I quickly set aside the negative thought and immediately took the direction toward the place where Alejandro and I always want to visit. It took 5 minutes before I get there. And with every passing second, I did always thinking about the words that Severus threw at me. And those words really pierced my heart. I really blamed myself for not being brave to face reality. Yes, I was afraid that people would hate me the way they hate mixed blood like witches. Severus was important to me and he knew that, but how could he say that I didn't put much care to him? although all I wanted was his victory. Might be that he taught me how to be fearless, but he also taught me how to be who I am. Kring. Here, where are you? I answered the phone and I was surprised as I heard Severus asking me. I stopped for a while on the roadside but I didn't reply to him. Because I didn't want to talk to him for a while since I wanted to clear my mind before talking with him. Here, please, where are you? He was still asking me when I ended our call without any words to tell. And how surprised I felt when I saw his messages. I felt guilty but I chose to calm myself. I blocked his number so I could not receive any calls or messages from him for a while. I started again the car and continued driving. After a while, I reached the place. Like before, it really gave me a pleasant ambience. The cold breeze healed my thoughts. I parked my car and entered the magnificent garden on the very edge of the town. It was located on the cliff of the hill but there were lots of things that could be a source of new energy. Clean air and delicious food to eat. I walked toward the dining area hoping that Alejandro was there and like I thought, he was sitting in our favorite area, waiting for me to come over. I wore a smile and approached him. And even I was fully covered at that moment, he still knew my identity. Have a sit. He stood and offered me a chair. I looked around and when I saw a few people eating, I agreed with him. Here. What's your plan now? He suddenly asked me. I removed my sunglasses and looked at him. For now. I want some time to have someone to lean. I replied seriously, which made him smile. That's why you called me, right? He replied and I felt shame as he said that. Pardon. But not. Actually, I called someone too. I denied and he nodded his head. Like him? He replied and I was shocked at what I heard. He was looking behind me and I really felt nervous at that moment. Here's POV. Like him? Alejandro's voice echoed inside my ear. I looked straight into his eyes and I felt nervous when I saw the seriousness in it. My hands were shaking suddenly. I really don't know why. But all I know, for now, I felt nervous. Hey. Are you okay? And my nightmare was interrupted when Alejandro waved his hands in my front. I blinked and nodded my head even though I felt uneasy. I didn't want to let him know what I'm thinking. Why yeah. I replied, trembling in my voice. Are you sure that you are okay? Because you look pale. He asked me again, having a glimpse of worry in the tone of his voice. I slowly raised my hand and touched my cheeks. It was cold and had a few beads of sweat. I tapped it and gave him a brief smile. Don't worry, I'm okay. I added, while I still hiding the feeling that I felt right now. Sigh. If you not feeling well, you can ask me. I will send you to your pack right away. Alejandro touched my hand and I felt awkward. I quickly moved my hand from him so we would have no intimate action. Anyway, who is the one you talking about recently? I asked to swap the topic that we have. Oh. Ha. He laughed instead of replying to me. I stared at him and I saw from his expression the happiness that I did not see before from a serious man like him. I'm just kidding, Hillary. Hee. You look so serious, huh? He added, and I felt better after hearing that even though it was not a good joke for me. Eh? Really? I asked him, knitting eyebrows in surprise. Because at first, I thought that Severus was behind us. And it actually made my spine to chill. Yeah. It's just a joke here because you look so serious today. Speaking of which, who are the ones you talked about to be here also? Alejandro asked me, which made me bite my lower lips. I didn't know what to say. I am cornered, but I need to say anything about that. Actually, I asked my cousin, Ken, to come here. But he said that he will be here after his work. But for now, I'm not sure if he will come. I replied, and I ensured that he would believe in me. Don't you want me to be with you today? He asked me, pouting his lips. No. It's not what you think. I just call him for something important and it's all about business. Yes. It's business. I denied and he nodded his head while he looked for the good menu. Anyway, I heard the news. And I see you recently in the media. He looked at me as he spoke. I put in to listen as I heard him. I let him to speak out his thoughts. But I was afraid that even Alejandro would hate the mixed blood like me. Since he was the victim of the witch before. Actually, I really don't want to have a date with him, but he was the only person that free to talk to me. Here. From the first time I met you, I felt strange. You are different from the other woman. You are beautiful within and outside of your personality. And I do believe in your words. Your fearless action in front of those crowds makes me so proud of you. His sweet smile gives me hope. Thank you, Alejandro. I appreciate your compliment to me. I replied, and for the second time, I felt happiness. You don't have to thank me here. Actually, we people are the ones who need to thank you. Because of your braveness in facing the problem alone without using your wealth and power, we learn how to stand right. Your voice, even if it was unimportant to the majority, for now, it gives up another hope for the bright futures of this world. He said, and I was touched by his every word. I could not imagine that those words that I wished I could hear from my real mate would be heard by this person. So you mean, you are the one who supported me? I asked him, and I felt some tears that started to build in my eyes. Yeah. I will be your #1 supporter here. He smiled at me and my tears started to fall. Oh? Why are you crying? Did I hurt you with my words? He asked me, wondering as he stood and touched my both cheeks. But I didn't answer him. I'm not in the right position to speak since my tears were escaping through the storage of my eyes. I slowly raised my head to face him and my tears continuously flowed toward his palm. Shiv. Don't cry here. I'm here, okay? I know how hard you're facing right now. But you can do it. He swept the tears that flowed down. His warm palm made me feel better. I nodded my head in agreement. And he slowly departed his hands to me as he slowly sat on the chair. I swept the remaining tears before I asked him about the issue. Alejandro, aren't you angry about my identity? I asked him directly since he said that he was the victim of Claire before, who was also a witch. Actually, not. I was surprised by his reply. And I felt that he was sure of his words. I knitted my eyebrows and I wanted to ask him more. But seemed like he will never let me wait because he quickly spoke again. Here, even if you are a mixed blood, you are still you. And no one will change your fate. But you show more than that. You show how genuine your love for your people is. You show respect and care. And even if Claire shows me less than my expectations, you change my perspective about witches. His words hit my ego. I could not believe that Alejandro has a great mind to think deeply than I thought. I looked at him seriously, and even how many times I looked at every angle of his eyes, his feeling was real. "Thank you, Alejandro. Actually, I didn't expect this from you. But I think I have a good decision to have a meeting with you today," I replied, wearing a sweet smile on my lips. "It's a small thing here compared to the things you sacrifice. Don't worry. I will be here for you like what I promised before," he added, and he slowly touched my hand, and I didn't refuse. Actually, I didn't have any feelings toward him, but the memory of the past ghosted me. "Here, always remember that you are the right one to be praised and beloved. And I see the struggle that you face through your journey as a true alpha female. And I am so proud that even if it was a fake bond, you become my Luna." He stared at me and took a deep breath before he added, "And today, I accepting your rejection to give you peace of mind and another time to love." I was very happy to hear those words. Yes, it was painful to him, but I felt the deep emotion that was embroidered on his heart. I didn't know if I would be thankful or not, because for today, all I know was, he gives me happiness. Then. But before I spoke, I saw Alejandro immediately stand. He was facing the direction behind me, and the smile on my face slowly vanished. I slowly moved away from Alejandro and looked back. And I was shocked by what I see. Third-person POV. Here put in shocked as she looked back. Severus was standing 10 meters away from them. The time seemed like froze itself when he suddenly approached the two. Alejandro looked at her, but he doesn't feel anything bad that would happen between them. He was acting like there were nothing happen between her and him. Might it was right that they were acting like just a friend, but for Severus, they didn't know what he felt after seeing his Luna with other guy. Alejandro averted his gaze away from her and he looked back at Severus. He smiled and called his attention. "Hey. Wanna hang with us?" Alejandro called Severus, and it made her to glare at Alejandro. She secretly clenched her hand into fist, telling Alejandro to stop talking. But Alejandro did not get it, because he thought that her and Severus's relationship was still okay. Severus looked at the other two seriously. There were no trace of any emotion on his face. However, he couldn't breathe easily when Severus stood beside him. Severus POV. I called her 20 times. And not only call, but I sent her many messages, but she did not accepted it. I was worried and I blamed myself because I shouted on her that might cause of her absence in every call I did. "Sandra, do you know where is here?" I asked Sandra, but I never told her that I met her before she left. Sorry, but I don't," she replied, and I lost my hope to find her, since she was the last person that I supposed to give me answer. Because, I tried to call all her cousins, but they did not give me the exact location of here. And it really become a great burden to me. I immediately went back home to find her. When I was driving toward the pack, I could not help myself not to think about her. I felt sorry for her, and I knew that my words was give her a reason not to answer me. I saw the tears on her eyes, and I could not blame her if she was still angry at me. Suddenly, I remember one person that would help me to find her instantly. I immediately took my phone and dialed the number. "The number you have dialed is now currently busy." I felt something strange when the number I have dialed was also nothing. I felt jealous, even though I was just thinking about that. I decided not to go to her pack to look the possible place the two of them went to. As long as I remembered, there was a good place in the top of the hill where he loves to visit. and I fasten my car to reach that cafe on time. My heart beats fast every time I was getting closer and her scent was invading me. I reached the area around 4 minutes and parked my sport car. My footsteps were heavy when I reached the cafe. I scanned the area and it really high-value cafe because of the greenish surrounding. There were also some people eating and having fun around. But my enjoyment was turned into a dark mode as I caught by the family face, here and Alejandro. They were happy having a chit-chat as my observation. "What the hell are they doing here?" Gao asked me indignantly. I clenched my hands and I wanted to destroy the path I would take. But I did not want to make a scene here. "Let's see," I replied to my wolf calmly. I knew my true nature and the picture I saw could turn me as a real beast. But I stayed calm as Jack could. I sat for a while and let the nightmare face me. I trusted her and I knew she would never act beyond her limit. And like what I saw recently, they seemed like having anything serious talked. But the things that I witnessed suddenly made my blood boil. Alejandro and her were looking at each other, while the hand of the other party was holding her's hand. I stood quickly as my feet wanted to interrupt their busy days. I hated the view and it really made this fancy place into horror. I stood calmly and stepped closer to them. Actually, I didn't want to let them notice that I'm coming, but this jerk Alejandro called me. I acted that I didn't feel any anger toward them since he invited me. But he could not look at me directly. I felt her uneasy feeling since I found where she was. But to Alejandro, I thought that he did not have idea about the struggle that our relationship facing right now. "Sorry. But I guess you both have fun?" I calmly asked Alejandro since he was still sitting on the chair and looked like she doesn't care about my feeling. "Ha ha. No. Anyway, just take a sit," he replied, wearing a bright smile. I looked at him seriously and I saw a hidden pain inside those smile. But I did not care about it and I sat on the other chair between them. Speaking of which, I'm the one that called here, but she refused my invitation first. And I didn't not force her to come with me, but after a few moments, we found each other here. How ridiculous, right? She is sitting here and actually, she came first here. He added, laughing on his own story. I thought that he was telling the truth. But I didn't care about that, because the important to me was her's safety. I didn't know how to react, so I just smiled and took a nod. Anyway, I will not stay here too long. I have some to do. I excused while I'm glancing here. It's okay. Actually, I have to go too. My beta called me for some business. Alejandro replied as he stood. He tapped my shoulder and he called her's attention. "Here, I have to go. Thank you for your time." Alejandro smiled at her and I felt jealous. However, I knew that Alejandro have no intention to make me feel this way. Before he went out, he looked at me and gave me a brief smile before he talked again. "Severus, take care of her." I smiled at him and he walked away. When I saw him exiting the cafe, saw here was going to stand. I held her hand to stop her. She slowly looked at me and I felt something strange in her eyes. She sat again and I was thankful since she did not make a fuss here. "Here, can we talk?" I asked her while my hand was still holding her. She kept on looking at me and slowly nodded her head. "Aren't you shout on me? Aren't you angry?" she asked and I felt pain as I heard those words. I realized that I hurt her, even it's not my intention to do that. I'm so sorry." 3 words come out in my mouth. I knew that I was a future alpha, but saying sorry was not shame at all. "I am so sorry too. I did not feel your situation, Sev," Here replied, and I was put in surprised as she say that. I guessed, Here have something to tell me, so I grabbed the opportunity to say everything I have in me. "Here, actually I am the one who did not feel your situation. I do always let you do such things in the front of those people without my presence." I could not resist myself not to tell her those things. And every time I looked at her eyes, I saw the endless happiness that I wished to see before. "Thank you, Sev. But for now, all I want was your safety. Thank you for taking care of me, but please protect your career first. I knew it's hard to the both of us to choose the things that we valued the most, but please trust me. I can do everything to win the battle, and I hope the same to you," Here replied, and I was very glad that she was still thinking about me, even I knew we both have a downside situation. "But you need me," I said, worrying. The world we have was not the best for the mixed blood like her, and I felt that she would not win if those people were still mocking her. "Don't worry about that. I will call someone to help me," she replied, and I was puzzled who was the person she called for. Here's POV. When Alejandro accepted my rejection, I was very happy, but there was a little pity and pain I felt toward him. I wished that he would find the true fated mate since he rejected Claire as his Luna. While we were talking about some stuff, I suddenly sensed Severus' smell. I wanted to hide, but I decided to show him that I didn't care about him. However, Alejandro called Severus before he left our table. I felt worried because there were incidents that they were going to fight because of me before. So every time that I saw them crossing their path, I was scared that they would fight again. Fortunately, Alejandro did not show any anger issue towards Severus. Actually, I expected that Severus would make another argument with me again because he saw me with Alejandro. But instead of argument, I heard sorry and acceptance. My heart jumped in joy because of his manly voice. His attractive aura could not deny even he was saying sorry to me. The way he say those words changed my peso toward him. For me, he was now a caring and gentle man ever. However, even though I felt that way, I didn't tell him about Alejandro. Cring. Suddenly, his phone rang and he immediately took his phone as he excused at me. "Please excuse me," he said as accepted the phone call. I looked at him and I saw the anger on his eyes. Before he ended up the call, he took a deep breath and he looked at me seriously. "Sorry here, but I think I have to go first," he said seriously. I was puzzled and I asked him, "What's wrong?" I asked, worrying. "The king ordered me to go to the Western Pack. The hooligans were attacking them right now," he replied, and I was shocked on what I heard. But it's dangerous. Why don't you send some hunters before you go there?" I suggested, but he shook his head. The hooligans that now attacking the small pack was stronger than before. Hunters are not enough to fight them. They need my help, he replied, and I was little surprised about the hooligans. "Please take care. Hooligans are not a simple. Don't worry, I will send my army to the Western Pack," I added, and he nodded his head as agreement. "Anyway, I have to go for now. Take care." He stood and he went closer to me. I smelled the fragrance of his body when he kissed my head. I held his wrist and closed my eyes, wishing his safety. "Take care too," I whispered before he departed away from me. I saw him walking alone. I took a couple of minutes before I fixed myself because I decided to go back to my pack. I'm sure that they also received the news about the hooligans. But I could not resist myself not to feel worried about his safety. Even he was strong, the numbers of hooligans that might there were still unknown. Only I wanted was to caught one of those hooligans alive to tell us the route of those attacked. But I have something to do that much important than those F to the power of seeking hooligans. Before I left the table, I took my phone and dialed Andrassi's number. Fortunately, she accepted my call quickly. Andrassi, can I ask some favor? Yeah. What's that? She replied, and I thought that she was not busy today. I'll tell you later, I added, and she was puzzled about what was my real intention. Where are you? I want to meet you right now to talk about that, she asked, and I decided to stay for a while. I'm in the Hilltop Cafe. I will wait you here, I replied. Okay. See you, the other party said before I hung up the phone. I took a deep breath when I put back my phone inside my pocket. I was thinking about the plan that I would say to her. After nearly half hours, Andrassi came. She was typically a boyish woman. But she was gifted by the gods for being a beautiful one. She have a fine cut hair and a slight masculine body. In her aura, she was really a true picture of alpha female. Because even her pack was small, she was really a genius in terms of human law. Like me, she wanted changes to the world we have. Have a sit. I offered her a chair and she immediately took it. And I did not waste my time and quickly moved to the topic that I wanted to tell at her. Andrassi, I know that you study about the law of the human. And I wanted you to share me about the important law that we need to adopt, I said directly, and she smiled at me briefly. Okay. But it was hard for you to take those law to the world that bashed you already, she replied, and I felt that she was right. Listen. If you immediately enforce the law, many people will make you a laughingstock. They will disobey the law since it came to the woman like you, which is mixed blood. You need to start it to the small to make it bigger. You have a point. I needed to think every steps I make for our future. And it really hard to start it, but what if I conducted the law in my own pack? What do you think? I replied, and she looked at me directly. That's what I pointed out. You need to do it with your packs so the whole world learn it from you, she replied, giving me her wide smile. I nodded my head as agreement. I would show to the world the power of law. I would make everything better and turn the twisted ideology of the people to one right direction. Thank you, Andrassi, for the suggestion. I hope that you will give me the list of law that better to be part of my steps, I added. Noted. I will entrust it to you here. I know you can do it. Prove them that you can beat the problem that we all cause, she said, and I was very happy since I have Andrassi that could be a better advisor. Thank you, Andrassi. Don't worry, you pack will be always safe from those hooligans after I know the real hypocrite and the mastermind of this chaos. I clenched my hands into fist when I suddenly remembered how the hooligans and other rouges killed some people and destroyed the other small pack. Wait for my revenge. I will seek you no matter how dark is your Dean. Severus's POV. Row. The gritting of the warrior's teeth heard along the battlefield. I was now in the highest hill scanning the area that the hooligans destroyed. The building that stood highly before was now facing the ground. Their pavements were scattered around and some were turned into dust that the wind blew around. Few innocent werewolves were killed and many of them were rescued by my armies. But it was still hard for us to save number of lives because the hooligans were really fast and strong. I felt that the mastermind on this chaos planned all of this very well. While I was scanning the area, I heard heavy breath coming closer to me. I looked back and I saw one of my men coming. Huff. Huff. Prince. We need your help. One of my army came rushing. He was breathing heavily as he called me. He was bathed with blood and there was bruises and deep wounds around his chest. And it was the bad sign since the armies that I sent to the battle was really good in fighting. What happened? Where is your leader in command? I asked him wondering while I'm looking at him directly. Huff. Pardon, but the hooligans are trained and they have a very high skilled in fighting. He replied, panting in breath. I clenched my hand into fist as I heard that. I thought that my father was right, the hooligans were now prepared for fighting. Don't worry. We can defeat them. I fearless shouted and I ready myself to the fight. Go to their safest place and gather the weak werewolves and tell to the other who are willing to serve the pack to fight no matter what. I ordered my army and he quickly nodded his head as agreement. He quickly ran away and took the war field. When I saw him vanished in my sight, I went to the field and faced the hooligans. And like what I expected about the hooligans, they were big in size and also have a unique characteristic each. What the hell? I shouted as I approaching the large hooligans. I immediately transformed as my wolf and attacked the hooligan that wanted to kill one of the innocent Western Pack's werewolf. I sharpened my nails and immediately used it to scratch the back of the hooligan. Die. I growled as I jumped on his back. He was tall but I thought that my strength was enough to kill this fucker. Spurt. The bounty blood spurted from his body when I hit the vital point. I created a deep wound and it caused to his immediate death. Thud. But before the hooligan fell on the ground, another fucker attacked me. Fortunately, I immediately sensed the intruder. I looked back and clenched my hand into fist to hit the body of this hooligans. He was less bigger than before so it was easy to me to defeat this one. Grow. I gritted my teeth in anger when I scanned the area. The hooligans were slowly surrounded me while the other were still doing their part as a warrior. I ready myself since I felt that they were going to attack me as a group. What lucky day to kill the future king. Waha. Men. Are you sure you can defeat us? You weakling. Their voices echoed inside me. I felt anger and I wanted to smash them hardly. But when I looked around, 10 of them were now surrounding me. Don't worry, Commander Alcaran. As his brother I do always doing my part to give him a responsibility. Elixir uttered while bowing his head as a respect. Sigh. Elixir, I know you are good enough to do that. But for now, you need find him so we can have a meeting about the mission. Alcaran uttered and Elixir nodded his head. He opened his palm and one ghost rat appeared on it. He moved closer to his palm and he whispered in the ears of the ghost rat. Go and find him. Elixir muttered with authority. After commanding the ghost rats, it climbed down his arm toward his feet and immediately smell his way toward the target. Squeak. The ghost rat immediately ran away and it entered the hole in the wall. Don't worry, Commander Alcaran. I already sent my army to find him. Elixir uttered and he bowed again his head. Alcaran turned around and walked away. When his appearance was slowly fading in the dark, a loud sound was suddenly heard in the darkest part of the room that made the two see where the sound coming from. Blag. They silently stood while waiting for the one who came. And after a moment of pause, an image of a man appeared in the dark. He was wearing an all-black outfit while sitting on the open window. His image was seen as the curtain flattered every time the wind blew together with the skirt of his cloak. His right knee was bended on the top of the window while his right hand was on its top. And his shadow created a horrible image in the floor. "Elixir, I told you." The low tone of his voice was heard and he showed the dead ghost rat in his hand. He made it to float in the air and blag. The unknown man threw the dead ghost rat on the floor. After that, he jumped out of the window hole following the movement of the falling rat. He stepped on it and made a loud sound. The ghost rat turned into ashes and his face was shown as he glared at Elixir. Severus' handsome face was revealed. His eyes were glowing in their red as blood color as he stared at Elixir, who finally standing. "Are you trying to provoke me, dear brother?" Severus uttered with his low voice while slowly walking toward him. "Severus! Enough!" Algarin shouted, which made Severus to halt his steps with his straight face. "Where did you go?" he added, which made Severus blow air from his mouth. "Phew! I having fun outside, Commander," Severus uttered as he gave smirked at Elixir. Algarin shook his head toward the response of Severus and he spoke with authority. "Elixir, Severus. Set aside first your argument because we have a very important thing to do. The Lord wanted to make the order clear. I commanded both of you to lead the mission," Algarin uttered, and before he ended up his words, he turned around to face Severus, who standing behind him. Severus's POV. Row. The gritting of the warrior's teeth heard along the battlefield. I was now in the highest hill scanning the area that the hooligans destroyed. The building that stood highly before was now facing the ground. Their pavements were scattered around and some were turned into dust that the wind blew everywhere it goes. Few innocent werewolves were killed and many of them were rescued by my armies. But it was still hard for us to save number of lives because the hooligans were really fast and strong. I felt that the mastermind on this chaos planned all of this very well. Because for almost a eye after I went here, the number of hooligans seemed like did not decreasing. They were also strong and seemed like enjoying the bloody battle. While I was scanning the area, I heard heavy breath coming closer to me. I looked back and I saw one of my men coming. Huff. Huff. Prince. We need your help. One of my army came rushing. He was breathing heavily as he called me. He was bathed with blood and there was bruises and deep wounds around his chest. And it was the bad sign since the armies that I sent to the battle was really good in fighting. I felt agitation since I saw one of my best fighter on that situation. What happened? Where is your leader in command? I asked him wondering while I'm looking at him directly. Huff. Pardon, but the hooligans are trained and they have a very high skilled in fighting. And our commander told me to find you, so seek help from the pack. He replied, panting in breath. I clenched my hand into fist as I heard that. I thought that my father was right, the hooligans were now prepared for fighting. Don't worry, I will send here another troop. We can defeat them. I fearless shouted and I ready myself to the fight. Go to their safest place and gather the weak werewolves and tell to the other who are willing to serve the pack to fight no matter what. I ordered my army and he quickly nodded his head as agreement. He quickly ran away and took the war field. When I saw him vanished in my sight, I went to the field and faced the hooligans. And like what I expected about the hooligans, They were big in size and also have a unique characteristic each. "What the hell?" I shouted as I approaching the large hooligans. I immediately transformed as my wolf and attacked the hooligan that wanted to kill one of the innocent Western Pack's werewolf. I sharpened my nails and immediately used it to scratch the back of the hooligan. "Die!" I growled as I jumped on his back. He was tall, but I thought that my strength was enough to kill this fucker. Spurt. The bounty blood spurted from his body when I hit the vital point. I created a deep wound and it caused to his immediate death. Thud. But before the hooligan fell on the ground, another fucker attacked me. Fortunately, I immediately sensed the intruder. I looked back and clenched my hand into fist to hit the body of this hooligan's. He was less bigger than before, so it was easy to me to defeat this one. Grow. I gritted my teeth in anger when I scanned the area. The hooligans were slowly surrounded me while the other were still doing their part as a warrior. I ready myself since I felt that they were going to attack me as a group. What lucky day to kill the future king. Waha. One of the hooligans laughed and he showed me how sharp was his fangs. "Man. Are you sure you can defeat us? You weakling." Another hooligan in my back mocked me. I could not stand this anymore, but I stayed calm since I wanted not let my guard down. Their voices echoed inside my ears. I felt anger at this moment and I wanted to smash them hardly. But when I looked around, 10 of them were now surrounding me. "What the fuck?" I muttered as I saw them grinning at me. I really mad at this moment. I sharpened my ears to sense my surrounding to know every movement of the enemies. How brave the future king. Wahaha. The future king of hell. Boo wahaha. They could not restrain not to laugh harder. And every time they mocking me, I showed them my fangs. I scratched my foot to the ground to create holes. Grrrwww. My sounding roar echoed around and they were looked at each other. They were give themselves a high five before they turned into a werewolf. Row. Their sounds invaded the location we were when they transformed into their wolf. And I could not deny that they were all massive in height. Their teeth and fangs were all sharp and pointed that could tear apart the flesh of their victims. They slowly walked closer to me while their sticky saliva dripped down their mouth. I glared at them and I jumped high toward the massive gray hooligans with all my force. I tightened my nails and it quickly pierced on his back. I bit his neck and smashed him toward the ground. The hooligans that left were halted their steps. I smell the eagerness of killing me from their aura. The hooligans that I attacked was now hovering between life and death. The blood poured and his breath was slowly fading. I immediately looked toward the 9 hooligans. Suddenly, I felt pain on my back and I was surprised as I saw a young hooligan's used to scratch mine. His eyes were all furious as he glared at me. I did not waste my time and I quickly attacked him. I did not give him another chance to scratch me again. But before I get closer, a huge one appeared and it blocked my way toward the young hooligan. The intruder hit to the ground. I quickly buried to the ground and I saw him jumping toward me, third person's POV. The bloody battle between the Western Pack and the hooligans was started. All of them were fighting for their life and territory. And at that moment, Severus was now surrounded by the hooligans. Thud. Severus rolled toward the ground. He was literally buried through it as he was hit by the massive dark werewolf. His eyes were still in his madness every time he thought about the lives that were gone for the battle. He started to grit his teeth in his wildest, showing no mercy to these hooligans if the battle was begun. He did not move for a while, but his eyes glowed like a fireball at night. He restoring the strength that escaped recently. Huff. Huff. Severus breathed heavily as he found himself on the ground. He wanted to stand himself as he felt that his wounds were healed. But he still felt the pain in it. But to his surprise, before he stood from the hole, the huge dark hooligans jumped in his front. He knew that the dark wolf would be targeting his chest, so he readied himself to block it. Severus used his reflexes so he could dodge the attack. He rolled his body and immediately stood to counterattack the upcoming hooligan. He gritted his teeth and he readied himself again. But like what he expected, the hooligans around him trapped him to be cornered by their leader. However, even the hooligans surrounded him. He could feel any threat of danger to them. He felt that there was something that would happen. He saw the hooligans stand calmly, their saliva was still flowing down their fangs, seems like they were eager to fight with him. Suddenly, the big dark wolf walked and the hooligans around bowed their heads. Severus knew that it was the leader and he smirked secretly. At this point, Severus thought that fighting with the leader was an opportunity to know the mastermind of all of the chaos that killed the innocent Pax. Because he told to his father to come here to investigate and catch the leader. And he was really tossing the cookies as he knew the leader's identity as he hit two birds with one stone. Although he was now facing the danger as he was now surrounded by massive hooligans. The leader gritted his teeth and his growl echoed. All of the hooligans who fight the armies show no mercy even though their life as bait. And while the battle was still going through the field, Severus faced the leader. He gritted his teeth in anger as he jumped again in the air. He quickly jumped and tried to target the chest. The leader tumbled on the dry dirty ground as Severus hit him. Even though the leader was massive, Severus made his attack very well. But even he did that, he knew to himself how hard to defeat this one. The leader started to get mad. He growled and ran faster toward Severus. His movement was fast like lightning and Severus felt that there was something wrong with his muscle. He smelled the liquid formula and it was a drug. He could be betrayed by his senses. He knew that the drugs that flowed through their veins were only found in the Desdemonian pack. The Chantria drug. Shit. What the hell are they trying to do? He muttered as he thought about the drugs. He was really surprised as he smelled the drugs that his father taught him years ago. But based on their research, this drug vanished a long time ago with the Desdemonian pack. So how could this hooligan's leader have this? Do they know the reason behind the sudden vanish of the pack, or they were the werewolf of that pack? Suddenly, his thoughts were distracted by the growls of the hooligans around him. At that said, the hooligans were started to get ready for an attack. They jumped towards Severus one by one, which created a deep wound on his back. Severus was shivering in pain. Fortunately, he trained himself to heal faster than others could do. While he healing himself faster, he observed the movie of the enemies. He knew that they were not actually good at fighting, but they have a drug that prevented them to feel pain and reduced the fear to fight. How could this fucker tricks me? He muttered as he knew how the hooligans used drugs for their enhancement. His eyes were burning in anger as he tried to slam the heads of those hooligans on the ground. But the leader bit his neck. Fortunately, he quickly dodged it, so it created a small tear on his skin. Arg! He growled as he felt the warm blood spurt on his neck. He gritted his teeth in pain, but the hooligans were still attacking him. Severus was now stunned by the strength of the hooligans. He looked around but he couldn't find any help since everyone had their own battle. Only he could help himself for this moment. He knew that he would be trash against the numbers of hooligans and he might kill if he didn't fight back until the end. Because even he called for help recently, he thought that they would find him dead on the spot if he would ignore the strength of these hooligans. Huff. Huff. I need to get out of here as soon as possible, he muttered as he steps backward. And every step he made, the hooligans walked toward him also. They were all showing their teeth and the leader was in the middle of them. He wanted to smash them around but he was now helpless. But he was still glaring at the leader because it was his target. He tried to know every single detail of his appearance since he would answer the questions that he wanted to know. Thud. Suddenly, one of the hooligans from afar rumbled on the ground. It was rolled and buried like a meteor. It created a crack on the ground. The hooligan was now in their front which made him feel surprised. Severus's POV. Thud. I was surprised as I saw one of the hooligans fly and it fell in the middle of us. The leader and his comrades were also surprised as they saw how the werewolf was buried on the ground because of the strong force that took him toward us. At this moment, I felt I have a chance to escape since their attention was caught by the direction where the hooligan came from. But from the moment that I was about to run away, I was also surprised as I heard someone calling me by mind link. Are you going to leave without thanking me? A voice of a woman. No, it was not just a voice of a woman I knew but it was Here's voice. I halted my steps as I heard him. I did not know what would I react at this moment. Either anger or happily. Anger because she was here in the battle and trying to put her life at risk, or happiness since she saved me and it would be the best way to catch up with the leader. Shit. Where are you? Why are you here? Are you out of your mind? It's too dangerous here, I said indignantly as I could not find her around although I sensed her intoxicating smell. I did not know how stubborn she was because she was here in the battle. Actually, this pack was too far so it was hard for her to find it except if my father told her. But for sure, my father won't tell her this place because he wanted Here's safety. Here. I told you to go back to your pack now, I added when she didn't answer me. But my anger was faded as I saw hooligans were now ready to attack me again. Shit. I only said when Here cut off our mind link. It really made me worry. I gritted my teeth again and now I faced the hooligans without any fear but anger. I wanted to put my anger toward this fucker hooligans. However, before I attacked, other hooligans dropped from nowhere. My heart beats fast when I saw how bloody was the hooligans. It was lifeless and there was a deep wound that almost tore apart from its skin. The hooligans who was attacked me recently gritted their teeth. I thought that they would attack me but I was wrong. They all ran away to look for the werewolf who killed their comrade like a mere rat. Only the leader was left and it was a great opportunity for me to catch this one alive. However, from a distance, I saw an image that standing on a small hill-like land area. And I would never felt wrong, this one was here and the hooligans were approaching toward her. I wanted to run to save her but the leader blocked my way. I was worried for Here's safety since I knew how these hooligans use drugs to enhance their strength. Grr. The leader jumped over me when my attention was caught by Here. I dodged the attack but there was a slight open wound that now made me feel pain. I needed to finish this battle to save my stubborn Luna so I jumped behind and landed on the back of the leader. I wanted to kill this one, but it was the only way to know where was the Desdemonian pack, so I just bit its neck to leave a deep wound. However, the leader jumped and it made me fall to the ground. He jumped toward me and bit my legs. I could not stand anymore since he was larger than me. My legs and my arms hurt, but I needed to stay strong for here. I didn't want to see her flesh tearing apart by those fucking hooligans. And because the leader was on top of me, I thought that its neck was closer. I immediately moved my head and all forced, I grabbed his neck and bit it as long as I could take. I felt his blood pour toward me, but I did not stop biting him. And when I saw him in his bad situation, I immediately went to the top and transformed into my human body. I grabbed his head and quickly twisted it until his bone cracked. I saw the leader lying on the dirty ground. He was now lifeless because of what I did. However, even though I successfully killed him, I didn't feel any happiness because the enemy that I hoped to be Mikey was now dead. But it doesn't matter, for now, I needed to save my stubborn Luna. I quickly transformed again to help here. I saw her fighting the 3 werewolves by herself since the others were killed and some were now in the hand of my armies. I saw from her eyes the mixed emotions that made me puzzled. I knew that it was her first time fighting, so that emotion was normal for an amateur like her. I jumped toward the hooligans that trying to bite her and threw it away. It hit the tree that caused his bones to break apart because of my strength forced. I saw her biting another, and from her fighting skill, I really admired her even though it was not bad for me. I helped her to kill the others. I didn't talk to her first while we were in the battle. And after a few hours, some of the hooligans sensed that their leader was gone, so they were run to escape. But more of them were killed. But unfortunately, no one was caught alive. Some of them were still chasing, and I hoped that there was someone who brought even one of them alive. I felt my body was giving up because of tiredness and anger. I faced her and I saw from her face the tiredness after the fight. I felt pity for her, but I have something to tell her before I took care of her. I wanted to question her why she was here. However, before I spoke to her, she suddenly fell to the ground. I was surprised and worried about her, so I immediately carried her away from the battlefield. Third person's POV. Severus was really mad at her when he knew that her stubbornly followed his armies on their way to the Western Pack. At that moment, her could not understand why she suddenly felt strange toward herself after her fight against the hooligans. Her vision suddenly turned blurry and the surrounding looked like rotating. She slapped her forehead, but her face seemed numb. After a while, she could not hear anything around her, and even Severus's appearance became empty in her eyes. And she lost her balance to stand, and the only thing she knew after was Severus caught her before she fell on the ground. "Hurry!" Severus's voice echoed around the area as he saw her suddenly fall. He immediately caught her's body and brought her to the nearest pack hospital. Severus's POV. Is she okay? I could not help myself not to ask the doctor of the Western Pack. Even though there were lots of patients inside the ward, I wanted to make sure that they would assess her first. Let's wait for a minute prints because she was under observation. But I'm sure that she was now stable. The doctor replied, and I felt relief as I heard that. Because if her would be in danger, I would not forgive myself anymore. Tap. 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 I looked back when I heard someone's footsteps. I saw Gamma Elias. He have lots of bruises and wearing rag clothes. Elias, I think that you told her where is my location, right? I tried to calm myself as I talked with my gamma. Nah. I do not. He immediately replied to me. So why she was here and now her life is in danger? I glared at him seriously and I felt he knew I was going to get mad. Prince, I don't ever tell her our location even if she begged for it. The only thing I know was she might follow us toward here. He sincerely explained to me. I felt he was telling the truth, but all I wanted was to know how he reached this pack even though the cars were secured. Elias. Why you didn't make sure that no one followed you toward here? I growled again. It was not my first time scolding him, but I knew he was still timid after hearing me shouting. Pardon. But I really don't know how she gets in the car. But according to my investigation, she disguised as one of the fighters, so I didn't know that she was with us. He explained and I shook my head, not because of his carelessness but toward his stubbornness. I didn't reply to Elias. I just sat on the bench to wait for the result. Prince, I have a piece of bad news. He suddenly spoke, which made me look back at him. He looked pale and there was a line of negative thoughts in his eyes. What's that? I asked, even though I have bad feelings about the tone of his voice. We didn't get information to tell. Because we found a small capsule that linked on their body and it automatically burst if they were going to talk about the Chantria drug, Elias said, and I was stunned. I did not know how could those hooligans improved not only their strength but also their security. Did you capture one of them? I asked him seriously. Yes, we do. But the three of them killed themselves before we handcuffed them. And the rest used the capsule to break their brains to shut off their lives as soon as possible. I think they are doing that for the safety of their hidden pack. So you mean that even I tried to capture their leader is useless since he swore loyalty to their pack? I asked again when I remembered about the leader that I killed. Sorry to say, Severus, but the hooligan that you killed is not the real leader. He is just ordered to disguise himself as a leader to know the weakness and strength of their enemy. And I'm sure that the reason behind their immediate escape was not because of that jerk but to make us believe that the real leader was already killed. I think you are right. They were just playing tricks with us. And I know that they will never show their leader that easy to kill. I replied as I made up the thought about the hooligans. But we have a major problem. Elias added, and I knitted my eyebrows. Here is now in danger since she used to kill more than 5 hooligans by herself. I felt that they all gathered their troop to catch her alive. We need to protect her, especially since she was now the top target of the hooligans. Elias added, and I was shocked at what I heard. Might Here was strong, but for her skills in fighting, she needed to train more. But how, if Here was in the bed of unknown ill? We need to add more security for her. But for now, inform the outside pack about the damage that the hooligans created. I ordered Elias and he quickly followed me. Elias walked away and I was left outside the ward. Prince, I have the result. I looked back and I saw the doctor of the Western Pack. He was carrying the documents and I stood immediately to get the results. And when I read the content, I widened my eyes as I knew the result. Mr. Felix, is this true? All I have to do was to ask the doctor, who nodded his head. I immediately dragged myself down to the bench again as I took a deep breath. Here is now experiencing the hibernation of her wolf since she was forced to use all of her strength to fight the hooligans. I was worried when I heard that. Because it took months or years before she would be okay. So does it mean she is now in her deep sleep? I asked him, but he tapped my broad shoulder as he took another sheet of paper. Actually, it is a rare condition to meet a woman like her. Because based on my investigation, here will spend 3 days before she recovered her wolf. So it's mean, 2 days from now, she will be awake. Mr. Felix said, and I was really stunned. How does it happen? I asked, even though there were mixed emotions that I felt right now. Her blood is activated and it creates a good combination of her blood and wolf. So it means that her werewolf blood and witch blood work together. That's why she experiences a short-time hibernation. The doctor said, and I felt happy since I heard that here would be okay. Mr. Felix, is she would fine even with her blood mixed? I asked because it was my first time hearing a case like here. Sorry. But only I can show you the data of her blood. But if wanted to ask about that case, only Mr. Lionheart can only tell that because he was a witch doctor. I nodded my head after hearing the news. Thank you, Mr. Felix. The important is here is in the good estate, I replied before the doctor leave me. After a moment of pause, I quickly went to her ward to know her situation. But how surprised I felt when I entered the ward. Severus, here's POV. Elias, please. I begged Gamma Elias to tell me where was Severus. I felt uneasy about the things he told me recently. I wanted to go with them because I heard that they would be going to the Western Pack where the battle against hooligans took place. No. You will stay here. He seriously replied to me. I felt annoyed as he could not tell me the exact location. Because according to the hearsay, the Western Pack was too far from the civilization, but it really had a nice culture and a wealthy one, despite of their numbers. So it's not impossible that the hooligans target this pack for their own sake. And after a while, Elias walked away when the armies passed by. Prepare immediately, Elias shouted before he leaves the room. I looked around and I saw many armies carrying their baggage. I knew it contains their battle suit. I narrowed my eyes as I planned to make a move. No one would stop if I want. I ensured that Elias was gone before I entered the massive room. I locked the door and took one of the baggage. I immediately opened it to wear the suit. It was a black shirt and jogger pants. I didn't waste another time and quickly wore them. I also wore a mask and cup so no one would know me. It was not hard to do this because there were lots of newbies armies. Get ready. The hunter leader came and every one of us quickly moved toward the battle cars. I just followed them so no one would see me. My heart beats fast. Fortunately, Elias and Leo were in the other car. I felt relief, but there was something inside me that made me feel uneasy. And it was Severus's safety. I knew that he was strong, but the hooligans that attacked the pack were stronger. Almost 2 hours that we traveled after we reached the battlefield. And right after I stepped on the ground, I smelled the blood of my Severus. I sensed that he was now in danger. I didn't waste my time to hear out the command of the leader and I quickly ran toward the field. And from the distance, I saw how horrible the place was. There was a fire scattered and dusty air. The dead bodies of Western Pack's werewolves lay on the ground. The scenes were bloody and anyone who could see this picture would be in horror. I felt pity for the Western Pack. The rich and peaceful lives of this pack were now turned into this. But my sadness turned into anger when I saw Severus surrounded by the hooligans. I smell something that flowed in the veins of those fuckers. Whoosh! But before I ran to lead my hand to Severus, I heard the air rushing toward me. What a strange feeling I have this moment because my senses become sharper than before. I quickly moved to dodge the intruder. And even though I'm not using my wolf, I strongly slammed him to the ground. And I was not contented when I saw the hooligan stepping closer to Severus. "Shit," I muttered, and I quickly ran toward the hooligan I hit recently. And before he stood, I used my right foot to kick him away. He looked like a football ball when he flew in the air. Whoosh! And how ridiculous to think, because the hooligan was perfectly hit the ground between Severus and his enemies. I also looked for another enemy to receive my enhanced strength. And when I looked back, a mad werewolf showed his fangs at me. I grinned and jumped toward his back and transformed into my wolf. I created a deep wound that was caused by his early death. And before I leave him alone, I hit him so he would catch the attention of his fucker comrades. I felt stronger and my body seemed weightless every time I jumped high in the air. I felt strange, but I would find it later. Because the important for me right now was how to fight the 10 hooligans that now approaching. And even the air was dusty. I could see Severus facing the massive werewolf. I felt it was stronger than these upcoming shit. My hands were itchy to fight, but how annoying when the armies came to fight. Only 3 left and I thought it was enough for me. Whoosh! Slash! Thud! The sounds of the battle echoed inside my ear. I loved the lullaby of this scenario around me. There was a feeling inside me that wanted to explode. I felt the tightness of my flesh, even the warmth of my blood. And I was surprised when I killed the enemy with my own hand. And after a moment of pause, I saw Severus standing in my front. I heard the anger that he felt toward me. I knew it was because of my stubbornness. I wanted to see his reaction about my fighting skills, but before I spoke, I felt my vision turn blur. All of the pieces of stuff around rotating, even my hands were shaking uncontrollably. "Here?" Only his voice entered my ear and I decided to let my body win against me. I slowly fell on the ground and Severus helped me before I bumped my head. Here is now experiencing the hibernation of her wolf since she was forced to use all of her strength to fight the hooligans. I heard a mixed voice outside the room. And I was surprised as I heard my name. What the hell are they talking about? Hibernation? How ridiculous. I could not help myself but to wonder. Because how did I hibernate if I was awake? And because of those things, I didn't even recognize that I'm asking myself when I heard that I was undergoing hibernation. I sat on the bed and looked around me. There were many pieces of equipment around. I saw a lot of needles inserting my skin. I hate this kind of stuff, so I pulled them away and jumped on the bed. I felt that I was still in the Western Pack because of the whine and growls that I heard around the Pack's hospital. I felt my body was still weightless, seemed like I was in outer space. I suddenly heard a familiar footsteps coming. I knitted my eyebrows. I knew it was Severus's footsteps. "What the?" I shouted in surprise. I never thought that I would feel this thing much better. Why do I feel strange? Is this a dream? Third-person POV. Stomp. The footsteps penetrate inside her ears. She could sense the person outside the door, although Severus's smell was so familiar to her. The cold breeze touched her gentle skin and it caused goosebumps around her body. "Severus?" she said to herself, even though the door was still closed. But after a while, the door opened and it exposed Severus's perfect face. Even though he was burdened by the war last night, he was still handsome in his ragged clothes. Here. But before Severus stepped into the room, he widened his eyes, wondering for something. He could not even recognize that he was halted his steps as he asked about Here's situation. "Why do you look pale?" Here, who was still sitting on the bed, asked the other party. But before Severus uttered a word, he ran toward Here to touch her face. Severus' eyes were filled with questions. He was really put in surprise as he saw Here sitting in the bed. He touched Here before he spoke. "Here, are you feeling well?" "Yeah. What's happened?" Here asked as she saw how Severus cared about her. But she didn't even realize what happening around her. She was puzzled and even her eyes were asking. "Do you remember the battle 2 days ago?" he asked while he caressed Here's forehead to her temple. Here was put in surprise as she heard that almost 2 days passed after the battle. "What? 2 days?" She widened her eyes as she heard what happened. Because the only thing she knew before she lost consciousness was she felt dizzy and nothing more. "Yes. And I'm so worried about you. Can you please tell me what happened to you?" Severus took all his courage to ask Here. Here turned taciturn. She could not speak, as if an invisible glue applied to her lips. She recalled the reminiscence of the past 2 days. Suddenly, she looked at Severus. She could not come to her senses what happening out of the blue. Why she stayed for almost a day in the pack hospital. I felt strange in my body," she replied, trembling in her voice. "Maybe it's because you experience hibernation. Your wolf sleeps to gain your witch blood," Severus added, and there was no trace of being surprised in his voice. Here widened her eyes. "So I'm not dreaming? I can hear their voices talking about hibernation recently," she muttered herself in silence. At that moment, Severus kept his eyes on Here. "Are you okay?" Severus asked as he knitted his eyebrows. Here nodded her head in agreement. "Yeah, I'm okay. But I can't think about the hibernation you said recently. Is that true? But why it is so easy?" Here asked again, wondering. "Because your blood mixed together. It is not totally called as hibernation. You just took time to rest your body from the battle. And it has become a way to force your werewolf blood to connect with your witch blood," Severus explained, and Here was stunned as she heard. "That's why I'm feeling strange. I need to go back to my pack. I need to talk to Mr. Lionheart as soon as possible." Here stood as she decided to go back to the Tyranny pack. Severus grabbed her arm and said, "Not for now. You are not still okay. You need to recover the strength that you lost." Here took off Severus' hand out to her. Severus cast his fierce glance. He didn't want to let Here go without proper recovery. Her situation was not just a simple one. "I'm now okay," Here retorted, which made Severus sweep his hair a moment after exasperation. Here's eyes dimmed. She realized that Severus was not easy to get mad. She bit her lips and halted her movement. She didn't want the argument. "Stay here. Tomorrow I'll send you back," Severus seriously urged, and Here could not move but to please whatever Severus say. She sat again on the bed. She let Severus avert his gaze away from her as she felt discomfort. But before she went back to bed, Severus slowly followed her and kissed her torridly. Here felt the warmth of Severus's tongue scour her mouth. She was stiff as she felt the warm hand of Severus holding her neck. Their saliva mixed together and the cold breeze become warm as they started to lay on the bed. Sev. N not here. Here stuttered as she pushed Severus slightly away from her. Remember, you make me worried. This is your punishment, you stubborn lady. Severus seriously said in his manly voice. And he continued what he doing. Here felt the blushing of her face that traveled all the way to the tip of her ears. She let Severus to devour her once again. Here felt the playful tongue of Severus down to her neck. His long fingers ran toward her back and caressed it gently. They were at the peak of pleasure when Here suddenly felt something. She pushed Severus again as she spoke. Wait. Someone's coming. Severus, who was surprised at what Here did, knit his eyebrows. He stared at Here, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. He thought that Here was tricking him to stop what they doing. But Here's eyes tell the truth more than her tongue. And not less than 3 minutes, the door opened and it showed Elias and Leo. Fortunately, Severus was now sitting on the bed next to Here, who finally laying down. Severus, the hooligans' onslaught was now sent to the major packs. They said that they will guarantee their help for the recovery of the Western Pack. Elias said, bowing his head to the floor before he looked at the prince. Okay. We will go back to the back after Here's recovery. Anyway, please get the specimen of the dead hooligans. I will check it to our pack. Severus replied, and the other party nodded their head before they went out. When the two were gone, Here sat and spoke to the prince. Severus, sorry, I ruined your plan to capture the leader. Severus smiled briefly and he looked back at Here. You don't have to say it because there is not the leader. They just tricked us to know the skills of our hunters. Here was shocked by what she heard. So does it mean that there are people behind that onslaught that much greater than those fuckers? Here could not stop herself not to curse. Yeah. And it is all I wanted to know. Severus stemmed his eyes as he clenched his hand into a fist. Here took a deep breath as she tapped Severus's shoulder. I'm willing to help. Here gathered all her strength to speak. Severus shrugged his eyebrows in disagreement. Here's POV. In the Tyranny Pack Tilda. Oh my. Are you sure that you are still okay? My grandpa embraced me as he saw me coming to our pack. I knew that he was worried about me since he found out that I went to the Western Pack to help Severus. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm okay. I replied as I caressed his back. I felt what he felt right now, the happiness of seeing me safe. I smiled at him as we departed from each other, and I was a little relieved since the witch doctor would be coming. I have lots of questions for him later and I could not wait to hear the answer to that. Here, take a rest while Lionheart was still arriving, Grandpa did as he took me to the couch. Grandpa. Don't treat me like a baby. I can handle myself. You don't have to worry again. I faced him to inform him. Okay. Okay. But make sure that you will take care of yourself again. He added as he gave me a sweet smile. I smiled back at him and nodded my head slightly. I wished that I met him before so I would never felt hardship before. But while I'm talk with him, I suddenly remembered about the hibernation that I heard from Severus. Grandpa, can we talk privately? I held his right arm as I asked him. He nodded his head and he mind-linked his securities who quickly walked away. Now, tell me what you want, he added as he looked at me seriously. Grandpa, about hibernation. I said directly to the point. My grandfather narrowed his eyes. He seemed like weighing the things I wanted to know. "Why you suddenly asked me about that?" he asked me. I need info about that, Grandpa." I stuttered as I spoke. He flinched his shoulder and he took a deep breath before he replied at me. "According to my own experience, hibernation is only happening if we experience the weakness within ourselves. Our wolf needed a long time to rest if it encountered battle. And our wolf needs to sleep for a year. And if we did not take hibernation, our wolf will be dead or gone." My grandfather explained, and I was stunned as I heard that. But I do experience hibernation in almost 2 days. So does it mean my wolf is getting weak? I felt worried as I replied, but I saw a puzzlement in the eyes of my grandpa. "It's impossible. It's impossible to hibernate in just a few days. I think we really need Mr. Lionheart for that." Only those words escaped her mouth. "I think Mr. Lionheart is coming," I muttered, and my grandfather was stunned by what I said. I knew he would not believe me until. "Knock. Knock. Come in," Grandpa shouted, and one of his securities came. The man in his black suit stood and bowed his head. "Mr. Vermont, Mr. Lionheart is here in the outside. Do I let him get in?" the man said, and Mr. Vermont nodded his head. After a while, the witch doctor came, escorted by the other security. And after bringing the doctor, they slammed the door. "Mr. Vermont, nice to meet you again," the witch doctor said, and I was still keeping my eyes on him. "Please take a seat." Grandpa smiled and offered him a chair, which was immediately followed by the doctor. "What I can do for you, Mr. Vermont?" "You can ask me if you please," the witch doctor said, wearing his smile as he talked with my grandfather. "Actually, it's all about here. She is the one who needs your service today." My grandpa said directly to the point. "Do woo the Yui right, even I was just watching soldiers." Mr. Lionheart looked at me, waiting for my questions. I didn't waste much time and I quickly jumped on my intent. "Mr. Lionheart, the doctor of the Western Pack told me that my blood mixed together after 2 days of hibernation. But I really don't know how it comes." I asked him, wondering. I saw something in his eyes. The movement of his pupils showed uneasiness that did not escape from me. I knew he had something to tell me. "Mrs. Monreal, honestly, I didn't hear anything that's similar to your situation. Because hibernation normally took years before the wolf comes back. And I think your blood as a witch has a great contribution to why your hibernation becomes easy. Maybe you experience a deep slumber to gain the true power of the 2 clans. You are great here." I found myself widening my eyes as I heard the witch doctor's explanation. It was the opposite on what was the advantage of having 2 blood. "Yes, Severus told me about the slumber, but I still have mixed emotions about this process, as I heard the witch doctor telling me that I experience unique hibernation. How it comes?" I stuttered as I asked him. There was a hint of being surprised and fear that invaded me at this moment. "Because your age is suitable to reach the stage of being a witch. The day will come and you will gain much power if you learn how to use the 2 gifts that only you have," he replied, and I remembered the time that I fought the group of hooligans despite their strong sense of power and strength. "Does it mean I can do both of the power of the 2 clans since I have them inside me?" I asked him again. "Yes. And you can be powerful more than anyone if you learn how to put them together in your body. Because the witch blood and werewolf blood are not easy. You need more time to learn how to use them. I looked at my grandpa as I heard the doctor's explanation. He looked at me meaningfully. I knew from every corner of his eyes the willingness to talk to me. Grandpa, I think I made up my mind. I didn't wait for him to talk, and I am the one who told him what he wanted for me. Are you willing to train yourself? He asked me, and I smiled at him while nodding my head twice. He moved his body closer to me and gave me his warm touch on my arm. I know you can do it. You can learn the gift that your parents left to you, he said, and I hugged him tightly. He caressed my back and felt the beating of his heart telling me how proud he was of me. When we departed from each other, the doctor suddenly spoke, which caught our attention. But you need to be careful. If you fail to learn how to use those power, it will lead to your destruction. I was afraid of what Mr. Lionheart said. I never thought that I could put myself in danger if I didn't put myself seriously in the training. So what should we do? My grandpa asked him. I felt the fear from every word he spoke. Here needs to go to train hard in the Caspian Pack. They highly recommend trainers that give you more than you expected. Months are enough for them to teach you, Mr. Lionheart said, and I felt frightened. I swallowed my mouth full of saliva as I felt the dryness of my throat. Okay, Mr. Lionheart. But I can't promise to go there this week since I have something to deal with. But I will do my best to learn it by myself first, I replied, giving myself the confidence to face my fate of mine. I do understand it, Miss Here. Anyway, I have something to do. You can call me anyway, Mr. Lionheart said before he stood. Thank you, Lionheart, for this time. I will look forward to your help, Mr. Vermont added before he stood again to guide the witch doctor out of the living room. I was left alone on the couch, thinking about the words that Mr. Lionheart said to me. I felt a little nervous and excited since I have the two power from the two clans. Suddenly, while I'm planning, I heard a buzzing in my ear. I immediately turned on the mind link. Here, can we meet? Severus called me. I felt his sense outside. I turned off the mind link without answering him and ran toward his location, Severus's POV. After the hard battle between my armies and the hooligans, I went back to our pack with Here. And even I was mad at her stubbornness. I didn't recall it again after she put in danger after the battle. Knock. Knock. I heard someone knocking at my door twice. My thoughts vanished when a familiar sense distracted me again. I knew he was Gamma Elias who was in the outside. It's not lock. Come in, I said louder, and the door opened after a while. As what I expected, Elias came and he sat on the chair on right side of my office table. What's now? I asked him when I looked at him coldly. I wanted to have a serious talk for this moment since I felt emptiness after Here went back to her pack for medications. As usual, there's no good news, he replied in the low tone of his voice. I flinched my shoulder and I found myself taking a deep breath. Like what I thought, I have a problem again. I clasped my hands under my chin as I waited him to give me another bad news. I knew it since he always coming for me if there was an information to say. Look at this, he added as he gave me his laptop. I stretched my arm to take it. I closed my eyes for a second as I read what was the information. I decided to call Here after reading it and I took my phone quickly. The number you have dialed is now unattended or out of coverage area. I slammed my phone on the table when Here didn't answer my call. I have lots of things to ask her and I felt she ignoring me at this moment. Elias looked at me and I knew he was secretly laughing at me for having a short patience. But I just ignored him because I was really hate the information I got from him. Can I give you some space? Elias asked me while giving me his forced smile. Okay. I briefly replied and I sat on my chair with my full strength. I waited a moment before I decided to call her again. Elias exited my office and I picked again my phone to call her. However, like what I expected, she was still not answering me. I felt worried instead of anger. I looked out my window and I saw the sun was still burning in the clear sky. I took my phone back to my pocket and wore my black leather jacket. I have decided to go to her pack to make sure that she was okay. And when I went out to my office, I saw Elias outside. He looked at me wondering since he saw me going somewhere. "Where are you going?" he asked me. "I will go to the tyranny pack. Anyway, please tell to my father that I have something to do. I'll come back later," I said before I took my key and immediately walked away from the office. I did not look back and drove my car faster. I hates myself while thinking bad thing toward her. And even anyone could feel these things if their loved one didn't tell their situation. And when I reached the tyranny pack, I felt relief as I sensed her wolf. I smiled a bit and immediately called her by mind link. "Here, can we meet?" I immediately said, but she was still not answering me. I knitted my eyebrows as our mind linked her without anything to say. I slammed the steering wheel as I felt mad. I knew she was here, but why she didn't call me? I wanted to break my phone in anger, but suddenly, her beauty face appeared on my side mirror. She was standing outside and I saw from her face the appearance that I never expected to see. She looked fine contrary to what I thought while I'm driving. I immediately went off my car to talk to her. "Here. Why are you not answering me recently? I thought that you are not fine," I said, hiding the excitement that I felt when I saw her. "Sorry, but I'm busy lately because I have meeting with Mr. Lionheart," she replied, and I felt she have something to tell me. "What's that?" I asked her again, but he pulled my hand and pinned me to my car. "Talk it later. Anyway, what is your intent, why you want to call me?" she seriously said, and I was little surprised on her seriousness. "Okay. Let's go to my office. I have something to show you." I held her right arm and guided her toward my car. I opened the door and I make sure that she was comfortable. After a moment, we drove back to my office. She was silent and I didn't want to bother her peaceful hour. I wanted to let her spoke first, but looked like she thinking deeply because she did not even make a blinked. Her eyes were hollow and I could hear the numbness of her heartbeat. I continued driving until we reached my office. But she was still speechless. "Here, do you have a problem?" I could not stop myself not to ask her. It was really uncomfortable to see her at that situation. So it made my tongue itchy. I saw from my peripheral vision how she took a deep breath. I felt that I was right, she have little one. I parked the car and guided her out of my car. She followed me throughout our way and I felt something wrong toward her. We entered the certain door and took the direction toward my office. Fortunately, no one here, so I could have lots of time to speak to her. "Here, can you please tell me what is your problem?" I begged her after we took our seat. She slowly looked at me and I saw on her eyes the strange aura. Her eyes' color turned into hazelnut color. And it really made me puzzled. "You are right. I have a problem and I think you can help me for that," Here replied, and I was stunned on what she said. I saw the seriousness from the tone of her voice. "Okay, just tell me and I will do whatever you please," I said, and she wore her smile. I felt higher on what she did, but I give my ears to her to know what she wanted to say. Third-person POV. The deafening silence echoed in the massive office room, where not rarely visited by the other personnel except Severus's Beta and Gamma and the King. Here and Severus were sitting on both sides of the long oak table. Both of them were thinking about something. After a moment of pause, Severus get bored and he asked Here. "You can tell it first." Severus kindly talked toward Here and he gave the other party a sweet smile. "You and the doctor at the Western Pack were right, the blood of the two clans was now running together in my body. And they were traveling in each other to give me an incomparable strength," Here said in her low tone of voice. Severus widened his eyes as he was stunned by Here's story. He shook his head unbelievably as he heard about the interaction of the two blood. He never thought that it would be possible for a werewolf woman like her to possess the witch's blood. He smiled as he admired Here's strength. "Great," Severus shouted in happiness, but Here did not show any gratitude for the things that she experienced. She felt nothing but emptiness. She knew more than Severus about her situation. Having two blood that ran in the same veins was not simply like what Mr. Lionheart said before. Severus looked at her and his wide grin slowly vanished like a bubble in the air as he saw Here's pale face. "What's wrong? Why do you look like a burden to the whole earth? Aren't you happy because you will be powerful?" he asked, not even noticing that his smile was gone. "I don't have any reason to cherish, not even I did not learn how to use them," Here seriously spoke as she played with her fingers. "What do you mean?" he asked again while his eyebrows furrowed like a small trench on the valley. "Nothing. I'm just thinking how hard would I take to learn it by myself. Because I'm afraid that my body will collapse again," she coldly replied, which made Severus to surprise. "If that's the reason why you looked so serious, don't worry, I will train you." Severus stood and went closer to Here. He sat beside and caressed Here's back. "Thank you, but I refuse." She looked seriously at Severus, which made the other party wear a frown. "Why?" Severus asked, wondering, since it was the first time that a woman refused his offer. No one did it except Here, his future Luna. "Focus on your campaign and I will focus on what I need to do." Here raised her eyebrows as she spoke. Severus halted what he doing and gave Here a suspicious look. "Don't ever look at me like that, Severus. I do nothing that can make you angry. We need to put ourselves busy from now on." However, before he suspected Here spoke seemed like she read what Severus trying to say. "I'm so sorry Here, but why do you look so serious, huh?" He could not stop himself to ask. Severus felt that there was wrong with Here's attitude. She looked more serious and bold in what she said. She was acting differently than before. "It's not your business, Severus. Just follow me and I will tell you if I remember," Here said, and she stood. "Wait. Where are you going?" Severus held Here's arm as he saw Here planning to walk out. Thud. Severus' arm slammed on the table as Here took it off her. "I will call you later. But for now, we have to do many more important things than this." Here coldly looked at Severus, pronouncing the things that even Severus could not know. Severus looked at Hera with suspicious eyes. But he still let Hera move freely. And he didn't follow her after. He let Hera slam the door and left the office without any words to say. Here's POV. I could not understand myself after my blood mixed. Yes, I missed Severus since we did not meet for another 2 days. I stayed in my pack. Severus was a lot of me, but my inside wolf seemed invaded by the witch blood that now running the same as my wolf blood. I missed his firm body. I waited to touch his soft gentle skin and held his hand again, but I could understand what I have been feeling right now. But I didn't have time to worry because he didn't show any anger. Might he understand me? If not, he would argue again with me. Perhaps. My emotions seemed like controlling each other, and every time I wished to be with Severus for a long time, the more my seriousness appeared in his front. But I think it was fine because I really don't want to bother him with my situation. I knew he would worry about me and it would affect his campaign. While I'm driving, I found myself taking a deep breath. I could not stop myself not to think about that, but I have lots of things to do rather than telling him the things that could make him worry. I drove my car away from his office and decided to go to Metablak Pack. I wanted to know the plan that I told Andrasi. I looked straight to my way back home. I would be prepared myself first before going somewhere since I only wore a casual dress. After a while, I reached my home and I didn't park my car in the parking area because I need to hurry. I ran faster upstairs and changed my clothes. I typically wore my jeans and black shirt. Because I didn't want someone to recognize me, especially the haters of the witch. Because even though I helped Andrasi to gain power against the hooligans before, some of her citizens hate witches and I didn't have a right to blame them because I wanted them to have freedom of speech. Andrasi. I will go to your pack right now. I hope that your outline plan is okay. I called her and she immediately answered me politely. Don't worry. Everything is okay. Andrasi replied, and it gave me a brief smile. Even though she was the first time alpha female that I met, she did not disappoint me in everything I wished for. She was a good friend to me since I put my trust in her in terms of human law. Okay. See ya. I ended up in our line and immediately went downstairs. I grabbed my things and carried them behind my back. Where are you going this night? I halted my steps as I heard my uncle not too far from my location. Third-person POV. The deafening silence echoed in the massive office room where not rarely visited by the other personnel except Severus's Beta and Gamma and the King. Hera and Severus were sitting on both sides of the long oak table. Both of them were thinking about something. After a moment of pause, Severus got bored and he asked Hera. You can tell it first. Severus kindly talked toward Hera and he gave the other party a sweet smile. You and the doctor at the Western Pack were right, the blood of the two clans was now running together in my body. And they were traveling in each other to give me an incomparable strength. Hera said in her low tone of voice. Severus widened his eyes as he was stunned by Hera's story. He shook his head unbelievably as he heard about the interaction of the two blood. He never thought that it would be possible for a werewolf woman like her to possess the witch's blood. He smiled as he admired Hera's strength. Great, Severus shouted in happiness, but Hera did not show any gratitude for the things that she experienced. She felt nothing but emptiness. She knew more than Severus about her situation. Having two blood that ran in the same veins was not simply like what Mr. Lionheart said before. Severus looked at her and his wide grin slowly vanished like a bubble in the air as he saw Here's pale face. "What's wrong? Why you look like a burden the whole earth? Aren't you happy because you will be powerful?" he asked, not even noticing that his smile was gone. "I don't have any reason to cherish, not even I did not learn how to use them." Here seriously spoke as she played with her fingers. "What do you mean?" he asked again while his eyebrows furrowed like a small trench on the valley. "Nothing. I'm just thinking how hard would I take to learn it by myself. Because I'm afraid that my body will collapse again," she coldly replied, which made Severus to surprise. "If that's the reason why you looked so serious, don't worry, I will train you." Severus stood and went closer to Here. He sat beside and caressed Here's back. "Thank you, but I refuse." She looked seriously at Severus, which made the other party wear a frown. "Why?" Severus asked, wondering, since it was the first time that a woman refused his offer. No one did it except Here, his future Luna. "Focus on your campaign and I will focus on what I need to do." Here raised her eyebrows as she spoke. Severus halted what he doing and gave Here a suspicious look. "Don't ever look at me like that, Severus. I do nothing that can make you angry. We need to put ourselves busy from now on." However, before he suspected Here spoke seemed like she read what Severus trying to say. "I'm so sorry Here, but why you look so serious, huh?" He could not stop himself but to ask. Severus felt that there was wrong with Here's attitude. She looked more serious and bold on what she said. She was acting differently than before. "It's not your business, Severus. Just follow me and I will tell you if I remember," Here said, and she stood. "Wait. Where are you going?" Severus held Here's arm as he saw Here planning to walk out. Thud. Severus' arm slammed on the table as Here took it off her. "I will call you later. But for now, we have to do much more important things than this." Here coldly looked at Severus, pronouncing the things that even Severus could not know. Severus looked at Here with suspicious eyes. But he still let Here move freely. And he didn't follow her after. He let Here slam the door and left the office without any words to say. Here's POV. "I could not understand myself after my blood mixed. Yes, I really missed Severus since we did not meet for another 2 days that I stayed in my pack. Severus was a lot of me, but my inside wolf seemed like invaded by the witch blood that now running the same as my wolf blood. I missed his firm body. I waited to touch his soft gentle skin and held his hand again, but I could understand what I have been feeling right now. But I didn't have time to worry because he didn't show any anger. Might he understand me? Because if not, he would argue again with me, perhaps? My emotions seemed like controlling each other, and every time I wished to be with Severus for a long time, the more my seriousness appeared in his front. But I think it was fine because I really don't want to bother him with my situation. I knew he would worry about me and it would affect his campaign. While I'm driving, I found myself taking a deep breath. I could not stop myself not to think about that, but I have lots of things to do rather than telling him the things that could make him worry. I drove my car away from his office and decided to go to Metablak Pack. I wanted to know the plan that I told Andrasi. I looked straight to my way back home. I would prepare myself first before going somewhere since I only wore a casual dress. After a while, I reached my home and I didn't park my car in the parking area because I need to hurry. I ran faster upstairs and changed my clothes. I typically wore my jeans and black shirt, because I didn't want someone to recognize me, especially the haters of the witch. Because even though I helped Andrasi to gain power against the hooligans before, some of her citizens hate witches and I didn't have a right to blame them because I wanted them to have freedom of speech. Andrasi, I will go to your pack right now. I hope that your outline plan is okay. I called her and she immediately answered me politely. Don't worry. Everything is okay. Andrasi replied, and it gave me a brief smile. Even though she was the first time alpha female that I met, she did not disappoint me in everything I wished for. She was a good friend to me since I put my trust in her in terms of human law. Okay. See ya. I ended up in our line and immediately went downstairs. I grabbed my things and carried them behind my back. Where are you going this night? I halted my steps as I heard my uncle not too far from my location. Here's POV. I slowly looked back and I saw Uncle Lucio standing in the certain door. He was looking at his wristwatch when he averted his gaze away from it and looked at me suspiciously. I didn't notice that it was already 8 in the evening. I scratched my nape as I looked at him. I knew he was worried about me since he did not want to let me go outside without any companion. Here, where are you going? He narrowed his eyes as he asked me again. And I felt that he was trying to figure out what I'm planning to do. I could escape from his eagle-like eyes and I was sure that he knew if I'm telling the truth or not. He was really a father to me because he always is superior to me like my grandfather. Sorry uncle, but I have to go to Metablakpak, I replied politely. I kept my eyes directly on him so he would never think of any suspicion toward me. He stared at me seriously. He was figuring me out if I'm telling the truth or not. He knew me very well because he was the only man that witnessed my growth. My eyes were not moving wildly at him. However, I still saw from his eyes that I still didn't convince him of a little explanation. Might be because I didn't tell him my plan why I would go to Andrasi's pack. Because I'm trying to put it in secret to anyone except Andrasi. Since I wanted to learn human law without their consent before showing them in our pack. Why? Why do you need to go there in this late night? Do you have someone be with you this night? Uncle asked me and it really gave me a headache. Yeah. And, I will not have the strength to go there this night if I don't, right? So don't worry. I'll be back the next day. I replied and give him a polite kiss on his cheek. He did not reply to me and it was a relief for me who told him a pure lie. I smiled at him and he nodded his head. For the first time, I lied to him, but it was not a matter to me this time because I have to do much more important than this. And before he asked again, I get a chance and quickly walked away. I just waved my hand to say goodbye and drove my car. Sigh. I found myself sighing. I successfully made my precious lie from my entire life. I fastened my seatbelt and drove the car away. I looked at my digital clock and I noticed that I would take another 2 hours before I reached the Metablak. It was located far from the city and it was likely a ghost town since the hooligans attacked them before. I kept my eyes on the driveway hoping that my journey would become safe until 1 hour passed. Fortunately, there was no hindrance and my trip would be okay. Andrasi, I will arrive 50 minutes from now. Please wait for me. I called Andrasi to inform her. Here, please take care. I will send you my armies so they can escort you toward here." I really felt better when I heard Andrasi's offer. "Don't worry, I can handle myself. But if you please, it's okay," I replied. "Okay. See you later." Andrasi cut out the line and I felt another relief while I'm taking the open field on their pack. I knew I was near their pack. Suddenly, I felt that something was blocking way not too far. I drove my car slower until I reached the location. The way was too creepy. The towering trees were aligned with the street. And even anyone would tell that it was really the opposite of the city. There were no street lights and only the bright full moon showed its brightness to enlighten the street. I scanned the area but I could not see anything that blocked the way. I shrugged my shoulder and continued driving. Brake. I was nearly in an accident if I didn't stop the brake. There was a large log that lay horizontally in the middle of the road. I rolled my eyes because of this shit log. I stopped my car and used my headlights to enlighten me out of the car. But before I get off, I sensed something around me. I scanned the area and the smell I sensed previously was getting stronger. RRRRR. The sounds of their gritted teeth entered my ears and their heavy breaths were now invading their heavy steps. 1, 2, 3. I counted them but I thought they were not just hooligans that trying to provoke me. Because I smell their blood, the blood mixed with human drugs. I knitted my eyebrows and turned off my lights. I would fight them in the dark where they belong to. They became my first step to training myself. I glared at the dark and their massive shadows appeared one by one in the dark. I looked at my digital clock. I have 45 minutes left in my time and I would kill this shitty wolves in early as 4 minutes. I clenched my hands into fists and I felt my body's temperature getting high. I felt that my eyesight gets blurred in 3 seconds and when I opened it, my night vision of mine become more clear than before. My nails become sharper and I thought that it was enough to leave a good scar and wounds to their body. The fear inside me before get rid and I felt the new me in the blood of the 2 clans. 4, 5, 6. They were getting numerous. I knew that they were not just ambushing me but they planned it before I came here. I shook my head as I thought about that. They were not just mere werewolves but massive ones like the fighters in the Western Pack battle. And they were similar to them because of the drugs that ran down their veins. Who's the fuck set me to kill by this fucker? I angrily growled by myself as I readied to go out of my car. And when I stepped into the middle of the road, I saw their numbers. They were 30 of them and it was enough to the amateur fighters like me. I closed my sharp-pointed nails before I stood in the front of my car. They surrounded me while the others were slowly walking downhill. I grinned widely and I tilted my head on the left side. I waited for them to come over before they felt the sweetness of death. I crossed my leg as I inclined on the front of the car while they were showing their exhibition. My hands were really itchy and it was ready to cut the heads of this fragile monsters. And I built a good idea, those fuckers were enough for me to know who was their master who showed them no mercy before I killed them. Third-person POV. The full moon enlightened the entire street. Only the shadow of the towering trees darkened the area. 30 of the hooligan wolves waiting for the battle against here. Here didn't feel any shivering at this moment. She just waiting for the attack. She kept her eyes around her and sharpened her senses so he could feel the incoming attack. Suddenly, an unknown man jumped from somewhere in the dark. Here thought that he came from the upper part of the tree. And he stepped into the middle of the road. He was wearing a black suit and his face was fully covered. Here knitted her eyebrows. She didn't feel any sense of familiarity with this intruder. Here tightened her hands as she felt the strong force coming from this man. She smelled something strange even though he was still in the form of human. "Who are you?" Here bravely asked the man as she stood firmly the front of her car. And even though she was asking, she never let her guard down. "It's not the right time to ask that then, Mississippi." "Hillary." "Keck." His voice was low and seemed like came from the depth of the hell. Here could not tell who was this fucker trying to ruin her journey. "Then? I think you are the one who lives in this world to set people in danger. But sad to say, you deal with the wrong person. You shitty bastard." Here cursed the man who laughed at her instead. It made her feel annoyed. She lost her temper as the man laughed as loud as a demon. "Boo-wah-ha-ha-ha. Until now you still brave Hillary. It's good to see you the same as before." The unknown man replied as he put his hands inside his pocket. "What do you want? You pushover jerk." Here growled as she gritted her teeth in anger. She could not wait to smash the head of this man. She clenched her hands into fists and she felt her blood was boiling. "I think our conversation is done. Your itchy mouth needs to be cut off." The unknown man growled back and his comrade wolves walked toward her. "Shit. Are they trying to massacre me here?" Here stuttered as she saw how the wolves make fun of her. Their teeth were sharp and pointed which could cut her arms and legs as they took a snag. Here saw the wolves running toward her. She didn't have a choice but to fight them even though she was alone. She jumped and darted into the trees around the road. Here used the branches to make her steps faster as she jumped on them one time. But even she tried to do that, she could hear the feet of the wolves following her. The branches cracked every time their heavy paws stepped on it. "Shit." Here growled as she looked back and saw 3 wolves running faster than her. She averted her gaze away from them and threw it on the ground. She felt anger because she saw another wolf running below her and the unknown man approaching her car. The more made her anger was the man that seemed like playing with her with his fucking werewolf. She fastened her movement but she could hear the growl of the werewolf on her back. Thud. She heard an echoing sound from below and how surprised she felt when she saw the unknown man using his fist to smash the side part of the car. F to the power of CK. She widened her eyes as she saw her car bump into a tree trunk like a helpless toy car. It was crashed when it hit the tree. She jumped from the highest tree and used her force to bounce and landed on the ground with the wolves that followed after her. She wanted to take revenge because of her expensive car. She was hoping that 6 of the werewolf that followed her would be dead if she fight against them. Her breath was heavy and beads of sweat running down her forehead. She closed her eyes and felt the inner strength that calling her. She heard the steps of the enemies halted on her back. She felt the heartbeat of the wolves. She could not deny on herself that she felt different to them than to the hooligans that she encountered before. Clap. 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 Nice stunt here. Anyway, did you love my performance? The man growled as he gave a round of applause to her. He kept on making annoyance to her. He jumped again on the towering tree and watched her glare her eyes as she opened it. "Show me how powerful you are, Hillary," the man added as he saw her's beast mode. And even though he was fully covered, he was smirking under his face mask. Here could not control herself. She wanted to start killing the wolves that now surrounded her. She opened her hands and she jumped toward one of the wolves. She used her sharp nails to cut the neck of the wolf. And because she moved faster like lightning, the wolf she attacked could not do anything even to protect himself. He was laid on the ground breathless and the other wolves were stunned. They could not imagine that Here would fight like this. After killing one of the enemies, the wolves attacked her. They came from every direction but Here could sense them wherever they were. She let the wolves come closer before she used her full strength to kick them in every direction. They hit the tree trunk and it causes them to yelp in pain. And Here used this as an opportunity to kill them one by one. She jumped over their back and used her strength to pull out their head on their body. She also sent them flying in the air when she slid on the ground to kick them on the belly. Here felt happiness as she heard a sweet lullaby of pain coming from the wolves. And it wasn't stopped by this because the remaining wolves attacked her. They growled as they run toward me. They were more massive in size than the first batch that attacked her. But she didn't show any fear even though she felt something from them. She darted again on the tree trunk and flipped in the air. She used her feet to smash them on the ground. Every wolf she hit received a good thud on the tree and sometimes on the ground. The blood spurted on her body. She was suddenly stunned as she smelled something from their blood. She knitted her eyebrows as she found what it was. "Shit. She muttered to herself, but before she continued, she felt a hard grip on her hair. Thud. And for a second, she found herself whimpering when she sat on the tree. She felt her spine was dislocated because of the strong force that she received from the enemy. Because of the great hit, the tree was nearly cut in half. The wood's parts scattered around and the dust blew away by the wind. And when she looked back at where she came from, the unknown man standing looking at her. She could not stand for a while because of the pain she felt. There was blood that flowed on her lip but she knew it would heal faster. Her knees were shivering as she stood. She swept the blood on the side of her lip and walked straight again when she felt okay. She knew that it was hard to defeat this man if she didn't have proper training. And even she felt angry toward the unknown man. She decided to escape before she was killed by the remaining wolves and this unknown monster. She jumped again up to the tree to escape. Here's POV. Shit. Only words that escaped my mouth as I run away. I knew I could not defeat the numbers of wolves that now chasing me to death. I could not handle the hard breath and made me feel hard to escape. I kept on jumping into every tree to get out of this place. Unfortunately, the place I was in was so unfamiliar and even though I traced all directions, I could not sense the way to exit the forest where I entered. Pant. My breath was panting as I stopped for a while behind the massive tree trunk. I looked behind me but I could not sense them. I kept quiet and the deafening silence filled the entire surrounding. I guessed they were getting tired following me since they chased me for almost 20 minutes. Or might be they didn't know the forest like what I did. And if that was the case, we would be fair enough to face each other. I inclined my back straight to the trunk and I took a deep breath. My sweats flowed and I could hear the sound of it every time it dripped on the dry ground. However, after a few moments of pause, the rotten smell of the hooligans that trying to capture me became stronger. They were getting closer to my location and I didn't have any choice but to fight. I just waited behind the tree and when I smell one of them were running toward me, I strengthened my legs and jumped to him as he passed through the tree where I hiding. I grabbed his belly and sent him to the dirty ground. We rolled over the dusty forest floor and we halted on his top. I growled at him and used my hands to choke his throat. But it was not easy to do because he was struggling and wanted to put me on the ground. His paws were bigger than my head and one wrong movement I did would kill me. But I would not let my guard down. I need to capture this jerk to know the real identity of the unknown man that destroyed my car. I gritted my teeth in anger, keeping myself not to bother by his struggle. I pinned him tightly and punched his soft underbelly. I heard his deep voice yelping in pain. He growled and I saw his sharp teeth trying to bite my wrist. He was not too strong so I could grab him without difficulty. "You jerk. You need to die." Ugh. I sharpened my nails and struck his neck. I felt my fingers inside his hard flesh and for the second time, I smell something like rotten flesh. They were really disgusting and it was pretty good since I just broke their neck and not to spurt their blood out. After killing another, I looked back as I heard the steps coming toward me. I knew they smelled the disgusting blood of their comrade and it would be my advantage to kill them. I quickly went to meet them in their path. There were remaining 3 massive wolves but they never put me in the state of being surprised since I ready myself for this. And before I thought about the situation, I quickly spun on their way. I created a dusty surrounding so they would never be noticed by the attack, and when I successfully made my plan, I heard them growl and I knew they were upset about what I did. Eventually, my final attack would have occurred. I stepped on the tree again and used it to become my dartboard to send myself to their weak point. Only their yelps and growls were heard before the dust disappeared. And their dead body was shown, which made me feel relieved. But I knew there was more. The unknown man was not showing himself. I looked around and scanned the area. The darkness filled the forest and his senses were not there. I knitted my eyebrows because even though he was not there, I felt his dangerous aura. I felt my heartbeats begin to beat faster again. I knew it was not just simple, it would be dangerous for me to face him, especially if he ruined my car that I would use to run away. "Harsha, are you feeling okay?" I asked my wolf to make sure she fully recovered by the past few days of our resting. "Yeah. Don't worry, we contain the witch's blood and it is already in our body. You can use it to fight that jerk," Harsha replied, "and it gives me hope to kill the bastard." But I suddenly thought about the witch's ability, and even though the world turned upside down, I did not know how to cast even a little trick of magic. I halted for a while and wore a frown as I asked Harsha, "But I don't know how." I hesitated. "Sigh. Don't worry. Even if you don't know how to use it, if the witch's blood is really in your blood, you can do it," Harsha argued in response. But I was still in the atmosphere of being empty-minded about witchcraft. Thud. But before Harsha replied to me, I heard an echoing sound in my front. I halted, gasping for my breath as I saw the unknown man standing on my way out. Shit. Why he was so fast? I muttered to myself as I saw him standing firmly. I heard his breath and it seemed like he doesn't care about the hardship of following me over time. I did not avert my gaze away from him. I wanted to know every detail of his body, even his smell. His shadow looked so creepy every time the dusty air passed by his dark image. "Harsha, do you sense his wolf?" I asked my wolf, but I could not receive any answer from her. I thought she was preparing for the nearly battle. "Never mind," I muttered, and I kept myself ready for the attack that this man would send later. And while I'm glaring at him, his appearance suddenly turned into something horrible. I felt like I was in a horror movie, encountering a ghost that gave me goosebumps. I could not move as I saw his hidden wolf. He was massive and his appearance was different from the other wolves that I encountered before. He really made me shiver down my spine, and I felt my throat getting dry as I kept standing like a statue 15 meters away from him. Here's POV. I could not be moved until the man turned into a massive wolf. He was really horrible with his look. He was taller than a normal human if he was standing. His teeth were sharp and even his eyes were burning like a fireball in the dark. His ears pointed the dark sky, and his sharp nails and long fingers could tear everything into pieces. He was all covered by the thick black fur that surrounded his entire body, mostly his arms, legs, and his face. And when I figured out his real identity, he was not just a normal wolf but a lycan. And I never thought why this kind of creature trying to stop my journey to the Meta-Black Pack. From his terrifying aura and his muscular body, I could distinguish him as a high-class lycan. But why is a lycan chasing me to death? What did he want from me? Is he have a connection with the hooligans that attacked the Western Pack, or the person behind my real identity revelation? Lots of question marks appeared in my mind as I thought about his intent. And even I thought about that, I could not reach the reason behind it. "What you want for me?" I growled to catch his attention, but he was still transforming himself into a real monster. And when I felt he was serious about what he doing, I didn't have any choice but to do what Harsha told me. I clenched my hands into fists and tried to manipulate the power of the witch's blood. I need to know what ability I have so I could defeat the lycan in my front. I felt myself, my surrounding, and my body. And I heard my power containing my bloodstream. I also heard every step that he made toward me. His eagerness to kill me, the movement he planned, I felt them. But I did not know how to use the witch ability carefully. After knowing the things I learned from him, I glared at him and smirked widely, ear to ear. And before he ran toward me, I went sideways so that he would not notice me, since there were lots of trees standing around us. And when I caught my way, Elle jumped on the tree to come closer to him. I kicked his back and he was slammed on the ground hard. And it was my chance to jump over his body. I quickly went to his unguarded back, but before I stepped on it, he felt my movement and quickly dodged it. I was sliding on the dirty ground when he immediately turned his body. Thud. I rolled over the dirty ground and dry leaves. And how unfortunate, because he jumped over me and attempted to open his mouth that filled with sharp and pointed teeth. He growled in my front, while he stepped my legs. I felt pain when his sharp nails pierced my skin deep to my bone. Arg! I growled as I yelped in pain. I didn't expect that he was so big that could smash me if he wanted. He kept his sharp nails in my flesh and I thought I would pee because of this pain. Suddenly, I felt his hand clenching my torso and I found myself sent in the air until I hit the tree trunk. And before I'm just transforming as my wolf, he could grab me without difficulty. Thud. I was dragged on the ground, and when I tried to get up, another kick made me fly again to slam on the ground. I could not resist myself not to feel more anger as I saw him walking toward me. I felt he was mocking my weakness when he looked at me disgustingly. I kept my eyes on him and I could not stop myself not to curse his appearance. F to the power of CK. His face was horrible and it looked more terrifying as he glared at me. But at this moment, I didn't feel any fear because I was focused on the anger I felt from him. Since it was more dangerous than his strength. I closed my eyes for a second. And when I opened it, the leaves that scattered around the forest descended into the air. I could not believe what I saw, and even this unknown man was amazed at what happening around us. However, I did not give him more attention because I needed to focus on what I'm doing. And when I saw him unguarded, I took my chance to get my reputation back. I ran toward him and jumped high in the air. And before I reached his location, Harsha comes out. I finally got him and he was slammed on the ground heavily because of my strength. We rolled on the ground but I didn't let my guard down again. And when I was on top, I used my strength to halt and stepped on his belly. But it was really hard for me because every time he was struggling, my balance was lost because he was larger than me. But it's not a matter if my anger came out. I will kill you. Arg! I muttered to myself when I tried to step on his neck. But he seemed not worried because he just grabbed my arm and threw me away. And for a second time, I was rolled on the ground again and I almost hit the sharp stones on the slopes area. Might be he was strong enough to do the same thing all over again. Or might be I was not powerful to defeat him. Sigh. I sighed in myself as I thought about it. I quickly stood and faced his direction again. I turned back to my normal appearance. There was fresh blood that flowed from the tip of my right lip. I walked firmly as I swept my blood away. And when I walked, my wounds and bruises healed. He was standing 10 meters away from me, giving me his monstrous eyes. But I didn't care about it. I didn't waste any time again and immediately ran toward him. I used my power to give him what he deserved. I took a deep breath before I give him a nice kick. He was sent away but it was not enough, I need to give him more. I used my strength to jump high and transformed again into a wolf before I landed on his body. And before he planned to throw me again, I bit his neck and wagged my head to give him a deep wound while my hands and feet were on his body. He growled in pain but I didn't show any mercy to him. I wanted to repay the things he did to me, especially to my car. After this, I clenched my hands to pin his arms widely. I wanted to see his face personally but seemed like even in death, he would not. I kept on pinning him on the ground and decided to finish his worthless life. But suddenly, I heard a familiar voice coming behind me. Don't kill him here. Here's POV. I looked immediately behind me where the sound coming from. And even if it would make me unguarded, I reluctantly looked back. I saw Severus standing with 2 knights that were unfamiliar to me. What the hell is Severus doing here? I thought as I looked at him. And because of my shitty action, the lichen below me gets a chance to push me hardly. I blew like a feather as he used his force to push me away from him. And because I didn't ready for this, he easily executed his plan. But before I slammed into the ground, Severus quickly moved to catch me. He grabbed me and we rolled on the dirty ground. We halted as we reached the upright root. Suddenly, I heard the snarling and snapping of the wolves behind us. I quickly moved away from Severus as I looked back. The lichen wanted to attack Severus and me but the 2 knights blocked his way. They fought and I saw how strong the lichen and his ability in fighting was a little hindrance to the knights. I readied myself to help the 2 but Severus immediately grabbed my arms. Don't do that here. He growled at me, but I didn't listen to him. Because he was the reason why the enemy that I wanted to kill was now escaping in the hands. I glared at him as I retorted, "No. I can't let that shit live. Don't be stubborn here." He pulled me closer to him, but I struggled. He shook his head as he stood. Sigh. He sighed deeply as he gets off his hand on my arms. He did not talk again, but I felt what he wanted to do. He transformed himself into a massive wolf. I was hypnotized as I saw his wolf for the first time. His grayish-white fur and his bluish-green eyes could compare to a deep ocean. He was massive compared to me. And when he finished transforming, he looked at me and glared at me. I could not speak as I was stunned by his appearance. I didn't know that he had that beautiful wolf inside him. Either form he was, his appearance was gorgeous. And I didn't notice that he was now fighting against the lichen. They rolled over the dirt and leaves. And the lichen seemed to like having strength storage inside him because he was still strong even though many wolves were fighting him. I stood away from them, watching their defensive and fighting skill. And I was amazed by both of them. Suddenly, I heard the echoing sounds of the helicopter's screw propeller. And after that, were the people approaching us. I saw many of them were wearing black suits and have a gun. And when I looked up, I saw my grandpa and uncle sitting there. I knew they were here to rescue me, but I didn't know who told them that I'm here. And when I averted my gaze away from them, I saw the lichen struggling to escape. And because Severus was surrounded by wounds, he did not chase the lichen by himself. He let the knights chase him to death. Severus looked at me and I saw from his eyes the uncertainties and worries. I stepped closer to him, silently. But he ignored me as I approached him. I felt he was angry at me for not telling him the things I planned. And the people who came for me hurriedly ran to give me a towel to cover my body. I didn't continue my plan to talk with him when my grandpa came with my uncle. They embraced me tightly as they get closer to me. I felt their warmth. "Thanks, Goddess, you are safe." My grandpa was about to cry as he spoke. He could not stop himself not to embrace me, and still because of the worries that I used to make him feel. "I am so sorry, Grandpa." Only those words escaped my mouth. I felt sorry for not seeking his approval for going to the Metablack Pack in this late at night. "It's okay. The important is you are safe. Thanks to Aunt Rossi, and she told us that you didn't come in exact time," he replied as he departed from me. And after hearing that, I secretly looked at Severus. He was talking with the knights that chased the enemy recently. From their reaction, I knew they failed to chase the lichen. Might be that lichen knew the forest very well. But how could it happen if there was a helicopter and knights that chasing him? Is he that fast to escape from them? No matter what, it puzzled me around. "Here, did you ever recognize the culprit?" Uncle Lucio asked me. I knew he was mad at me because I did not tell the truth to him when he asked me before. "No. But he is not a simple rouge or hooligan. He is good at fighting, and there is a rotten smell coming from their blood when I killed his comrade," I replied, "and even I could not distinguish the smell that I sense in their body. I think the hidden pack is now descending again," Grandpa muttered, but I heard him, and the pack that he talking about was the Desdemonian pack. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I will never let that enemy ruin our world," I replied, and he immediately looked at me wondering. I just caressed his back and he gave me a nod. "Speaking of which, where is a friend that you told to be with you before you go?" Uncle asked me and I was surprised. I bit my finger as I looked at him. I didn't know how to tell them that I told a lie. Arg. I growled in myself. I didn't know how to tell him everything. But seemed like the goddess give me a chance when Uncle Lucio shook his head as he tapped my head. Here, I know you don't have any, right? Sigh. I told you to have a companion. Did you know that without the help of Severus and Andrasi, you are still fighting with them? What if they kill you? Uncle scolded me, but I could not defend myself because I know that I'm wrong for that. I'm so sorry, Uncle. Don't worry, this is my last time to break the rules of yours, I replied politely. Sigh. Go to the helicopter right now. You need to cure by Mr. Lionheart. He ordered me and I immediately followed him since I felt tired after having a long fight with those hooligans. Severus's POV. After Hare left me in the office, I didn't know what she planned to do. She becomes cold and serious while talking with me. And I still felt that when she decided to go away without me. First I felt anger about her stubbornness. And I felt I was useless for her. I let her go out and I waited a long time seeking her sorry. Until the night come and I heard from Andrasi that she was not coming yet. I was surprised when I heard that Hare going to Metablak by herself. Even though I was in the state of being mad, I decided to find her to escort her to her journey. I was in the middle of my journey when I saw Hare's car, scattered all around. I was worried about her plus the wolves that lay on the ground breathless. I sensed her wolf and she was 1 kilometer away from the main road. And aside from her blood, a familiar scent made me feel anger. Hare was in danger. I need to save him from that fucker.